All right, listen up, fam. This high school is basically a training camp for future criminals. We're talking sleeping in class, brawling in the hallways, even the teachers are too scared to step in. Isn't this place a total nightmare for studying? But get a load of our boy. He looks like a total nerd with those glasses, but he's actually a top-tier fighter who settles arguments with his fists. And his ultimate goal for being here? To get into college. And just as we expected, we walk into the main hall to find a massive showdown between students and a teacher. This girl is straight up screaming, "Stop the nonsense, old man." Talk about zero respect. And look who's watching from the sidelines. It's Mr. Sunglasses himself, looking like the final boss. Naturally, everyone's confused, wondering who these new troublemakers are. The sunglass guy's subordinate asks if he knows them, but he's like, "Nah, they don't look like my people." He points out they're wearing the same uniform as his own kids, meaning they go to Yusung High. This catches our study group totally off guard. They're probably thinking, "Great, more psychos at our school." Meanwhile, the dad finally puts two and two together, realizing he wasn't thinking straight. He decides that as a parent, he should probably introduce himself properly. And the moment he takes off those glasses, BM, the whole room is shook. Turns out he's not just Minhwan's father, he's also Sivon's dad. The plot twist is insane. Our crew is totally freaking out, try to figure out who this guy actually is. But before anyone can even process this family drama, one of the dad's lackeys escalates things from 0 to 100 by pulling out a freaking gun. In a high school, the situation completely spirals out of control. This isn't a schoolyard scuffle anymore. This is a life or death situation. The air goes completely still. You can see the pure shock and terror on everyone's faces. As night falls over the school, you just know things are about to get really, really bad. A major battle is definitely brewing. Cut to our boy, Gammon, who's in the bathroom. The blonde dude from before actually reminds him to put his glasses back on. But the second he walks out, look at that face. He goes from helpful friend to stone-cold killer. This guy is definitely more than he seems. Turns out this blonde guy has a serious background. He's from a dojo called the Greatest Tiger Fist. In their world, you prove your worth by storming other dojos and taking down their leader. It's all about strength and reputation. A quick flashback reveals a major incident from the past. Someone challenged their dojo and publicly humiliated their master. You can see the rage on all the students' faces. Clearly, there's some bad blood between these guys and our crew. Back in the present, our boy Gammon is curious. He straight up asks the blonde guy, "Hey, why does everyone around here seem to hate Yusung High?" And that, my friends, is the million-dollar question. The story goes way back. Apparently, the Yusung High kids have a long and violent history with Chinatown. They used to come over just to show off and start fights, which eventually blew up into an all-out war. This rivalry is deep-rooted and personal. Over time, things started to change. The people in Chinatown began to realize that not everyone from Yusung was a bad apple. Just when it seemed like the pointless fighting was finally coming to an end, everything went south. A new player named Hamwell Pai and his crew showed up. This guy was a real charismatic psycho, making everyone go crazy to join his family. They ended up starting a massive fire in Chinatown. And just like that, the truce was over and the hatred was back, stronger than ever. In the pouring rain, while Gammon is trying to wrap his head around this mess, the blonde dude drops an absolute bombshell. Someone died in that fire. The news hits like a ton of bricks, making an already tense situation a whole lot darker. In another flashback, we see that the blonde guy, Sunchul, is secretly interested in studying, and his friend even made notes for him. A sweet moment, but reality comes crashing back in with a loud bang, snapping them back to the dangerous present. The conversation gets heavy, touching on themes of life, death, and sacrifice. The vibe is incredibly somber. It feels like everyone is mentally preparing for the storm that's about to hit. Meanwhile, that female teacher, when danger struck, she didn't scream. She immediately ran to shield the kids. Look at her face. That's pure determination mixed with fear. You can tell she's going to be a key player in this whole mess. Elsewhere, two members of the study group are caught in the chaos. A drone flies overhead as the guy panics, saying, "This isn't just a casual fight." The girl is freaking out, asking what they should do, and right on cue, a crucial phone call comes in. Back at the standoff, the gunman is acting all smug, saying he's solved the noise problem. But he's just pissed everyone off. The teachers have had enough and are ready to throw down. Then this badass long-haired woman steps up. Holding her phone, she starts negotiating, clearly holding some kind of leverage over them. Her gaze is sharp, and she's not backing down. This lady is definitely not to be messed with. Meanwhile, the school administration is in crisis mode. They're already dealing with the student council president drama and can't afford more bad press. Changing presidents twice in one semester would make them look like they have zero control. Talk about bad timing. That teacher looks back on the chaos, remembering her students in peril. Her expression hardens with resolve. You can see her thinking, never again. She's about to take matters into her own hands to protect them. The villains, meanwhile, are busy plotting their next move. The red-haired guy with the glasses comes up with what he calls an interesting idea for his boss. A bigger, more sinister plan is clearly taking shape. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, our study group finally makes their move. Faced with a killer threatening to shoot, they respond the only way they know how, with their fists. An insane brawl breaks out instantly. This sudden kick completely blindsides the enemy. Look at his face, total shock. No one expected these seemingly nerdy students to pack such a serious punch. Turns out, this is one of our boy's friends, and he just unleashed a move called the Tiger's Bomb. The sheer power is insane, leaving everyone stunned. After dropping the guy, he just casually says, "All right, let's go." But Gammon's other two friends hear what sounds like a gunshot and hesitate to go in. While they're arguing about it, another student bursts out of the room, looking absolutely terrified. Whatever's happening in there, it's bad. The kid who ran out grabs Gammon, completely panicked, and asks him the most insane question. "I know this sounds crazy, but can you fight a guy with a gun?" The question hangs in the air, leaving our boy speechless for a moment. Going up against a gun is a whole different ballgame, and everyone knows it. His friends suggest switching to Plan B, but our boy Gammon, he looks like he's already made up his mind. There's a look of sheer determination in his eyes. Gammon's plan is simple, yet absolutely insane. The moment he enters, his friends have to tackle the gunman to stop him from pulling the trigger. It's a life-or-death gamble, and everything depends on perfect timing. The plan is in motion. His friends grapple with the enemy, creating the perfect opening. The second the gunman is distracted, our boy Gammon lunges in like a tiger, ready to end this. Jeet Kune Do, Judo, the whole study group is here, and they are unleashing hell. They're hitting these suited thugs with a flurry of different martial arts, completely overwhelming them. This is the power of the study group. The enemies are getting thrown around like rag dolls, completely unprepared for this level of coordinated assault. And our boy, he is absolutely furious. He's about to teach these guys a lesson they'll never forget. You don't mess with the study group. The defeated leader, completely bewildered, asks, "Who are you guys?" Our boy simply adjusts his glasses, his expression saying everything. Pure, unadulterated contempt. One of the guys even jokes that study group sounds like a funny name for a gang. Gammon's reaction is priceless. "Dude, we're literally here to study, not run the streets." But the gunman is still trying to play mind games, thinking he can win if he just gets a chance to draw his weapon. Little does he know, he's seriously underestimating our boy's focus. Gammon sees his opening and takes it, landing a devastating blow that sends the guy crashing down. Thought you could use your gun? Not on his watch. Against absolute skill, cheap tricks are useless. Even after being totally dominated, the guy is still complaining, saying it's beneath him to use a gun on a high school kid. Gammon doesn't even bother to respond with words. He just lets his fists do the talking, delivering a beatdown of a lifetime. Watching from the sidelines, the big boss in the sunglasses is getting hyped. He actually encourages his own men to jump in and get a piece of the action, to relive their school fighting days. Well, things just got a whole lot more complicated. One of the boss's guys gets called out. Even though he was a bit distracted, he accepts the challenge, a 3-on-1 fight. The tension is palpable as he gets into his fighting stance. It turns out this entire chaotic scene is all about the student council president, Sivan. The boss tells him that these people are obstacles to his bright future and must be eliminated. He's literally ordering a purge. But the 3-on-1 fight is over before it even begins. The boss's guy unleashes a forbidden technique from his master, a brutal and flawless combo that completely demolishes his opponents. It's a total slaughter. The boss is laughing his head off, absolutely loving the show. This is exactly what he wanted to see. Pure, overwhelming force that crushes any and all opposition. But the study group isn't done yet. The blonde dude lets out a roar and counters the enemy's fist of the tiger with his own tiger claw. Two immense forces collide in a spectacular clash. In the middle of the fight, an enemy mocks them for yelling out their attack names. Our red-haired friend responds by shouting, "Jun Lee, kick," and planting his foot right in the guy's face. Cringy? Maybe. Effective? Absolutely. He follows up with some real-world judo, completely owning him. Our orange-haired girl is fired up too. She lands a solid punch on a downed enemy, yelling, "You underestimated us, asshole." Meanwhile, the onlookers are debating whether the attack names are cool or cringe. The contrast is just hilarious. We learn that Sivan, the student president, used to be a fighting prodigy who took down 6 adults at age 11. But now, he just got beaten by 3 high schoolers. The shocking turn of events leaves everyone stunned. The fight is brutal, far more intense than anyone anticipated. Violence once again casts a dark shadow over Chinatown at night, with every fallen fighter left wondering why. The leader in the suit is just baffled. He's thinking, isn't the student council president supposed to be working for the school? Why is he leading a brawl? These kids are just so annoying. The battle rages on. It's a raw, physical confrontation, a true test of will and endurance for everyone involved. At this point, it's anyone's guess who will be left standing. And just then, the gunman breaks his promise not to use his weapon. He points it straight at Gammon and pulls the trigger. A gunshot rings out, blood splatters across Gammon's face, and everyone freezes in horror. But wait, in the next panel, we see what really happened. Another girl from the study group lifted a heavy object and slammed it down on the gunman, saving Gammon's life at the last second. What clutch move! Meanwhile, a mysterious new character appears on the streets. He looks absolutely ecstatic, like he can't wait for the chaos to unfold. His arrival is definitely going to shake things up. The gunshot echoes, throwing everyone into a panic. Our boys' friends, battered and bloody, can only stare in terror at the gunman. It feels like they're completely cornered. The girl who saved Gammon is He-Won, the same one with superhuman strength. She calmly finds cover, but even she knows that facing an enemy with a gun is a whole different level of danger. The study group switches to Plan B, run. They know fighting a gunman head-on is suicide. Their only hope is that when the lights go out, the bullets miss Gammon. It's a desperate escape. During the retreat, they bring the injured Sivan with them. But our orange-haired girl is furious, screaming about why they're helping this bastard. Looks like there's some serious friction within the group. Gammon tells everyone to go hide while he stays behind to hold them off. His classmates think he has a death wish and beg him to leave, but our boy has already made up his mind. He's not backing down. Turns out, Gammon had already made a promise to the whole school during the morning assembly. Just then, the teacher texts everyone to hide, saying she'll handle the rest. It's a teacher-student team-up against these thugs. The villains get the update. The bullet missed because the lights went out just in time. They realize the teacher could become a powerful ally for our heroes, which also makes her a prime target. The boss in the sunglasses gives his order, bring Sivan back. His men regroup, and you can feel it in the air. Another massive fight is about to break out. So it was all a setup. The student council president and the teacher had already planned to expel Hamel Pie and his gang. But even with a plan, the president still seems hesitant. The problem is Hamel is friends with his other friend, Manhwa. It's a complicated situation, but when pushed, he finally explodes, declaring he'd rather die than betray his friends. Just as they reach a stalemate, the enemy's main force arrives. The guy in the white suit gives the order to take care of this quickly. Our heroes are completely surrounded. And here's the kicker. The 6 guys Sivan defeated 7 years ago, they were this white-suited man's crew. This isn't just business, it's personal. And tonight, he's here for revenge. Back with the big boss, he gets word that people are messing with his son. He goes ballistic, threatening to kill anyone who gets in his way. This situation has just escalated into an all-out war. The teacher begs Gammon to take Sivan and run. She explains that there's someone who will be devastated if he's taken away. Who this mysterious person is becomes the next big question. Facing a flood of enemies, the study group stands shoulder to shoulder once again, fighting to buy time for Gammon and Sivan to escape. Every punch is fueled by their determination to protect their friends. Under immense pressure, Gammon finally snaps. He remembers a funny moment when his friends told him the Chinese word for study is kung fu. He thinks about his friends, this school, and decides he's done running. Gammon storms the stage in the auditorium and delivers a powerful speech to the entire student body. He declares that he will eliminate any distraction to their studies. He loves this school, even if everyone else calls it a school for gangsters. He loves this place because it's where he found friends willing to study with him. He's going to change this school's reputation, and he will personally stop anyone who tries to lead them down the wrong path. And with that declaration, Gammon backs up his words with action. He charges straight at the enemy, ready to fight for his promise. In this moment, he becomes the hero of the entire school. The protagonist aura is shining bright. Meanwhile, the big boss gets cornered by a different group, and they look like they're here to settle a score. He's sweating bullets, his hands trembling. Looks like his reign of terror might be coming to an end. A flashback shows the boss once mentoring a young fighter, teaching him that relying on weapons is a weakness and that true strength comes from empty-hand combat. The irony is thicker than a brick wall. And that young fighter? It was Hanwell. We see him losing a fight, but he believes his opponent only won because he went easy on him. The internal politics of these villains are getting complicated. Manhwa, meanwhile, is completely sick of this weekly cycle of violence. While dealing with clashes against the Japanese Yakuza, he's growing more and more tired of the whole situation. During a mission debrief, Manhwa proudly declares that he's the one who made their organization stronger. His ambition is on full display. He's not hiding it anymore. However, the old guard in the gang doesn't respect him, thinking he lacks true talent. They're still loyal to the memory of the original big boss, the legend who united the Incheon underworld at just 26. Manhwa is painfully aware that he doesn't have that natural-born leader charisma, and it's weighing him down. He's at a crossroads, unsure of what his next move should be. Plot twist. Sivon's incredible talent wasn't natural at all. It was engineered. The so-called troubleshooter was actually a pawn, carefully groomed by the gang's leader to follow a very specific path. When Manhwa finds out that everything was a lie and that he's been played this whole time, the look on his face is pure rage and disbelief. The betrayal from someone he trusted is enough to shatter his world. The boss's judgment day has come. He screams that there's only one end for traitors: death. Meanwhile, the teacher is running for her life, and it's clear she knows a critical secret. The teacher stops another teacher, seemingly an ally, and begs him to convince Sivon to choose his own path. It seems Sivon is the key to stopping this storm. And there it is. The teacher has the evidence, a box of VHS tapes that can prove Sivon's talent was all a fabrication. These tapes are the trump card that could expose the entire conspiracy. At the same time, our boy Gammon is still fighting for his life outside, taking on a whole squad of suited thugs by himself. It's a brutal, exhausting battle. Every kick is thrown with maximum force. Every opponent is relentless. This is just another day at Yusung High, a place defined by violence and conflict. Gammon screams at them to get lost. He's in a battle frenzy, desperate to end this relentless fight and protect his friends. But the enemies just keep coming, and Gammon's stamina is starting to drain. He's battered and bruised, but the fire in his eyes hasn't faded. He's still holding on. The man in the white suit watches from the shadows, his target locked. Our boy with the glasses. He knows that if he can just eliminate Gammon, this whole thing will be over. The other members of the study group are also locked in desperate battles, each fighting with everything they have for what they believe in. In this intense showdown, every second is an eternity. It's clear that tonight, there will be no peace at Yusung High. Gammon is gasping for air, realizing that every single one of these enemies is insanely strong. He mutters to himself, "Seriously, I'm running out of time." The sense of urgency is off the charts. Just when Gammon is about to be overwhelmed, reinforcements arrive. A familiar face sends an enemy flying with a powerful kick. Our boy isn't fighting alone anymore. Sivon also steps up, telling Gammon to leave while he holds him off. He knows that if the lie is exposed, the boss could actually die tonight. He's decided to end this his own way. Sivon stands alone against the massive crowd, while the boss and his lackeys laugh mockingly. He tells the teacher to stay inside, preparing himself for the most important fight of his life. A rainy night, a lonely alley. The chapter kicks off in a heavy downpour, setting a somber mood that hints at the heavy, oppressive story about to unfold. And we flash back in time. A young boy is running for his life, chased by a mob of suits. But look, another kid in a black tee steps up, blocking their path. You can just feel the tension. A brutal fight is about to break out. The kid in black takes a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. He knows this is going to be tough. Meanwhile, the fight with Master Youngshan is already underway, and his crew is rushing to back him up. And it's just a textbook beatdown. Every hit lands with brutal efficiency. This kid might be young, but his skills are lethal, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap. Elsewhere, we see a gray-haired master tearing through enemies. And their target, the boss in the sunglasses, is just kicking back and enjoying the show. Look at that cruel smirk. He's loving this chaos. Just then, another badass enters the scene. He's covered in wounds, but his gaze is ice cold. Standing alone against a hallway packed with enemies, he just casually states, "We still got a lot of people over here." The sheer confidence is off the charts. The boss is finally losing his cool, pissed off that his loyal beast, Sivon, would dare to defy him. And through a flashback, we get a glimpse into Sivon's tragic past. He was an orphan, without even a name, nothing but a starving body. The scene shifts to Sivon's first meeting with his future master, the Wing Chun expert. Back then, he was so starved he didn't even know how to use chopsticks, just grabbing food with his bare hands like a feral child. He tells his master how he used to get beaten up just for a scrap of food. The flashback is brutal. We see bullies throwing food on the ground, and he has to kneel and eat it amidst their laughter. Man, this is just heartbreaking. Hearing this, the master is furious, unable to comprehend such cruelty toward the child. But Sivan doesn't want him to see that painful past, a time when he had to trade his dignity just to survive because he was weak and poor. Classic Sundar move. The master tells him to get lost after he's done eating. But as Sivan happily runs off, shouting his thanks, you can see it in the master's stoic gaze, a flicker of warmth he's trying to hide. Fast forward a bit, and we see the master starting to clean up the neighborhood. The white-collar gang is causing trouble, and the Yusung High kids are following their lead. This place is basically the Wild West. Thanks to Master Youngchun, total disaster is averted. He establishes a new order in his own way, and this is where he truly begins to mentor Sivan. During a casual chat, another master teases him, saying he has no joy in life and should take on some disciples for fun. Little did he know, that offhand comment would spark an idea. As the saying goes, one of the greatest joys is to teach the talented youth. Maybe finding purpose through his students was the one thing he'd been missing. After all, nurturing talent is its own reward. Of course, this master has a temper. He accidentally shatters another school's signboard, claims it slipped, and then storms off threatening to expel everyone. Gotta love his fiery, yet kinda adorable, personality. And so, the master's teaching journey began. However, with the constant beef between the Yusung High delinquents and the Chinatown gangs, Sivan's position became incredibly awkward and dangerous. The timelines converge again. The boss gets called out by his own man for just pretending to be a father to Sivan. Turns out, their so-called father-son bond was a complete sham from the very beginning. In a flashback, the master admits he never had any interest in taking a disciple. But seeing this kid, battered and bruised, yet stubbornly clinging to life, something in him changed. That boy, chewing on his food in the dark, vowing to kill those who wronged him. He learned patience. He learned to wait for the perfect moment for revenge. The hatred in his eyes could burn down the world. And with the flashback over, we're back in the present. Sivan finally confronts the boss, no longer a beast on a leash. He's here to fight for himself, for his master, and to carve out his own destiny with his fists. A minute when I said he surpasses his master. Sivan takes his stance, his gaze unwavering as he throws down the gauntlet. Bring it on, you assholes. Right now, all eyes are on him. This is his moment. And the main event kicks off. Sivan explodes into action like a tiger, an unstoppable force of nature. Every punch, every kick is loaded with pure power and rage. He drops a guy with a clean shot, looking like a hero straight out of a Hong Kong movie. The goons mock him for it, and he calmly retorts, "This is why children shouldn't be allowed to see a lot of action." Then he starts counting heads. Oh yeah, he's ready to take them all on. His opponents are bleeding, but still talking trash. Sivan knows he can't just brawl his way through this crowd. He needs a strategy. He's calmly analyzing the battlefield, searching for that one path to victory. I have to go beyond my limits. Facing an endless wave of enemies, Sivan digs deep, his willpower surging. Every single attack is fiercer than the last. Meanwhile, back inside Yusung High, a whole different battle is raging. Our boy Gammon is being chased down by a massive mob of students. Looks like tonight, nobody's getting any sleep. Cutting back to Sivan's past again, we see him watching TV and hearing the term Big Brother for the first time. That single word planted a seed in his young mind. He curiously asked the man beside him what Big Brother means. The man tells him he's watching Jet Li's Fist of Legend, and that Big Brother simply means the strongest. The strongest. That definition was burned into Sivan's brain. From that moment on, becoming stronger became his one and only creed for survival. That man, the one who would become the boss in the sunglasses, drilled the law of the jungle into him. To live, you had to be stronger than everyone else. No exceptions. And now, over to the Incheon police station, where a detective is slacking off and having a nice dream. But don't let that fool you. He wants to catch the white lead gang more than anyone. Justice might be sleeping on the job, but it's coming. Image failed to load. Back to the battlefield. The boss scoffs at Sivan's power-up, completely dismissing the idea that a student could surpass the master. In the middle of this chaos, a call comes in from that very detective. The players are starting to converge. Even the boss's top bald enforcer is getting his butt kicked. He's been in the game for 6 years and has never seen someone fight this desperately. He realizes the teacher, that woman, has to be the reason behind all this. They can't believe it. Does this woman really think Sivan can take them all down? But Sivan is proving it with every blow. Nothing is impossible tonight. The boss finally gets serious and pulls a knife. He's going for the kill. He taunts Sivan, saying he's a nobody with no family, that no one will even care when he's dead. The fight just escalated to life or death. In that moment, the teacher sees her opening and makes a beeline for the boss. She's going straight for the king. The whole scene erupts in absolute chaos. The boss gets a hold of the teacher. He sees right through Sivan's motives. He's just like one of those movie heroes, trying to avenge his master. He warns Sivan to be prepared for what's coming. Seeing his master captured ignites Sivan's fury. He charges at the boss like a raging lion with only one word on his mind: die. The final showdown begins. It's a brutal exchange of blows, sparks flying with every impact. This is more than a fight. It's the clash of a new generation against the old, a battle of loyalty, betrayal, and revenge. At the critical moment, Sivan unleashes his master's forbidden technique, the Leaf of Mystery. This move channels all of his strength and will, aimed at completely crushing his foe. The battle is over. Sivan is exhausted, gasping for air. He looks around. All the enemies are down, but the main boss, that rat, managed to slip away in the chaos. But it's not over yet. Just when he thinks he can catch a break, a new enemy appears before him. The night is far from over. And we cut back to our boy Gammon, who's been cornered by another tough guy. The dude smirks and asks, "Do you really think you'll be able to beat me all by yourself?" Gammon's expression immediately hardens. He's heard that line before, back during the Osaka fight. Looks like he's up against a real heavy hitter. His opponent is a massive dude covered in tattoos, radiating pure intimidation. But he has no idea he's messing with our boy Gammon, who's got that main character plot armor. Gammon calmly rummages in his bag and says, "I'm out of time. Let's end this quick." The big guy seems to know Gammon, even mentioning Director Ma and trying to talk him over. But Gammon isn't having any of it. He responds with action, not words. With a sharp click, the fight is on. It's a classic clash of skill versus power. Gammon's movements are fluid and unpredictable, while his opponent's attacks are wide and devastating. They're perfectly matched. Gammon spots an opening and lands a vicious kick straight to the guy's head. His opponent is clearly stunned, completely unprepared for the sheer speed of his attack. The shock is written all over his face. Gammon presses his advantage, unleashing a seamless combo that leaves the big dude reeling. That's our boy showing them how it's done. A flawless victory. The panels start flashing between characters: Gammon, the teacher, and others. Everyone is in deep trouble, and the tension is cranked up to the absolute max. Image failed to load. Back to the teacher, and things have gone from bad to worse. The boss is called in his knife specialists, and she's completely surrounded. She's starting to regret the lie that led her here. The warm memory of a happy family stands in stark contrast to the cold steel of the blades in front of her. The enemy attacks without mercy, and the shadow of death looms over her. She holds her staff, desperately trying to barricade the door and keep the danger out. Behind her are the people she is determined to protect. The boss mocks her, calling her a moth drawn to a flame, flying straight to her own doom. The words are barely out of his mouth when the fight erupts. Amidst the flashing blades, Sivan falls. Meanwhile, Gammon's opponent is completely floored by his Wing Chun technique. He can't believe a high school kid's punches can pack this much power. Gammon unleashes a forbidden tactic of his own: one-sided consecutive hits. It's a total beatdown. His opponent is completely helpless. Gammon declares, just because a disciple becomes stronger doesn't mean the master is trash. This isn't just for his enemy. It's for everyone who ever looked down on them. In the distance, his master smiles with pride. But now, the lowest of the low makes his entrance. The White Lee Gang's troubleshooter pulls out a gun. When a fight goes from fists to firearms, the game changes completely. It's clear the gunman is an amateur. His hands are shaking uncontrollably. But that's what makes him even more dangerous. You never know when a nervous trigger finger might slip. A gunshot shatters the stalemate. In the ensuing chaos, someone screams about going beyond their limits. The fight has reached its boiling point. The uncle's forbidden tactic and the master's forbidden tactic combine. The two powers merge into the devastating Fist of Fury. This is the master and disciple team-up, proving their strength with their bare hands. But disaster strikes. In the middle of the chaos, the teacher, Hankyong, slips and falls. The situation is critical. Image failed to load. Flashing back again, we see the first time Gammon was brought to the Wing Chun dojo by a friend. He looks so innocent, while the master has this classic, "Who brought this annoying kid here?" look on his face. Back in the present, the aftermath of the battle lingers. Someone is getting their head stomped on, and everyone is in awe of Gammon's power. It was all thanks to him that the tide was turned. Someone is praising the fighter, predicting he'll become the next big brother. The guy on the ground hears this and starts trembling with rage. This game of power is far more complicated than it seems. Sivan slowly comes to, not even remembering that he passed out. His master rushes to his side, telling him the White Lead gang was causing trouble again. And here comes the massive plot twist. The kid who's been taking pictures this whole time is Manhwa, the son of the White Lead gang's boss. He's been orchestrating this from the shadows, planning to take over. Manhwa approaches Sivan and starts his act. He's feeding him all this nonsense about how they're brothers, not enemies, try to manipulate and use him with his smooth talk. He lays out his entire scheme. He's been using Sivan's strength to get his own father's attention, hoping his power-obsessed dad would finally acknowledge him. Sivan was nothing but a pawn from the very beginning. Sivan is completely shattered. He truly believed he had found a family, that his father had actually come see him. He never imagined that everything he cherished was built on a foundation of lies. With the lies exposed, Manhwa shows his true colors. He pulls a gun on Sivan, his final, desperate move. There's nothing more cruel than a betrayal from someone you considered family. Just in the nick of time, back on the other side of the battlefield, the boss in sunglasses gets sent flying by a powerful kick. That's right, our boy Gammon has arrived. He charges towards the teacher, shouting her name. The cavalry is here, and the horn for counterattack has been sounded. Gammon goes into absolute beast mode, plowing through the enemy ranks like they're not even there. These suits who were acting so tough just moments ago are getting completely demolished. He takes them down one by one with a flurry of spectacular combos. His power level is off the charts. The boss is stunned speechless by Gammon's incredible movements. He frantically asks where Sivan is, and his men report that he's probably passed out outside the karaoke bar. Watching Gammon fight, the teacher recalls the conversation between the masters about finding joy in their disciples. Perhaps this, right here, is her purpose as a teacher. Gammon is trying to get his master to safety, but then, a gunshot rings out. The master collapses, blood pooling on the ground. The plot just took a sudden, brutal turn. No one saw that coming. Gammon stares at his fallen master, his mind completely blank. The enemies are already closing in again. The situation is absolutely hopeless. The shooter was Manhwa. In a flashback, we see him being mocked for having a toy gun. That humiliation festered into a sick obsession with real firearms. He opens a box full of bullets, a crazed look in his eyes. He tells Gammon that all that hard training is useless because a gun is the ultimate equalizer. A gun can end everything in an instant. Manhwa states his twisted philosophy. Gammon answers with a cold, hard stare. This clash of values is about to ignite the final battle. Manhwa launches into a monologue, spewing his contempt for concepts like effort and goals, calling them teachers' nonsense. In his eyes, why sweat it out in a fist fight when you can just find your opponent's weakness and end it lethally? And Gammon's weakness is his friends. Manhwa says this while watching Gammon fight recklessly to protect them. This is all part of his plan. In Manhwa's grand scheme, step one was getting his dad, Director Ma, to officially adopt Sivan, making them a family in name. Manhwa and Sivan put on a show of brotherly love in public, but behind the scenes, Director Ma is already skeptical of Sivan's supposed strength. He secretly asks the teacher if Sivan is really all he's cracked up to be. And poor Sivan is completely oblivious. He even blushes when Manhwa calls him little brother, naively believing he's finally found a place to belong. Image failed to load. Manhwa brags to Gammon about his plan. He was originally going to teach Sivan how to use a gun and bide his time. But Gammon's arrival threw a wrench in all his careful preparations. He admits he targeted the teacher precisely because she was a nameless nobody from Chinatown, a perfect, untraceable victim. His cold-blooded confession sends Gammon into a rage. Gammon wastes no more words and responds with his fists. Against a monster like this, talking is pointless. Manhwa is beaten back by Gammon's relentless assault. He can't understand it. This four-eyed nerd's stamina seems absolutely limitless. Frustrated and enraged, Manhwa gives up on shooting and instead brutally pistol whips Gammon. This dirty, anything-goes fighting style perfectly reflects his despicable character. And, right on cue, the rest of the study group arrives as backup. They see Sivan on the ground and Gammon in the thick of a brutal fight. It's chaos, but they know it's their time to jump in. Sahayan spots the real gun on the ground. Being a huge movie buff, he immediately recognizes it as a weapon used in gun kata. He's scared, but he summons his courage. Gammon is still locked in combat with the last remaining enemy. He's reaching his physical limit, but there's not a hint of surrender in his eyes. His friends watch Gammon fight, a mix of emotions swirling inside them. They make a vow. They're going to change this school. They won't let it be a breeding ground for gangs anymore, and they won't let Gammon fight alone. Minwan raises his gun again, aiming it straight at Gammon. He sneers, "That is your weakness, you monster." With a cold click, he pulls the trigger. But in that split second between life and death, a drone suddenly appears right over Minhwan's head. He's stunned. Where did that come from? His every crime has just been recorded. Image failed to load. The study group members charge forward, scrambling to get their hands on that crucial gun. It's absolute chaos, but this time, they're not just bystanders anymore. Sahayan gets the weapon, no longer the timid nerd he once was. He rallies everyone, calling on them to bring justice down on that bastard. For the first time, the students of Yusung High are united for a common cause. And we're back for a new season of trouble. The crew is already cooking up their next move. While one guy suggests hitting the distribution box to cut the power, the real MVP of this plan seems to be this drone. Our boy quickly realizes there are no security cameras. Talk about a golden opportunity. He's immediately off, sprinting down the empty hall with his drone, just praying no one spots his little spy in the sky. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, things are way less strategic and a lot more chaotic. Some poor guy is getting pinned down, his face a perfect mask of rage and frustration. Down the hall, a new storm is clearly brewing as two others face off, and judging by their expressions, this isn't going to be a friendly chat. And yep, there it is. The dude completely snaps. He's screaming, "Why do they keep annoying me?" And in a burst of pure rage, he just bolts. Somebody definitely pushed the wrong button, and now things are about to get messy. He charges in and starts wailing on the other guy, screaming about justice, while his victim just howls in pain. Through flashes of memory, we get glimpses of their past, hinting that there's a deep, personal reason for this beatdown. This guy's rage is definitely not random. Oof, you can feel every single one of those hits. The attacker is not holding back at all, and the other guy is getting absolutely demolished. This isn't a fight, it's a one-sided beatdown. Just then, our boy Gammon, the glasses-wearing prodigy, arrives on the scene. Look at that serious, tense expression. He knows this is bad. Is he about to step in and shut this down? And of course he does. Gammon doesn't hesitate, sending the bully flying. He lays down the law, shouting, "I heard everything about how you blackmailed the kids to let you win." So that's what this was about. The guy's a cheater who plays dirty. Meanwhile, in a totally different corner of the school, we've got this dude just chilling on a sofa, glued to his phone. His buddy is trying to give him a pep talk about getting stronger and not worrying about surpassing some guy named Hamilpie. Mr. Unimpressed on the couch couldn't care less, until the name Sivan Chun gets dropped. Okay, now he's listening. This guy makes one phone call to get the car ready for a trip to Chinatown. But before he can even make a move, this fiery, orange-haired girl straight up grabs him. Look at her. She is not asking. She is dragging him somewhere against his will. And damn, this girl can fight. Without a word, she unleashes a brutal kick that sends him crashing to the floor. The best part? He's lying there, totally dazed, asking, "Did you say we should hit Chinatown?" Bro is completely lost in the sauce. And we cut back to yet another conflict. Someone's asking this black-haired kid about his brother's place, and he just deadpants, "Don't you know I'm an only child?" The words are barely out of his mouth before Red Hair's fist comes flying. Classic move to pick a fight. The fight is still raging on, a brutal exchange of kicks and punches. But then out of nowhere, boom, a massive explosion erupts from a nearby building, engulfing it in flames. What is going on at Yusung High today? Is this an action movie or a disaster flick? The entire street descends into chaos. Burning oil drums everywhere, buildings on fire. Some people are panicking while one guy is literally laughing about how at least it's warm. You gotta admire the nerve. In the midst of the madness, someone reports that their buddies got taken out by a stranger who's ridiculously strong. The orange-haired girl from before is also on the scene, but she seems more concerned about her cover being blown. Dang, she found out about what I do in school. How embarrassing. Girl, read the room. The city is on fire. Maybe worry about that first. Amidst the blazing chaos, a secret conversation is taking place. A character sternly warns, "Please don't tell Sivan about this," clearly trying to hide something. The mention of his one and only brother adds a layer of mystery. This is getting deep. "I heard my dad's subordinates rarely survive outside the school," he says, just casually dropping that terrifying line. But before he can finish his thought, slap, he gets hit with a vicious backhand that cuts him right off. The sudden violence just cranked the tension up to 11. Back inside the school, the violence is just as brutal. Someone gets whipped with a belt or strap, sent crashing to the ground. A witness to the assault looks on in absolute shock, their face screaming one question: why? This fight is a total mismatch. White t-shirt guy unleashes a 0-inch punch, sending the suit-wearing dude spitting blood. He follows up with another devastating blow, launching him into a pile of oil drums with a sickening slam. Our boy Gammon, face bloodied and bruised, furiously demands an answer from his downed opponent. Why did you do that? But the guy on the floor seems just as confused, his expression a mix of terror and bewilderment. He clearly has no idea what Gammon is talking about. Red Hair tries to de-escalate, yelling Gammon, "That's enough." But just then a new crew walks in and everyone freezes. The blonde guy leading them stares at the scene, stunned, and says, "Wait, you look, what's going on here?" The plot thickens, and we're back to absolute chaos. People are screaming Manhwa. Someone else is shouting, "Now is the time." Everyone is sprinting through the halls in a desperate, high-speed chase. We zero in on one of the guys being chased. He's panting, completely out of breath, with only one thought on his mind. I should just get out of here. In his panic, he runs straight into a railing, but that only fuels his desperation to escape. But ultimately, his escape fails. His pursuer catches up and sends him flying with a powerful punch. The victor grabs another guy by the collar, taunting him, "What now? What do you think? It's a cruel world out here, and tonight, he's on the losing side." The chapter closes on a terrifying note. A mysterious masked man stands over the bald guy, who's sweating bullets in pure fear. With his arms crossed, the man delivers a chilling final line. "We're here, to finish you." The intimidation is real. A new major player has just entered the game. Meanwhile, over in a park at night, someone's making an anxious phone call. But the guy they're trying to reach is cautious, never picking up unknown numbers. They're gearing up for something big, knowing Hamill is bound to make a move after what happened. Just as they're strategizing, an unexpected call comes through. The news from the other end of the line leaves him completely stunned. Wait, is this Sunchal? The scene he's looking at is grim. One guy kneeling, another one down for the count next to a motorcycle. It's going to be a long night in Chinatown. And the new chapter opens with a hell of an entrance. This silver-haired pretty boy is literally stepping on someone's face with a cold smirk. You can just tell from his vibe that he's a top-tier threat. The study group has a serious new enemy on their hands. Someone is saving a crucial video file, evidence that seems to incriminate a guy named Gunya Park. Flashes of the past hint at a larger conspiracy at play, and this video might just be the key to unraveling it all. The aftermath of the battle is brutal. One of the students is clinging to his master, unable to comprehend how he got so beaten up. He knew the guy was a prick, but not this messed up. Elsewhere, a commander is already mobilizing his forces, ordering Team 1 and Team 2 to converge on Chinatown. A bigger storm is coming. The men in suits are sweeping the streets, checking every high schooler near the Wing Chun Quan. They quickly spot their target, a kid carrying Sivan on his back. Meanwhile, the blonde girl is panicking. She's got the video evidence and needs to send it to someone, anyone, before they get caught. In a flashback, we see Sivan getting ganged up on by two opponents. But even as he takes the hits, he refuses to back down. He grits his teeth, thinking, "I can't stop working late hours." This is the harsh reality of his life. He has to push his body to the brink just to survive. The girl desperately tries to get help, showing the camera to bystanders. But suddenly, a body falls from above, crashing hard onto the pavement. It's the same student from before, beaten and broken, but somehow still conscious enough to scream. This guy's will to live is insane. Gammon is pinned to the ground by the silver-haired guy, admitting through gritted teeth, "I can't take this anymore." But his opponent just yanks his hair, mocking him, asking if he's just trying to show off. Gammon fires back with pure rage. This isn't about being strong. It's about something much more. The fight is incredibly intense. The blonde guy is throwing everything he has at Gammon, who's barely managing to defend himself. And all the while, that mysterious man just watches from the sidelines, as if this is all just a show put on for his entertainment. The blonde guy grinds his heel on his opponent, sneering, "That suits you." But the dark-haired kid isn't done yet. He pushes himself up, screaming, "What's your freaking problem, asshole?" His defiance only earns him another brutal slam to the ground. The blonde guy presses him for information about Hamill stabbing his mother, but the kid knows nothing. He scoffs at the idea of him protecting his friend. Just then, the bald guy shows up and throws some shade of his own, calling the blonde dude pure. The web of relationships here is getting seriously tangled. The kid on the floor is terrified, consumed by the thought of Hamill's revenge. The silver-haired man just grins coldly, warning him, "Never get your revenge." He compares it to gambling. Just when you think you're about to win, you end up losing even more. His words are as sharp as a knife. "Shut up, evil my ass." The guy in the gray suit explodes, unleashing a furious barrage of kicks on the bigger student. Clearly, he takes major issue with being called evil. There's definitely a story behind that reaction. The bald guy gets emotional, telling the blue-haired man that he, too, once believed he was evil. The humiliating things he endured flash before his eyes, a painful reminder of his past that he just can't shake. You acted like you're so great. Memories of being mocked and laughed at flood back. This isn't just a random fight. It's the culmination of past grievances. Every punch is fueled by years of resentment. The black-haired kid attacks with a ferocious expression as the narration reveals his inner thoughts. People weaker than him, even someone as strong as Hanwha Pai, they're all just trash to be disposed of at his convenience. That level of absolute confidence, or maybe arrogance, is genuinely chilling. Finally, the cops show up and slap the cuffs on the troublemaker. Someone mocks him, saying the director of the white lead gang must be sad to see him go. But the real heat is directed at his mother, Ms. Lee. This is all your fault. It seems family tragedy is at the root of all this. Kids are a reflection of their parents. The harsh words echo as the white t-shirt kid runs to a man lying beaten in a trash-filled alley. He urgently asks, "Wait, do you know who did this?" He's desperately searching for the truth. A man in a dark suit holds up a file labeled document for approval. He taps it lightly, asking, "What are you?" His sudden appearance is met with a look of pure shock and confusion. Who is this new guy, and what does he want? The man in the suit presses for an answer, but the student fires back with his own question. "I asked if it was you who did that." The man's internal monologue reveals his motive. "I'm asking because he's a friend of my son. So he's here because of his son's friend, Minwon." The chaos at Yusung High is far from over. A masked figure, frantic paramedics, students running for their lives. It all points to a mastermind who's been luring Incheon's students onto the wrong path. And the man in the suit, with that calm smile, he seems to be the key to all of this. Cutting back to the study group, Gammon is asking Sunchul about a man named Yeonbaek Pai, the leader of the white lead gang. Sunchul's response says it all. He's a legend, not the kind of person an ordinary guy can just meet. It sounds like they're about to go up against a real underworld kingpin. The blonde guy is talking about the rumors he's heard, naively suggesting that if the white lead gang just left, all their problems would be solved. His thought is immediately interrupted by a sharp slap across the face. Clearly, someone disagrees with his simplistic take. The blonde guy gets dead serious, warning Gammon, "I'm aware that you're not an ordinary guy. And that's why I'm telling you right now. Do not ever do anything that will catch his eye." Of course is Yeonbaek Pai, the man even the police can't touch. This is a heavy warning. Our blue-haired boy confronts the man in the suit on the street, getting straight to the point. "You're Yeonbaek Pai, right?" The man just laughs, admitting he's become famous. But when Blue Hair sees the name Hankyong Lee on the man's file, he freezes. This big shot already knows exactly who he is. The homeroom teacher apparently told Yeonbaek Pai everything about Gammon's conflict with Hanwha. The realization hits Gammon like a ton of bricks. Not only did this guy listen to his speech, but he knows about the fight. He's been on this man's radar for a long time. He's in deep trouble now. But in a completely unexpected twist, Yeonbaek Pai, Hanwha's father, bows and apologizes to Gammon on his son's behalf. He hands over a document for apology, saying he's sorry for what Hanwha did. This move is so out of left field, Gammon is completely stunned. Just then, a little girl appears, and Yeonbaek Pai instantly transforms into a doting father, scooping up his princess. Watching this tender family moment, Gammon is more confused than ever. Who is this mafia boss, really? The little girl, Hansol, waves a cheerful goodbye to Gammon as her father carries her away. As Gammon watches them leave, he has no idea that this strange encounter is just the prelude to a great ordeal about to begin. Yeonbaek Pai walks away with his daughter, leaving Gammon holding the apology file, completely bewildered. He might think this is over, but the narration tells us otherwise. The great ordeal was about to begin. That apology was definitely not what it seemed. Back at school, something's clearly happened to Ms. Lee. The students are in a panic, frantically trying to find Minwon. The trouble isn't just outside the school walls. Things are getting chaotic inside, too. Meanwhile, someone is being rushed away in an ambulance, their condition critical. Their friends are pleading for them to hold on. It seems Yeonbaek Pai's influence has already led to devastating consequences. A car accident rocks the streets. The screech of tires and the sickening thud of impact are followed by the wail of ambulance sirens. Was this really an accident, or was it something more sinister? Everything is shrouded in mystery. In one part of the city, a couple enjoys a quiet, romantic evening. But back in the school hallway, it's a completely different story. The corridor is packed with men in black suits, an intimidating sight. This stark contrast signals an inevitable clash. How will the students handle this invasion? The suited goons surround the ambulance, and one of them even pulls out a gun. They're here to save face for the director of the White Lead gang. Faced with a real firearm, the students are suddenly in a life-or-death situation. In this critical moment, shock and fear are etched on everyone's faces. They're not just outnumbered, their opponents are armed. This isn't a fair fight. This is an execution. The order to shoot rings out, and the students scatter. But one hothead refuses to run, screaming, "Bring it on!" Jaiwoo tries to stop him, knowing the detective can't possibly fight them all alone. A desperate "No" is cried out, and you know what that means. It's time for our boy to make his entrance. An adult steps in front of the female students, warning them. Kids shouldn't interfere with fights between adults. Meanwhile, in a bizarre turn of events, one of the students salutes a girl next to him. What is even happening right now? The suits surround the detective, mocking him. Do you really think you can beat all of us? He doesn't waste time with words, launching himself into action while roaring, if the Korean police can't even handle this many people. He's not just a detective, he's a one-man army. It's an all-out brawl. The students of Yusung Tech jump into the fray, fighting side by side against the suited thugs. It's absolute pandemonium, a chaotic clash of fists and fury. Just when the fight is at its peak, reinforcements arrive. And it's not just anyone, it's the masters from the Chinatown Kwon Association. Oh, this is about to get good. Gangsters versus martial arts masters. Place your bets now. The old masters find it strange. Usually, in a commotion like this, a guy named Young Chun is the first to show up, but he's nowhere to be seen. That's because he's currently being hunted, running for his life through the streets. But from the look on his face, he's about to turn the tables on his pursuers. The martial arts masters are on another level, dismantling the suits with ease. As the narration says, they've always been doing the hard work, cleaning up messes like this behind the scenes. After the fight, one of them remarks, "Great job, they won't be able to cover this one up since there's video evidence." But a more level-headed member knows this was too easy. This couldn't have been the true strength of Yeonbaek's crew. They were either underestimated, or this was all just a diversion. In the car, the man ponders the same thing. This definitely wasn't the full power of Yeonbaek's gang. Meanwhile, the study group finds Gammon. They're all buzzing, talking about how he not only showed up but handled all the heavy lifting in the fight. Our boy is the real MVP. Gammon fills them in on everything that happened after he was knocked out. He gently lifts his injured friend, looking upset. The others watch him, and one of them says, "You guys don't know him that well, do you?" It's true. Our boy always carries the heaviest burdens alone. And then we get this hilarious moment. Gammon is so exhausted he's literally falling asleep on his feet, complete with a snot bubble. The crew finds it both funny and endearing, telling Four Eyes to just go home and sleep. Even a fighting god needs to recharge his batteries. Cutting back to Manhwa, he's sitting alone in the auditorium. In front of him is a shoebox, and inside are bullets. Someone's voice echoes, "Manhwa shouldn't do something so cowardly." It looks like he's about to do something incredibly drastic. Someone suggests throwing a birthday party for Hansol, but the blue-haired guy's reaction is off. Then we cut to Hamel on the couch. When someone asks what he's up to, the blonde girl looks absolutely terrified. What's going on between these three? A ridiculously muscular dude named Sanjin Bang shows up out of the blue to see the silver-haired guy. He immediately compliments him. "Say, you got even bigger, Sanjin." They're clearly old acquaintances, but something tells me this isn't just a friendly visit. It turns out this musclehead lost to Gammon before and couldn't accept it. So he went to train under someone named Young Hyun Ji to get his revenge. The blonde girl is shocked when she hears that name. This Young Hyun must be a big deal. He finds it odd that Sanjin Bang just showed up like this. So he decides he needs to check for himself just how much stronger his old rival has become after all that special training. A test of strength is about to go down. The blonde girl is still processing it. To think that you went to study under Young Hyun, that was unexpected. The blue-haired guy mocks him, saying he's finally gotten over the idea that muscles are everything. In response, the dude hits a full-on bodybuilder pose. He's here to prove that muscles are in fact everything. "Do your best, Sanjin," the white-haired guy says calmly. The words are barely out of his mouth before another long-haired dude loses his temper, screaming, "I'm pretty annoyed right now," as he throws a punch. These guys really don't waste any time with pleasantries. The scene shifts to a hospital, and the mood turns grim. We learn that the ambulance was blocked, and an illegal weapon is now out on the streets. The police are putting up wanted notices to track them down. The incident at Yusung High has escalated into a major criminal case. The students are sprinting through the hospital corridor, their faces etched with panic. But when they see the figure in scrubs standing outside the operating room, they all freeze in their tracks, completely horrified. What could they have possibly seen to cause such a reaction? Inside the patient's room, the doctor delivers the grim news. They did everything they could, but they missed the golden hour for treatment. She's alive, but she probably won't make it through the night. The faint beeping of the heart monitor feels like a countdown. The patient is Ms. Lee. On her deathbed, she begins to confess her past sins, accepting bribes, overlooking wrongdoings. She believes this is her karma, her punishment for everything she's done. The teacher's confession continues. She feels she failed as a teacher, especially to Sivan, believing his body was all he had. Another young man's monologue echoes this grim sentiment. The world doesn't give anything to people who have nothing. It's a truly hopeless outlook. All I did was teach him how to fight. A voice recalls. It turns out Sivan's locker is filled with old cassette tapes. Perhaps the key to understanding him lies within these recordings. They find a strange videotape with a note. A strong man can become the big brother. I'll become the best big brother, like Donnie Yen. And suddenly it all clicks. Everyone realizes there's been a massive misunderstanding. It turns out, all this time, Sivan thought Big Brother was a title for an action movie star. He genuinely believed that if he just got strong enough, someone would come and cast him in a Big Brother role. The misunderstanding is so tragic, it's almost comical. All of his struggles were for such a pure, simple dream. Hearing the truth from her hospital bed, the teacher is stunned. She never knew he had such a specific dream for his future. She had always thought he was just messing around, but now she understands. The old photos of them together now seem bittersweet. But someone like you should be a teacher. Those words seem to trigger something. The heart monitor beeps steadily, a sign of hope. Sivan, lying in his own bed, hears this. Will he ever get the chance to become the big brother he's always dreamed of being? The female tutor speaks with conviction, telling the teacher, teachers should always believe that anyone can become anything. It's a message of hope for both the teacher and Sivan. From her bed, the teacher whispers in agreement, that's right. Sivan's two disciples are at his bedside, screaming Master at the top of their lungs. They refuse to accept that he might not make it. Their cries of grief and desperation echo through the hospital room. The long-haired disciple, tears streaming down his face, tells Sivan how proud he is. He overcame his limits and defeated 7 opponents. It's the first time he's ever felt the urge to praise him. In his own way, he's tried to will his master to pull through, to perform one last miracle. You can do it. You're not my past self, and I'm not your future, Sivan-chan. With his dying breath, the old master imparts his final wisdom. He wants Sivan to forge his own path, not to follow in his tragic footsteps. In a flashback, we see the old master finding a young Sivan, crumpled on the ground in a rainy alley. Now, his final wish is for Sivan to leave that dark alley and fly into the sky. It's a master's last, heartfelt wish for his student. We enter this world empty-handed, and so we leave empty-handed. The profound words hang in the air, and from her bed, the teacher agrees, that's true. In the face of death, all grudges and worldly attachments seem to fade away. But the story doesn't end on a sad note. The red-haired girl storms up to Hanwell, brandishing a document with a triumphant grin. Before you say anything, hey Hanwell, look at this. Whatever she's holding, it looks like the ultimate trump card that could finish him for good. IT means you're done. The orange-haired girl points at Hanwell, delivering his sentence. The look on his face shifts from confusion to utter shock. It seems the final judgment is about to be served. Just when we thought Hanwell's chapter was closing, the entire world gets thrown into chaos. A shooting in Incheon, Chinatown, hits the headlines, claiming 1 life, and the prime suspect? A teenage boy. The media is having a field day, swarming the kid, but he's staying completely silent. And of course, this immediately puts our boys' school, Yusung Tech High, aka the school for future felons, right in the crosshairs. The principal is absolutely losing it, screaming at reporters to get off his property, trying to distance the school from the incident. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, a student is scrolling through his phone, and the look on his face is pure shock. But inside the study group meeting, the vibe is way more chill. They're just kicking back, dissing Hamill's plastic surgery face, and joking that Gammon has as many identical pairs of glasses as SpongeBob has SquarePants. But their banter is cut short when the door swings open, and the look on Gammon's face tells us something is up. Gonna join? The person at the door asks. You'd think they'd be happy to get a new member, but Gammon's reaction is unexpected. He looks absolutely furious. Look at those veins popping. Whoever this newcomer is, they've seriously ticked off our boy. And it turns out to be a talent scout? The girl points right at Gammon, telling her boss, "That's him." The casting agent is practically vibrating with excitement, calling Gammon a future action star and promising to make him a household name. Talk about a plot twist. RSY Entertainment. The other students are freaking out, immediately jumping to the conclusion that Gammon's about to become a K-pop idol. Faced with this sudden offer, our boy is just as confused as everyone else, completely caught off guard. Turns out, this is all thanks to Ms. Lee's connections. The students are starting to realize just how influential their teacher is. First, she's got ties to the TOEIC test committee and now an entertainment agency. This woman is seriously well-connected. Ms. Lee just laughs it off, saying she never fails to surprise people. She apparently recruited the agent herself back at a library, claiming she's got a good eye for talent. She firmly believes that any student can become anything. You gotta love her unwavering faith in them. Inspired by their teacher's words, one of the female students gets a burst of motivation, wondering aloud if even she could become first in their class. Without a moment's hesitation, Gammon gives her the encouragement she needs. Of course, why not? But motivation alone isn't enough. Gammon lays down some hard truth. To be the best, you can't just study as much as everyone else. He names their top academic rivals, telling her they're all your competitors. You need to study with a mindset that you'll beat all of them one day. Now, that's the kind of hardcore dedication we're talking about. The target is set. The final boss is Sahayan. With their goals clear, everyone is fired up, determined to claim the top spot in the midterms. Seeing their drive, Ms. Lee offers a reassuring smile and says, "Don't worry." But then the mood shifts drastically. A creepy, smiling face appears on screen with the chilling words, "But that's why teachers exist." What's with this ominous vibe? In response, Gammon clenches his fist, his expression hardening. It seems a storm is brewing just beneath the surface of their peaceful school life. Speak of the devil, trouble has arrived right on cue. A silver-haired guy with a nasty cut on his forehead shows up, looking for a fight. With a cold smirk, he declares, "You're done for." Welp, looks like another brawl is unavoidable. Meanwhile, the girls from the study group are casually checking their phones, completely oblivious to the danger brewing just around the corner. You could just feel the calm before the storm. Back with Gammon, he's zoning out in class, his mind on some guy with dreadlocks. It's clear everyone's got their own worries. Outside, people are debating the student council's latest move, and a mysterious old man seems to be in the know. The plot is definitely thickening. Over in class 1 to 4, the teacher's gentle reminder about final exams somehow triggers one of the students, who completely loses it. The others start whispering, "What's with that monster?" Just ignore him, unless you want him to study you into the ground. After class, a couple of delinquents are excitedly talking about the gun from the Chinatown incident. Word travels fast. Suddenly, with a massive crash, the classroom door is smashed open, and a dark figure bursts in. The intruder is a middle-aged man, panting heavily. One of the students, Sahayan, sees him and his jaw drops. "Father," he stammers. The entire class is stunned. Is this seriously a family drama unfolding right in the middle of school? The next thing we know, this dad lunges at his son, grabbing him by the collar and yelling, "There's no reason for you to go to school." Sahayan is completely blindsided, the confusion written all over his face. He's actually trying to drag his son out of school in front of everyone. The students are buzzing. Gammon and the rest of the study group immediately step in, trying to de-escalate. "Mr. Kim, let's talk about this. Please let him go." Amidst all this chaos, one student with light gray hair just stands there, watching calmly, as if he's seen it all before. This guy, he definitely has a story. Gammon tries to hold back the enraged father, but the man is beyond reason, screaming, "Let go of me." The scene is pure chaos, and things are escalating fast. The other members of the study group are panicking. The boy with the spiky hair pleads, "Don't do this, Mr. Kim." But it's clear this father isn't listening to anyone. But then, Ms. Lee makes her grand entrance. She grabs Mr. Kim's arm and lays down the law. "Are you aware that you are violating my educational rights and the rights of my students?" Damn, our teacher is a total badass. That's how you handle it. Intimidated by her sheer authority, Mr. Kim reluctantly lets go, though he's clearly not happy about it. Gammon, meanwhile, is sweating bullets on the sideline. Before leaving, Mr. Kim throws out a final threat. "If you keep behaving like this, I'll disown you." And just then, over by the physical department building, a red-haired guy peeks out from behind a door, watching the whole thing go down. Something tells me this is far from over. Down the hall, students are already gossiping, wondering what kind of father would do something like that. Gammon isn't having any of it. He pops out from behind a door and shushes them, shutting down the rumor mill. The red-haired guy sighs. No matter how much he hates him, he's still his father. Those words seem to strike a chord with Gammon, who starts walking, lost in a memory from his own past. Gammon flashes back to his own childhood. His memories are filled with darkness, poverty, and the constant sound of his parents fighting. The sharp crack of a slap echoes in his mind. The fight escalated until his father grabbed a knife, screaming, "Let's die together." A terrified young Gammon had to call the police for help. No wonder he's so protective of Sahayan. He's lived through his own version of this nightmare. And now, the story shifts, and we finally get to see things from Sahayan's perspective. He always saw himself as a side character, just watching life happen to the main players. That is, until the day the teacher called his name in class. He got a perfect score. For the first time in his life, Sahayan was in the spotlight. Everyone was cheering for him, amazed by his intelligence. But that moment of triumph was brutally short-lived. He went home to find his drunk father, who greeted him with the devastating news, "Your mom's gone." It turns out his mother had run away, unable to deal with his father's gambling debts anymore. Just like that, the spotlight vanished, plunging him back into an even deeper darkness. He couldn't accept it, desperately wishing it was all just a cruel prank. From that day on, he felt like a complete loser, both at home and at school. And at a place like Yusung High, being a loser is like having a target on your back. He gets deliberately knocked over by another student, who then has the nerve to mock him for being dramatic. But it gets worse. These scumbags start mocking his father for being a blue-collar worker, their words dripping with contempt. For Sahayan, that's a line you just don't cross. I don't get why poor people even have kids, seriously. That single, cruel sentence was the spark that lit the fuse. He snaps. He can't take it anymore and charges, screaming, "Don't you dare talk shit about my father," even though he knows that same father has caused him nothing but pain. Back in the present, Gammon, understanding Sahayan's pain all too well, makes a decision. He's going to the construction site to talk to his father. After all, Mr. Kim had helped him out with his own mom's situation. It's a debt he has to repay. But the moment Gammon arrives at the site, he walks right into another mess. A group of day laborers is facing off against some thugs from the White Lead Employment Agency. Gammon's arrival instantly makes him a target. One of the goons spots him, but before he can even finish a sentence, he gets decked by a punch out of nowhere. The White Lead guys don't mess around, immediately twisting Gammon's arm behind his back. Poor Gammon, he was just enjoying his post-hospital discharge good mood, and now he's dragged into another fight. It's the protagonist's curse. Trouble finds you wherever you go. It was Sahayan who threw the punch. He demands to know what these guys are doing here. Looks like this construction site has more drama than we thought. Before they can even figure out what's going on, a woman's hand is grabbed tightly. She frowns, her expression serious. A new chapter, a new conflict begins. Of course, it's that little punk who tried to scam Gammon before. He's back, and this time he grabs Gammon's mom. Big mistake. Ms. Lee sends him flying with a single kick. Hell yeah, that's what you get for messing with her crew. The other students are buzzing, shocked that someone would try to hit a woman. Gammon's mom tries to explain that's not what happened, but in the confusion, they realize Sahayan is gone. Now she's starting to worry. But let's be real, Gammon's mom is no ordinary woman. We're talking about a former MVP of the Women's World Taekwondo Championships. A little punk like that is barely a warm-up for her. It all clicks into place. This was a setup. The punk deliberately provoked Gammon's mom and had his friend film it, planning to blackmail her by twisting it into a story about a director assaulting a student. Their real target was Gammon, using his mom as his weakness. But our boy Gammon saw right through their pathetic little scheme. He calls them out directly. "Are you trying to film a video and blackmail her?" The look of pure terror on that kid's face is priceless. In rage of being caught, the punk lunges, but Gammon sends him and his phone flying with a swift kick. Seeing his partner get absolutely wrecked, the other guy just freezes. With the trouble sorted, Gammon's mom drives both him and the runaway, Sahayan, home. She's such a sweetheart. Instead of scolding Sahayan, she invites both boys to stay the night at her place. In the car, Sahayan finally opens up about the fight with his father. Because they're not well off, his dad wants him to learn a construction trade, but all Sahayan wants is to go to college. That's the heart of their conflict. Gammon gets it completely. He's in the exact same boat, enduring this hellhole of a school all for his dream of getting into a university. In this moment, the two of them share a deep, unspoken understanding. Sahayan remembers the moment his dad hit him, and that feeling of powerlessness washes over him again. All he wants is a chance to prove, through college, that he isn't the loser his father thinks he is. Gammon's mom offers some wisdom, explaining that parents aren't perfect and sometimes just don't get it. But for people who are desperate to prove themselves, she says college can be the perfect stage. Her words light a fire under Gammon. He jumps up, fired up, and declares, "We'll definitely make our school a safer place." That's our boy for you. Always passionate, always full of hope. The next day, Gammon walks Sahayan to the construction site, prepping him for a man-to-man talk with his father. Sahayan still looks nervous, but with Gammon's encouragement, he starts to build up his courage. Gammon gives him a final pep talk, smacking his back and telling him, show him who's the alpha. He even grabs his hair and makes him sprint toward the site. It's a weird method of encouragement, but hey, whatever works. But when they get there, they're met with a scene of total chaos. Workers are scattered on the ground, clearly the losers of a recent brawl. And among them is Sahayan's father, collapsed in pain. Gammon's here? Oh, this isn't good. The other side recognizes him immediately. One of them, a blonde guy who happens to be the son of the white lead gang's boss, flashes a sinister grin. A huge fight is about to go down. The fight ignites in an instant. Gammon is a beast, but he's outnumbered. It's not long before he's taken down by a massive brute, slammed hard onto the ground. Watching this, Sahayan's father seems to have a change of heart, telling Gammon that he's not worth fighting for. But Gammon just brushes it off, saying, "I'm just giving you some advice." Gammon's presence is really starting to tick off the white lead thugs. They mock him, telling him to go home and play video games instead of getting in their way. The words are barely out of his mouth before Gammon lands a devastating punch, sending the huge guy reeling back. That single blow was packed with power, stunning his opponent and everyone watching. Even Sahayan's father is shocked by the force of that punch. Gammon clenches his fists, his eyes burning with determination. The real fight has just begun. The HR manager of the white lead agency, a bald heavy hitter, is also taken aback by Gammon's power. He never expected a high school kid to pack such an explosive punch. But what shocks him even more is the realization that the guy they're roughing up is his own vice president's son. This is a major screw-up. He scrambles to apologize, making the whole situation incredibly awkward. Right on cue, Sahayan arrives, equally surprised by the scene unfolding before him. These two really have a knack for finding each other in the most messed-up situations. And who's behind all this? Hanwell, of course. He sent these guys to stir up trouble specifically to get under Gammon's skin and make his life a living hell. Even though Gammon is currently at a disadvantage, giving up is not in his vocabulary. He knows this fight isn't just for him. It's for everyone he's trying to protect. Finally, the site manager, Sahayan's father, steps up. He confronts the white lead thugs, demanding to know what's going on. It turns out the agency is trying to monopolize the labor at this site, using dirty tactics to drive out the regular day laborers. The white lead manager doesn't even bother to hide their intentions, openly mocking the workers and saying they deserve to be exploited for not having proper skills. That kind of twisted logic pisses off everyone present. As he continues his disgusting speech, he kicks Sahayan's father to the ground. Sahayan can only watch, frozen in shock, as his dad is attacked. If you didn't want agencies taking fees, you should have learned a proper skill. Just learn some construction skills instead of going to college. The words hit Sahayan like a ton of bricks. In that moment, he finally understands his father's stubbornness. It wasn't malice. It was the only survival rule a blue-collar worker knew in a world that had beaten him down. Seeing his friend's father being humiliated, Gammon is enraged. He knows he has to step in. He'll fight for his friend and for all the ordinary people being pushed around. The young master of white lead, the blonde punk, proposes a game. They'll take turns punching each other. If Gammon can move him even an inch from where he's standing, the agency will leave the site for good. He rips off his shirt, revealing a ridiculously muscular physique. "Bring it on," he taunts. This isn't just a challenge. It's a declaration of absolute confidence. He thinks this is an impossible task. Gammon stares him down without a hint of fear. He knows what his father did is unforgivable, but right now, he has to fight for this man for Sahayan. The muscle-bound guy arrogantly tells Sahayan to take the first shot to show me what you got. Sahayan takes a deep breath. He knows this single punch carries the weight of his father's dignity and the livelihood of all the workers. Looking at the guy's body, which looks like a solid wall of muscle, everyone's worried for Sahayan. But in that moment, Sahayan's mind goes back to the red-haired guy, the one who taught him how to be strong. The red-haired guy had noticed that Gammon incorporated Taekwondo basics into his Jeet Kune Do. And the core of Taekwondo? It's all about training your fundamental power. And what he's about to teach Sahayan is exactly that, the purest, most fundamental Taekwondo power technique, a skill he stole from watching Gammon, who in turn learned it from his mom. He calls it Mom's Basic Tactic First Move. The name might sound a little cute, but the look on Sahayan's face tells us the power behind this move is no joke. If you can push me even an inch, your father gets his job back. The muscle-bound opponent repeats the terms. Sahayan's fate, the future of the workers, it all rides on this next punch. The bald manager taunts him from the sidelines, reminding him that his father's livelihood is in his hands. The immense pressure weighs heavily on Sahayan, his expression grim. His opponent generously lets him go first. Sahayan's eyes sharpen. He clenches his fist, channeling all his strength into a single, decisive punch. Flashback to not long ago. The red-haired guy is giving Sahayan some special training. He's explaining the essence of the front punch in a ridiculously over-the-top voice, earning a deadpan reply from Sahayan. Maybe I should just watch YouTube. He might seem like a goofball, but when it comes to fighting, he's all business. He meticulously breaks down the proper way to make a fist, how to use the bone structure to reinforce the wrist. Sahayan is skeptical, but follows his instructions. From the stance and core engagement to the trajectory of the punch, the red-haired guy teaches him every single detail of the front punch. It's a move that looks simple, but is packed with complex techniques. Sahayan practices relentlessly on a punching bag, searching for that perfect transfer of power with every strike. He's a natural, grasping the core principles with incredible speed. The red-haired guy pushes him harder and harder. Again. With each repetitive blow, Sahayan's punches become stronger, more stable. He trains tirelessly, burning his coach's every word into his memory. He's drenched in sweat, but doesn't care. He knows this is his one and only chance to become strong. To his surprise, the red-haired guy realizes that Sahayan hasn't just understood the principles, he's adapted them, figuring out a power delivery method that's perfect for his own body. This kid, he's a genius. It turns out Sahayan was born with a thicker, denser ulna bone. Genetically, his arms are built to withstand impact far better than the average person. He was literally born to fight. Flashback ends. Back to the present. Sahayan pours everything he's learned, all his anger and frustration, into this single punch, unleashing it on the man who called him a loser. Boom! A massive impact. A look of pure disbelief spreads across the muscle man's face. This wasn't the punch of a high school kid. This was the fong of an awakened beast. Now it's the muscle man's turn. He throws a punch with all his might, but Sahayan takes it head on. The pain is immense, but he doesn't back down an inch. Now he's really pissed. The muscle-bound freak can't believe this scrawny kid can take his hits. He unleashes a furious barrage, but Sahayan stands his ground like an unmovable oak tree. He even grabs Sahayan by the collar, but the look in Sahayan's eyes is no longer that of a weak, bullied kid. Something inside him has awakened. Sahayan's father watches his son with a complex expression. He probably never imagined that the son he always looked down on had this much fight in him. Memories of being bullied at school and ignored at home flash through his mind. He can take the physical pain. What he can't take is the soul-crushing despair of feeling abandoned by the entire world. Let's do this one more time. He screams at the ghost of his father in his mind, but he's really screaming at himself. With this one fight, he's going to leave his old self behind for good. He erupts with astonishing power, even using a grappling move to lock down the muscle man, who outweighs him by a huge margin. Caught completely off guard by this sudden change in tactics, the muscle man stumbles back. One step, two steps. He's been moved. Sahayan did it. He won. The workers are stunned, unable to believe what they're seeing. The kid who is always getting pushed around just performed an actual miracle. The muscle man is shocked at first, but then he just bursts into loud, hearty laughter. He lost, but he's not even mad. He just witnessed the birth of a true fighter. In this moment, Sahayan is no longer the weak kid who needs protecting. He stands tall, having earned back his father's dignity with his own two fists, and in doing so, has punched open a new path for his own life. All right, listen up, fam. This high school is basically a training camp for future criminals. We're talking sleeping in class, brawling in the hallways, even the teachers are too scared to step in. Isn't this place a total nightmare for studying? But get a load of our boy. He looks like a total nerd with those glasses, but he's actually a top-tier fighter who settles arguments with his fists. And his ultimate goal for being here? To get into college. Back in the classroom, the study group is trying to get their session going, but wait, where's Gammon? He's never late. Just as they're wondering, one of the guys suddenly springs to his feet, making everyone jump. What's his deal? Meanwhile, outside, it looks like someone else is searching for a missing person, and they're nowhere to be found. And talk about bad timing, another student gets a devastating call. His mom's been in an accident and is headed to the hospital. Man, the drama just never stops at this school. The plot thickens. An intense phone call is going down. Someone's being warned not to return to Korea. But little do they know, Tragedy has already struck. Two students are down on the field. This is bad. This is really bad. And here we are at the hospital. The doctor's report is grim. Severe blood loss, deep wounds. This is no simple schoolyard scuffle. And look who's here. Our boy Gammon. He's dead serious, asking about someone's father. Then this woman breaks down, apologizing to him, saying it's all her fault. What is going on here? You can see the weight of the world on Gammon's shoulders. He's spiraling, replaying every decision in his head. What if I never came to this school? What if I hadn't saved June? What if I never started the damn study group? Our boy is starting to break, thinking none of this would have happened if he'd just stayed a nobody. Walking through the halls like a ghost, he sees it. The study group flyer, torn and defaced. A final insult. He snatches in a fit of rage, ready to give up, but then he stops. He picks up the pieces. Look at that fire in his eyes. No, he's not done. Not by a long shot. Back in another classroom, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The teacher's asking if anyone's sick, but one student is just staring daggers, clenching his fist. He's thinking, after everything you did, you're just sitting there like nothing happened. Oh, the culprit is in the room. This is getting good. And here we go. The gray-haired dude from earlier catches up to our angry friend in the hallway. He's warning him, you're being reckless. And then he drops the bombshell. I saw what happened on the roof. So it wasn't just some random fight. It was a rooftop incident. The secret's out. Looks like Gammon is about to charge in head first, but Hank Yong, his tutor, grabs him. You're really impulsive. Want your mother to get hurt again? Oof, low blow but necessary. He reminds Gammon they're in the middle of a school-wide assembly. This is not the time or place. We also learn about the school's politics. The top dog Hamill has a teacher, Mr. Ha, acting as his personal safety net. The system is corrupt from the top down. Meanwhile, the witness from the rooftop is spilling everything. He suspects the same people are responsible for his mother's death. The problem? He has zero proof. Damn, this is getting personal now. We're talking a full-blown revenge plot. He knows the cops are in bed with the gang, so without rock-solid evidence, he's powerless. He has to breathe the same air as the scumbag who might have killed his mom every single day. Look at that trembling fist. The rage is real. Just then, the school's PA system crackles to life. All students are to report to the auditorium immediately. Well, you know what that means. Something big is about to go down, and everyone's being summoned. The entire student body is being herded into the auditorium, and nobody's happy about it. Some are cursing out the principal, while others are just stoked to be skipping first period. These delinquents really have their priorities straight, don't they? Amidst the crowd, Gammon walks alone. But then he turns, and a cold smirk spreads across his face. Who'd he just spot? That's the look of someone who's just found their target. And there it is. Someone calls his name, and our boy is off like a rocket. No words, just action. He closes the distance in a flash and lands a solid thwack right on the guy's face. That's Gammon for you. All business, no hesitation. The guy he hit is absolutely fuming, screaming about who Gammon's homeroom teacher is, trying to pull rank. But our boy is too quick. He slides past the incoming grab and counters with another punch. So clean, so efficient. In a school nicknamed Future Criminals Academy, violence is the only language everyone understands. Gammon's punch sends the guy flying, leaving his little cronies completely stunned and speechless. They've never seen their boss get rocked like that. But the silver-haired guy he attacked is no pushover. He retaliates with a nasty kick that connects hard. Gammon takes the hit, but that look on his face isn't just pain, it's surprise. It's like he's saying, oh, so you can actually fight back? And in the next instant, the tables turn completely. Gammon lands a massive punch that sends the school's top dog, Hanwell, flying into the wall. The crowd goes wild. Am I seeing things? He just punched. Hanwell. This is going to cause an uproar. Even after getting rocked, Hanwell is still looking down on him. He's so used to everyone being terrified of him. He's under the delusion that he's untouchable. He clearly still thinks Gammon is just some random scrub. And just like that, the safety net teacher shows up. He orders Gammon to the teacher's office, trying to shut this down with his authority. But Gammon just smirks back, as if to say, we'll see who gets the last laugh. In the office, the teacher is already scheming. He thinks Gammon is screwed for hitting another student in front of him. He sees this as a perfect opportunity to look good for Hamill's family and the principal. A real two birds, one stone situation. But that quote on the bulletin board is telling. When they get angry, they bring about a change. Foreshadowing much? One of Gammon's friends tries to go after him, but gets blocked. This guy just won't listen. He's totally absorbed in a book about Malcolm X. Dude, your friend's in trouble. Maybe now's not the time for a history lesson? This teacher is absolutely shameless. He's a contract worker, so he sees Gammon's case as his golden ticket to a permanent position. He's already planning how to spin this to make himself look like a hero. The auditorium is buzzing. The whole school is gathered, and you can bet what the hot topic is. Did you hear? A first-year decked Hanwell. The gossip is spreading like wildfire. Meanwhile, the study group members are freaking out. The girls are worried sick, and the redhead is fuming about how much of a mess Gammon has created. The anxiety is through the roof. The assembly begins, and the atmosphere is incredibly tense. It's pretty clear the school administration plans to make a public example out of someone. A guy from the school board gets on stage. He starts with a weird question about who wants to be a gangster, then pivots, claiming someone submitted a petition labeling their school a breeding ground for criminals. This guy is clearly trying to deflect and shift the blame. And then he pulls the ultimate scumbag move. He calls out the new teacher, the one who's been there less than a month, and puts her on the spot. He asks her to come up and give words of encouragement to the students who've been wrongfully labeled. He's totally cornering her, forcing her to pick a side. What a snake. The principal is basically using the students as a shield to publicly shame Ms. Lee, the teacher who submitted the petition. If she speaks the truth about the school's problems, the entire student body will turn on her. The pressure is immense. Ms. Lee gets up on stage, completely frozen with anxiety. She can't get a word out, and the students, being the charming delinquents they are, start booing and heckling her. The crowd is getting restless, and some are already guessing she's the one who submitted the petition. The school administrators are just watching from the sidelines, enjoying the show. They're muttering about how she can't even voice her opinion, letting the chaos escalate. But just as things are about to boil over, a lone figure starts walking through the crowd, heading straight for the stage. Yep, it's our boy. He calmly returns a pair of glasses to a classmate and, under the shocked gaze of the entire school, makes his way to the podium. Ms. Lee is stunned to see him. Why did you come up here? The study group members are losing their minds. What is that weirdo going to do now? Gammon. Nobody has a clue what he's planning. The slimy teacher who set this whole thing up rushes over, demanding to know what he's doing. But Gammon completely ignores him. He's got one thing and one thing only on his mind. He flashes back to all the chaos at this school, and then his eyes land on that quote from the bulletin board. When they get angry, they bring about a change. He takes his place next to Ms. Lee at the podium. He grabs the microphone, his gaze firm and unwavering. Looking out at the entire student body, he makes his declaration loud and clear. I am here to change this entire school. Mic drop. The crowd is stunned into silence. Gammon's bold statement sends shockwaves through the auditorium. Who the hell is he? Which grade is he in? Wait, that's him, the monster from Class 4. The whispers turn into a roar. The main event is just getting started. Flashing back for a moment, we see Hamill's lackeys getting absolutely wrecked. They're on the ground, completely baffled that they got taken out by a first-year baby. These guys are panicking. They can't believe Gammon had the guts to punch Hamill himself. They know all about Hamill's powerful family, and if word gets out, they're all screwed. Some of them are already talking about quitting the crew. And just like that, infighting breaks out. One of them snaps. What are we supposed to do for a living? All we know is how to throw punches. The harsh reality of their future is setting in, and the group is starting to crumble. The blonde guy gets called out for being lazy, and he explodes. He screams that he doesn't want to work hard. He just wants to coast. It's the classic delinquent mindset. Not that they can't succeed, but that they don't want to try. Turns out the blonde dude sold his car and gambled all the money away. His buddy rips into him, telling him his life is destined for failure. Tensions boil over and fists start flying. The blonde guy, Sunchul, is clearly fed up. He's told to just go find a minimum wage job. Then someone mentions that Hanwell is probably in a bad mood today. Yeah, no kidding. He just got humiliated in front of the whole school. As this guy Sunchul is walking down the stairs, he spots one of the old study group flyers. The message about taking action against the entire school stops him in his tracks. He picks it up and sees that someone has crossed out study group and written nope, never LMAO. In this school, trying to study is a joke. But look at Sunchul's face. He seems to be having second thoughts. We get a quick montage. The usual classroom chaos contrasted with a cold, lonely drip in a hospital room. It's a stark reminder of the serious consequences brewing just beneath the surface. And here's the story. Sunchul's grandpa is in the hospital, and all the old man talks about is seeing his grandson become a great person before he dies. Sunchul acts all annoyed, but you can tell he cares. His grandpa, even at his age, is studying for the TOEIC exam. He passionately believes that studying is the only way for a person to increase their worth, screaming, "It's TO study. You gotta respect the hustle." But reality is harsh. His grandpa is coughing up blood, the chemo is expensive, and the outlook is grim. Sunchul stands at the nurse's station, crushed not just by his grandpa's illness, but by the overwhelming financial burden. Exhausted and defeated, Sunchul runs into Gammon in the hallway. Two guys from completely different worlds, and their paths are finally about to cross. Sunchul offers Gammon a drink, and Gammon cuts right to the chase. Why? Do you follow Hamwell's orders? That's the million-dollar question, and you can see it hits a nerve with Sunchul. Sunchul admits he's not a nice guy. He follows Hamwell because he gets what he needs in return. He starts to ask Gammon if he trains, but suddenly there's a zapping sound, and he collapses in pain. What the hell was that? Oh crap, Hamwell's personal trainers have arrived. These are the guys who train the gang's enforcers, and they're here for Sunchul. Looks like Hamwell doesn't trust him anymore and has sent his dogs to teach him a lesson. Back to the present, in the auditorium. After Gammon's big speech, some goon tries to drag him off stage, but one of the teachers steps in. Wait, sir. Let's hear what he has to say. See? Not everyone at this school is a complete dirtbag. Gammon announces two things. First, midterms are coming up. Second, to help everyone study, he's going to clean up the school by getting rid of anyone who disrupts their studies. Down in the crowd, Sunchul hears this and completely loses it. This is a declaration of war, and he starts by pointing directly at two of Hamwell's goons, calling them out for disrupting the peace. The guys are flabbergasted. What the hell is up with this damn high schooler? They think he's completely lost his mind. Hamwell's crew is baffled by Gammon's actions. Is he trying to be virtuous or something? But one of them connects the dots, realizing the lesson Hamwell wanted them to teach Gammon probably wasn't going to be in a classroom. Rewind to that scene outside the hospital. Sunchul was giving Gammon a hard time, asking for his name and then swinging on him before he could even finish answering. This guy's a classic hothead, all fists and no brains. Gammon simply trips and falls, and these thugs immediately start mocking him, calling him a freshman who doesn't know his place. They're all puffed up, saying he's lucky they didn't waste their energy on him. The arrogance is off the charts. The redhead from the study group stops Sunchul in the hall. If you're going to study, he asks, reminding him that midterms are coming up. The vibe between these two is definitely tense. Someone jokingly tells Gammon he has the face of a gang boss. He goes to check his phone, only to realize, wait a minute, this isn't his phone. Classic mix-up. The phone rings, and the caller ID says Grandpa. Oh, he's got Sunchul's phone. And where's Sunchul? He's in a classroom with Gammon's TOEIC book, taking notes and muttering about how he's got a long way to go before becoming a great person. These two accidentally swap lives, and it's hilarious. Following the lead, Gammon ends up at the hospital and meets Sunchul's grandpa. The old man's eyesight is failing, so he asks Gammon to help grade his homework. What a fateful encounter, connecting Gammon directly with Sunchul's family. The result? He got everything wrong, except for 4 questions. Gammon tries to console him, admitting that he couldn't even get one right, hoping to soften the blow. But the old man is surprisingly upbeat. Yesterday I only got 3 right, he exclaims. He's celebrating the improvement, convinced he'll get 5 right tomorrow. You gotta love his positive attitude. Gammon is left absolutely speechless. The grandpa gets nostalgic, telling a story from his youth. Back then, bananas were a rare luxury, and he learned to ride a bike delivering newspapers just hoping to earn one, only to crash and burn spectacularly. That chase for the banana, that sweet moment of victory, was short-lived but unforgettable. It's a funny story, but it's also about the relentless pursuit of a simple dream. The grandpa wraps up his story with a life lesson. Studying for the TOEIC is like learning to ride a bike. You'll fall down a lot, but as long as you keep getting back on, you'll eventually get the hang of it. What a beautiful metaphor. And it all clicks for Gammon. Those flashcards Sunchul had, they belong to his grandpa. Our boy is finally starting to understand the pressure and conflict Sunchul is dealing with. As Gammon leaves, the grandpa makes one last request. Please, help his grandson Sunchul find the joy in learning. It's a heavy burden, the hope of a grandfather passed on to a stranger. The next day, his tutor Hankyong tracks Gammon down and just unloads on him for the stunt he pulled at the assembly. But his study group buddies? They think what he did was awesome. The duality of man. The mood shifts dramatically when the female detective shows up with terrible news. They found a body. It's Sunchul. He was stabbed multiple times, and the surveillance footage points to one prime suspect. The suspect is another student, Sunchul Kim, a 3rd year and a member of the White Lead gang who's been missing since yesterday. And the army are the trainees for the gang. It turns out, our Sunchul was framed to take the fall for this other Sunchul. The detective explains she can't trust anyone at her precinct, which is why she came to Gammon's crew for help. Her plan is to use them as bait to lure out the real culprits. This is one risky gambit. Naturally, the group is outraged. Use them, a bunch of high school kids, as bait for a dangerous gang? They think she's insane. But Gammon has a different idea. He suggests they go undercover, pretending to be delinquents to infiltrate the gang and take them down from inside. He tells his friends that he'll be transferring schools once his mom is discharged, but until then, he's going to change this place himself. This isn't just about studying anymore. It's about protecting the people he cares about. The redhead breaks it down for everyone. This school is basically a recruitment center for the gang. To get in, you have to make a name for yourself through fighting. If they want to change the school, they have to break that system first. Gammon goes to the hospital to tell his mom his decision. He's going to fight, not just for himself, but to protect good people like Ms. Lee from getting hurt. His mom knows how stubborn he is. She sighs, defeated. I'm definitely transferring you when I get out, she says, but until then, just do what you want. With his mom's reluctant blessing, Gammon's plan is officially a go. The redhead claps him on the shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. He looks more than ready for some action. The whole study group is on board. They decide to team up and work with the detective's plan to get rid of the army scum infesting their school for good. After school, they put their plan into motion. Step 1. Act like a bunch of wannabe delinquents and start making contact with the low-level gang members. They even recruit the Rehab Bros duo from Hyukchang High to help them out. These guys used to be army members themselves before they went straight, making them the perfect acting coaches for this undercover mission. The Rehab brothers give them a crucial piece of intel. All the army members in Incheon are having a secret meeting. This is their chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. In the car, the detective asks Gammon a tough question. Are you sure Sunchul is the real culprit? All the evidence points to him, but Gammon can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. That's right, all the evidence points to the other Sunchul Kim. But Gammon knows the blonde kid who was studying for his grandpa. There's no way he could be the killer. He's determined to find the real truth. Lost in thought, Gammon gets knocked to the ground. He looks up, and who else would it be but another group of thugs? Gammon gets back on his feet and yells at the top of his lungs. Sunchul isn't the culprit. He's going to clear that innocent kid's name, one way or another. The goons just laugh, thinking he's just some wimpy high schooler. They have no idea they just picked a fight with a top-tier fighter who's willing to risk it all for his dream. The show's not over yet, not even close. Meanwhile, in another part of town, we meet this silver-haired dude, Hanwol, who looks seriously pissed off. His buddy rolls in, all excited about his new mic kicks, but Hanwol is not in the mood. Turns out, Hanwol's annoyed because word has gotten back to him that our boy Gammon has basically declared war. Little do they know, back at the school auditorium, things are already getting rowdy. The students are in an uproar, booing and causing a scene. Even the teachers are confused, like, is this dude the student council president? Nah, this school's too chaotic for elections. The whole place erupts into a brawl over Sunchul's name. Suddenly, a girl with a ponytail takes the stage. Gammon's just as confused as we are. She starts giving a speech, mentioning her mentor, Manhwa, who passed away. This reveal hits everyone like a truck. Look at Gammon's face. This whole situation has the teachers fired up. They're arguing amongst themselves, but they all agree on one thing. They won't let this school get shut down. Not as long as there's even one student who wants to learn. The passion is real. This female teacher declares they'll never give up. And we see another teacher, who turns out to be Gunyeb's father, vowing that he can't give up on these kids. The weight on their shoulders is immense. The chaotic assembly is finally over, and everyone is ordered back to class. But of course, the drama doesn't stop. In the stairwell, some shady conversation is going down, and just as things seem to calm down, a new challenger appears. Some upperclassmen are cornering a freshman, screaming in his face, "Is Yu Sung Hai a joke to you?" The classic bully routine. Meanwhile, Hanwol is walking alone, processing the news about the new girl, realizing she has a similar vibe to someone he knows. And speak of the devil, a teacher shows up. Look at this. The bullies immediately drop to the ground, bowing and scraping. The teacher just sarcastically remarks, like teacher, like student. The disrespect is palpable. But Hanwol isn't buying their act. He tells the teacher not to assume everyone's the same, promising that change is definitely coming. Just as he's making his bold declaration, his phone starts buzzing. Perfect timing. The call is an update. Wake up Dachel and Minchul and go see Sunchul at the hospital. The guy on the phone mentions that Gammon has flashcards. And what do we see? Our boy, in the middle of all this chaos, still focused on his studies. You gotta respect the grind. Later that night, Gammon confronts the guys who took his friend's money. One of them is already on the ground. The thug tries to act tough, glaring at me won't do anything, but Gammon's response is ice cold. Move. And here we get some terrifying exposition. They start talking about a guy known as the Reaper, a top dog in a gang who uses underage kids to do their dirty work. They promise the kids money or a position in the gang if they take the fall, exploiting the juvenile protection laws. It's messed up. The reality of the situation crashes down on Sunchal's friends. They were being lured in with the promise of a car, only to get dragged into this mess. They confess they were trying to save up money for Sunchal's grandpa's hospital bills. The regret is hitting them hard. And the gut punch, the gang didn't just scam them, they took the very money they had saved for the hospital bills. One of the friends just completely breaks down, screaming and crying in the street. They took everything. In his desperation, he turns to Gammon. He knows it's shameful to ask, but he's got nowhere else to go. "You're strong," he says, begging Gammon to help them, just this once. Gammon doesn't need words. His answer is a swift, powerful punch that sends one of the thugs flying. Look at the shock on that guy's face. He had no idea what was coming. That's our boy. The aftermath is brutal. A couple of thuds, a middle finger for good measure, and it's over. A few days later, we see them outside the police station. The tone shifts. Something serious has happened. It seems Gammon's reputation is spreading. A new group approaches them, saying they've got a really hot request for help. They're walking right into the lion's den, exactly what Ms. Lee was worried about. So, the study group assembles and heads into the school at night. The mission is clear. If Sunchal gets arrested by the police, he'll be branded a murderer for life. They have to stop that from happening. The mission is on. Gammon, Han-kyung, and Jun are ready to risk it all. Their goal: infiltrate the school and find the proof that Sunchal isn't the culprit. Right off the bat, they run into some adults who seem to be part of the gang. One of them singles out Gammon. "Hey, kid with the glasses." Oh, is their cover already blown? Gammon is immediately on edge, wondering if they know who he is. His friends are whispering, freaking out, telling him, "I told you not to wear the glasses." Dude, the glasses are his whole identity. They manage to sneak past, but not without some friendly fire. His buddies start teasing him about his backpack, joking that he's a closeted nerd. They finally make it into a restricted area, breathing a sigh of relief. Time for a briefing. They need to be quiet and just grab the evidence. The Army's General Assembly is happening in an abandoned building on campus. This is getting serious. And what's the evidence they're looking for? A specific knife, left in an ashtray, that will prove Sunchal isn't the killer. This is their one shot. We finally get a name for the real killer. Song Wong-chu, the operations head of the White League gang. And get this, he's Jae Hwang-chu's father. The plot thickens. The source is solid. Chu used his favorite steak knife for the murder. And even though he tried to clean it, forensic science can still find traces of blood. The theory is he's too sentimental to throw away his prized knife, so it must be hidden in his office. This is their last hope. They have a plan. Watch the door. Wait for Chu to take the elevator, then grab the knife and run. But just as they're about to execute, Han-kyung slams the door shut in a panic. Gasp. She's freaking out because he's coming their way. The target isn't taking the elevator. He's taking the stairs. Why? The plan is already going off the rails, and they haven't even started. Down the stairs come Chu and his lackeys. One of them is complaining about the broken elevator. They notice another guy looks nervous, but he quickly dismisses it. They're getting closer. Suddenly, Chu stopped. He heard something. A noise from the rooftop door closing. Who would be up there at this hour, he wonders. He decides to go check it out. Oh no, this is bad. His men are unsure if they heard anything, but then, thunk. A loud noise comes from inside the room they were about to check. After a moment of silence, the door cracks open, and our boy Gammon crawls out from underneath, looking completely dazed. He's holding a dumbbell plate? What the heck? He looks just as confused as they are. And when they try the door, they find it's been chained shut from the inside. What's going on? Meanwhile, downstairs, the rest of the gang is gossiping. They're talking about how Sunchal Kim is taking over from Mr. Chu, who is apparently getting too greedy and might end up in jail. The internal politics are a mess. Jae Hwang, Chu's son, is sitting there looking pissed. He's expecting his dad to come in and deal with these guys, but as his dad's men approach, they're looking anything but happy. "Oh, F***, they mutter. Back with Gammon's friends, the teachers recognize them and panic, realizing Gammon must be on the roof. They're about to rush off to find the evidence, but run headfirst into a bald dude who yells, "What the F*** are you guys doing here?" And it's a horrible case of deja vu. They recognize him instantly. That's the guy who swung the knife at us. The memory sends a shiver down their spines. The tension is skyrocketing. And just like that, all hell breaks loose. Han-kyung is chasing this UBCO kid, Jun is throwing kicks, and Gammon is clunking around with his dumbbell plate. It's absolute chaos. And from a distance, two men in suits are watching the whole thing unfold. They smoke cigarettes, observing the chaos at Yusung High, their faces unreadable. Who are these guys? Turns out these mystery men are discussing UBCO, the bald kid. They're wondering if he's an imposter, pretending to be part of the army. I mean, who in their right mind would pretend to be one of them unless they had a death wish? One gets a text to inform Sianho. The other scoffs, putting up guards for a high school. How amazing. Down below, the school's floor plan shows everyone's positions. The stage is set for an all-out war. Back in the hallway, the fight is on. The bald dude comes in swinging, talking trash, but our red-headed friend, June, isn't having it. He lands a solid kick, and it's clear this is going to be a real fight. June recognizes the bald guy. He's the imposter from last time, and he's wearing June's uniform. He grabs the guy's tie, mocking him. After the beating we gave you last time, you still haven't learned your lesson? The disrespect. The bald guy fires back, saying it was 3 against 1 last time, so it doesn't count. Oh, that's it. June is done talking. He gets into a fighting stance. It's about to go down for real. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the gang is having their quarterly awards ceremony, which is basically just them divvying up their loot. The students are whispering about the prizes, worth thousands of dollars, wondering if they got the money from robbing internet cafes or selling phones. Chu's son, Jae Hwang, just sits there, looking bored and annoyed by the noise. The big boss, Mr. Chu, finally speaks. He's not happy that some members are missing and orders his men to find them and beat them senseless. When they announce the last place team, Mahai and Hai, his son Jae Hwang grabs his bat. It's punishment time. With a single blow, Mr. Chu sends a student flying across the room. The sheer power is terrifying. The other kids are frozen in fear, whispering, "That's the operations head of the white lead gang. He's in his 40s and he can do that." So that's his game. He's using this meeting as an excuse to beat up kids who want to quit. He even tells one guy, "I'll let you quit if you take 100 hits." This isn't a meeting, it's a public execution. The room descends into chaos. Screams for mercy mix with angry shouts. In this school for future criminals, the law of the jungle is on full display. But then, a new player enters the game. Someone kicks Jae Hwang to the ground, calling him a punk who's just riding his dad's coattails. Everyone looks closer and realizes the guy is wearing an electronic ankle monitor. Who is this dude? Meanwhile, Han Kyung is still upstairs, searching for the evidence. She's thinking, 4 eyes? Is he still on the rooftop? She knows she has to find the target item, and fast. And bingo! She finds it. Tucked away in an ashtray is the steak knife. Holding the evidence, a triumphant grin spreads across her face. But the 2 goons standing behind her, they don't look too happy about it. Just then, Mr. Chu's men arrive on the scene. They walk in to find a room full of students ready to throw down. What should we do with these kids? One asks. It looks like they're in the right place. The brawl downstairs is in full swing, and upstairs, the fight between June and the bald imposter is reaching its climax. The entire school has become a war zone. Han Kyung, with a knife clenched in her teeth, is sprinting down the hall for her life, a whole crew of thugs hot on her tail. But then disaster strikes. Someone ambushes her from the side, knocking her to the ground. The evidence goes flying. As Mr. Chu's men stand there, utterly confused about why a textbook just fell from the sky, they look up and see our boy Gammon, perched on the edge of the wall, pointing down at them with a look of pure shock. The next second, Gammon launches himself off the wall, delivering a devastating flying kick that sends one of the suits soaring. What an entrance! He is absolutely showing off, and he knows it. Turns out, Gammon realized the rooftop door was chained shut, trapping him up there. Thinking fast, he texted his friends, telling them to take the evidence and leave without him. The self-sacrifice is real. This triggers a memory for Gammon, a special trick Ms. Lee taught them for midterms. In a school full of slackers, the teachers basically have to spoon-feed them the exam answers just to get anyone to pass. The teacher is practically begging them. These will be on the exam, word for word. And our boy Gammon, the only one paying attention, is frantically taking notes. The dedication is off the charts. But just as he's in the zone, his phone buzzes. It's Ms. Lee. Gammon panics, thinking she found out they're here. He shoves all the evidence under the desk and grabs a textbook, trying to look casual. The panic is hilarious. So that's what happened. The textbook he dropped landed right on one of the goons. The guy looks up, sees Gammon pointing, and his boss squints, wondering, was someone on the rooftop? Gammon's clumsy entrance breaks the tension, but then he shouts the teacher's name, and immediately after, a window shatters. So much for being sneaky. The teacher picks up the notebook Gammon dropped, and his expression turns dark. He flashes back to a time he was humiliated by Mr. Chu. This is his chance for revenge, and he's going to use these kids to get it. It was all a setup. Hanwol and this teacher were in on it together. Their plan was to frame Sunchul for the murder, then have Hanwol's father swoop in and save him, making Sunchul forever indebted to them. These guys play dirty. Hanwell's goal is simple. Use his authority to crush Sunchul, to make him unable to ever dream of an ordinary life again. He wants to own him, body and soul. Meanwhile, with his dad's plan in motion, Jae-hwang is just rage gaming on the couch. Hanwell and his girl walk in, completely ignoring him. The tension in this room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Just as Gammon is trying to figure out his next move, he hears it. The sound of a window breaking, followed by a scream from downstairs. The fight has started without him. Downstairs, Jun and Yubi are going at it hard. Jun always thought Yubi was just some punk who only knew how to use a knife, but he's quickly learning that Yubi's hand-to-hand combat is no joke. Jun lands a heavy kick, but Yubi just takes it. Jun tries to play it cool. Was that supposed to hurt? Honestly, it friggin' hurts a lot, doesn't it? He's just bluffing. Yubi isn't here to talk. He grabs Jun by the head and starts smashing it against the wall. Jun tries to create some distance, but it's too late. He's caught. It's a brutal combo. A slap, a slam to the ground, and finally a vicious stomp to the chest. The fight is over, and Jun has been completely overpowered. Standing over him, Yubi delivers the final verbal blow. You fail because you just pretend to try. The weak will always be weak, no matter how hard they work. Ouch, that's cold. Turns out, Yubi's got a backstory. He was forced into some kind of rehab program, a brutal training ground. And the guy who trained him, the guy Yubi could never beat, Gammon knocked him out with a single blow. This messed with Yubi's head. No matter how much he trained, he still couldn't win. Meanwhile, back in the study group, Jun is having a similar crisis over his English score, feeling like memorizing words is pointless. His brainy friend tries to cheer him up with a metaphor. Guess what happens when you heat water? Jun's answer? You can eat ramen. The dude to lost cause, I swear. Wrong. His friend explains that even if you can't see it, heating water causes changes. It's the same with studying. It's easy to think that nothing is changing when the results aren't immediate. A little bit of wholesome motivation. Just as the wholesome study session memory concludes, we snap back to reality. Yubi, his face twisted in a cruel sneer, looks down at Jun and says, "Okay then, let's draw some blood." Meanwhile, Han-kyung is still on the run. She can't stop thinking about what Four Eyes did. Why would he act that way? She's wondering if he has another plan up his sleeve. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Jun isn't ready to give up. He clenches his fist, the fire of defiance still burning in his eyes. Yubi looks down at him, almost curious. What's holding you back? With a roar, Jun struggles to his feet. It's my turn now. He pushes through the searing pain from the knife wound. This is what it feels like to get cut, but at least I won't die from it. This kid's got guts. Using the narrow hallway to his advantage, Jun crashes into the wall and rolls, dodging Yubi's next attack. He quickly gets back into position, ready for another round. The look in his eyes, he's a different person now. Suddenly, Jun's speed explodes. He's even faster than the last opponent who gave him trouble. "I'll tear you to shreds," he screams, unleashing a flurry of blows. Yubi is stunned. He never saw this coming. Yubi is forced on the defensive, wildly swinging his whatever that tool is just to keep Jun at bay. But Jun sees an opening and yells, "Right there, you coward!" Jun's punch misses, and Yubi's weapon slashes his arm. Yubi scoffs. Tools are meant to be used, fool. Who says wars are only fought with fists? The pain brings back memories of middle school, of getting beaten up every single day. It helped him build endurance. He remembers, but it was fucking miserable. He used to think hard work was enough, but reality taught him otherwise. It wasn't until he joined the army at Hyuk Shanghai that he learned the truth. To avoid getting stepped on, you have to be the one doing the stepping. Completely enraged, Yubi decides he'll win by any means necessary. He turns to chase after Han-kyung, who ran off earlier. He needs to get that evidence back. But Jun blocks his path, screaming his own philosophy. "I want to be stronger, to help people up." The conviction in his voice is electrifying. He's found his reason to fight. Fueled by his new resolve, Jun's attacks become even more relentless. Yubi hesitates for a split second, and that's all Jun needs. With a powerful crunch, he disarms him. He flashes back to his clumsy attempts at practicing backflips, falling over and over again. But he never gave up. All that ridiculous practice is what's giving him the strength he needs right now. The people he's always looked up to, the people he's watched over, they're the type of person who fights to protect others. And that's the type of person I'm going to be. With this final declaration, Jun unleashes his ultimate move, a spectacular spinning kick. He completely fails the landing, face-planting on the floor, but the kick connects. Yubi stumbles back, completely shocked. "You still had energy for that," he gasps. Clutching his side, Yubi finally collapses. He's defeated. If you had punched me with your fist instead of using that knife at the end. He mutters, you would have knocked me out. He admits defeat. Game over. Just then, Han-kyung gets the text from Gammon, telling her he's trapped. At the same moment, the windows on the fourth floor explode outward. Looks like our boy is making his own exit. Han-kyung is finally cornered by another girl from the gang. The girl just grins, a creepy look on her face, and says, it's been such a long time since I played tag with a girl. Han-kyung sprints to the end of the hall, only to find a dead end. There's no door. The psycho girl catches up, a sword now clenched in her teeth, her expression absolutely unhinged. This is not looking good for Han-kyung. Not good at all. Meanwhile, outside the school, things are just as messy. Some goons are dragging someone away, yelling about a fish knife being murder evidence. Looks like there are more players in this game than just our crew. And it seems not everyone is on the same page. This guy's torn up about entrusting his friend of 10 years to a first year he barely knows. The internal drama is just as intense as the fist fights. Back inside the school, it's clear our boy Gammon has been busy. The hallway is absolutely littered with bodies. Look at them, all begging for mercy. He didn't waste a single second after breaking out. Oh, and look who's also cleaning house, Sunchul Kim, dropping guys left and right. His buddy is totally roasting him for probably having some lame secret name for that kick. But his showboating gets cut short when this girl in black steps up, looking like she wants to have a little talk. And the tension just skyrockets. She's looking at him like prey, clenching her fist. Quick flash of rage, and BM. She just goes for it. Man, everyone in this school is ready to throw down at a moment's notice. The whole hallway is a war zone now. It's a total free-for-all, with bodies dropping left and right. These two are going at it hard. You can almost feel the impact of those punches. But the physical fight is just one part of it. The real struggle is about the choices being forced on them. Someone's being pushed into a corner, where one yes means living life as a criminal in the dark. This whole family duty thing sounds more like a curse. The mood swings here are insane. 1 second, someone's making threats about living nightmares. The next, they're celebrating a victory. The emotional state of these high schoolers is a total roller coaster. Meanwhile, 2 other guys are running for their lives. They're talking about running into the Grim Reapers, and they look absolutely terrified. Whatever they're running from, it's serious business. And just then, a new challenger enters the arena. This orange-haired girl with a stick in her mouth looks fierce. She seems to know something and is charging right in. This is about to get interesting. And she immediately gets caught. The tough girl gets her neck pinned with a stick. As she struggles, a mysterious masked figure zips by, muttering about not filing police reports even if something bad happens. So much is going on at once. But you think that's going to hold her down? Not a chance. She screams a warning that he's coming, flips herself free, and immediately starts throwing kicks. This girl has got some serious moves. Her buddy is just watching like, I told you, she's not an ordinary girl. She gets back on her feet, brushing it off like she was just caught off guard. Now, she's getting serious. Just then, the big boss, Jae-sung, shows up, talking about how his girls are untouched. What a creep. Our orange-haired hero is not having it, absolutely fuming. A big fight is brewing. Jae-sung seems to recognize her defiant attitude, comparing her to another arrogant girl he knew from Mayon High. And the creep actually tells her he hopes she keeps that attitude. This guy is a total psycho, and his twisted logic is revealed. He gets a kick out of seeing disgust turn into fear. He recalls a girl who jumped off a building because of him and shows zero remorse, calling her foolish. This dude is rotten to the core. Elsewhere, a girl in a lab coat is getting into a heated argument with Jae-sung. He tells her to mind her own business, which was clearly the wrong thing to say. She completely explodes, letting the curses fly. Back to the action. No time for talk. Our orange-haired girl makes a break for it, sprinting and tackling the psycho girl with the sword in her mouth. Absolutely fearless. Let's not forget about our boy Gammon, still stuck on the roof, feeling totally frustrated and helpless. He's hearing that his friends are getting picked off one by one, and he hasn't heard from Jaiwoo or June. The anxiety is real, and the situation downstairs just got 100 times worse. The orange-haired girl, Jaiwoo, has been taken hostage by the guy with a knife. Her friends can only watch in horror as chaos erupts. Gammon sees it all from the rooftop, absolutely desperate. I have to stop them, but how? And just when all hope seems lost, a giant foot stomps down out of nowhere, pinning the bad guy's hand. The cavalry has arrived. Switching scenes, we see Sunchul apparently trying to turn himself into the police, but his so-called allies aren't having it. They're grabbing him, stopping him. Clearly, there's more to this story, and the crime is murder. Sunchul is confessing that he killed someone during a fight and is turning himself in, but the whole confession feels staged and suspicious. Exactly. His friends are already picking apart the story. The victim was only stabbed once, a clean wound. Not typical for a heat-of-the-moment killing. Something is definitely not right here. His friends try to talk some sense into him, but he's not listening. Emotions flare, and they start fighting, try to literally knock some sense back into him. They finally found him, and they are furious and worried, demanding to know why he disappeared on them. They were going crazy looking for him, but Sanchul seems to be carrying a heavy burden. And finally, Sanchul breaks down. He confesses he was being targeted by the school's top bullies and was desperate to get money for his grandpa's hospital bills, even considering doing dirty work. The poor kid is at his breaking point. His friends go to the hospital to check on his grandfather, but they find him looking surprisingly well, even studying for an English exam. This doesn't add up at all. The doctor reveals the heartbreaking truth. His grandfather isn't getting better. It's a terminal lucidity, a final burst of energy before death. It usually lasts a day or two, but his grandpa has been holding on for 6 months. This is absolutely devastating. It turns out the doctor told a white lie to Sanchul, not wanting to crush the hope of his grandfather, who studies passionately every night. He just couldn't extinguish that fire. Meanwhile, the masked man, the mastermind, seems to be using this passion to keep the old man alive for his own twisted plans. His friends refuse to give up on him, reminding Sanchul that his grandfather doesn't need him to be a great person, but he definitely can't be trash. At the same time, orders are given. If Sanchul resists, take him down with a taser. Even the detective is getting suspicious, questioning if Sanchul is the real culprit. Everyone is starting to realize that this is a setup, and Sanchul is just a pawn. And there it is. Sanchul is cornered by the real culprits. They mock his decision to take the fall and then brutally beat him down. These guys are the worst. But just in the nick of time, our boy Gammon arrives. He furiously screams, "Open!" and busts through the door. His timing is impeccable. He's here to save the day. Han-kyung is also desperately searching for Gammon. She's running through the 3rd and 4th floors, finding nothing but chaos and downfighters. The aftermath of the earlier brawls is everywhere. But where is he? Finally, she gets a text. Gammon is stuck on a rooftop. At the same time, another fight is still raging, and one of the combatants is starting to feel a sharp pain with every move. This is not looking good. Jaiwoo is back at it again, showing off her incredible fighting skills. A perfect backflip into a series of kicks. She's taking down her opponent with style. The fangirling is real. She's so cool. The blonde dude she was fighting earlier is back on his feet, and they realize they've both been beaten by the same person twice. A common enemy makes for strange allies. He wants revenge. She needs help, so they team up and start running. Meanwhile, Gammon is going absolutely berserk. He grabs a guy by the hair and just slams him into the wall. He wasn't planning on getting this worked up, but they push him too far. This isn't a study group anymore. It's a war party. And the main villain, Jae-sung, is calmly dragging 2 students along, casually asking them, "You two really want to die, don't you?" The menace is off the charts. The blonde guy realizes his rib is broken. While he's wondering how to get Jaiwoo out of there, a miracle happens. Someone finds a bolt cutter in a cabinet and snips the chain on the door. It was Seon Ho Chai, the guy who maintains the building. What relief. Gammon finds a tool of his own. Since he used a tool last time, I'll use one this time. He's giving them a taste of their own medicine. Payback time. Glass shatters. A hand is holding. Is that a taser? As everyone freezes in shock, a familiar face appears, calling out, "Uncle!" It's Gammon's tutor, his martial arts master uncle. He steps in, nunchucks in hand, and announces to everyone, "I'll take over from here." Now, that's an entrance. The real boss has arrived. Back with Gammon's friends, they're still trying to catch up. After a call, they finally get the rooftop door open with the bolt cutters, only to find out Gammon already jumped. These guys are ride or die for each other. Gammon is sprinting through the halls, and Han-kyung is right behind him, calling his name. But our boy is in the zone, completely focused on the mission. He's not stopping for anything. Gammon's uncle holds the line, warning the rest of the crew about the heavy hitters they're up against, like Seon Ho Chai and Jae-sung Kim. He tells them to run if things get too dangerous. This guy is not just a fighter, he's a strategist. But there's no way the study group is backing down. They tell Gammon not to worry, because they're all in this together to help Sanchul. This isn't just his fight, it's theirs too. The team spirit is unbreakable. The low-level thugs are ironically commenting on the great connections they've made at Yusung High. Their boss, however, scoffs at the idea, thinking it's naive to band together just because they go to the same school. The goons are still laughing about Gammon being trapped on the roof, until they look down and see the snap chain and the bolt cutters. Their faces go from smug to terrified in a split second. And just then, a figure wielding nunchucks appears. It's Gammon. He borrowed the nunchucks from his uncle and is ready to put on a show. He moves like lightning, a whirlwind of motion. The villains are stunned like, wait, is Four Eyes using nunchucks? Facing a guy with a blade, Gammon doesn't even flinch. He swings his nunchucks, and the clash of metal rings through the air. The sparks fly. This is epic. The battle is absolutely intense. Gammon is a master with those things, every swing precise and powerful. He's completely overwhelming his opponents, leaving them no room to even breathe. The enemies are getting hammered, crying out in pain. They can't comprehend how a pair of nunchucks can be so devastatingly strong. Gammon, our boy, is full of surprises. With one powerful strike, Gammon sends a dude flying, crashing hard onto the ground. The power, the technique, this is a completely different level of fighting. In no time, the entire area is littered with defeated thugs. Everyone is in awe of Gammon's power. They just can't believe this kid with glasses did all this damage with just a pair of nunchucks. He's insane. Gammon, holding the evidence that proves Sunchul's innocence, finally confronts Jae-sung. Han-kyung yells his name from behind, full of emotion. This is it. The final showdown is about to begin. But the fight took its toll. Gammon collapses from exhaustion, and the nunchucks fall from his hand. Jae-sung walks over, mocking him. You guys really think you can save Sunchul Kim? He picks up the weapon and is shocked by its weight. So that's the secret to their power. Jae-sung tries to show off, claiming he used to play with nunchucks too. But Gammon points out that's just a cheap $10 aluminum toy. The one he's holding is custom-made for destruction. Just then, they see the iron door that Gammon broke down with sheer force earlier. Everyone is completely stunned. That kind of destructive power, it's not human. Elsewhere, a ridiculously muscular dude hears the news that a white lead gang scout was beaten by a high schooler. His reaction goes from disbelief to roaring laughter. It seems Gammon's performance has attracted some unwanted attention. The story of Four Eyes taking down a gang scout starts to spread. Everyone is shook by Gammon's fighting prowess. The quiet model student who just wanted to study has accidentally become a legend at Yusung High. Back at the school, Gammon's friend Seon Ho Chai has been taken down by Jae-sung. With the situation seemingly under his control, Jae-sung claps his hands as if he's figured something out. The muscle-bound dude from before arrives on the scene, declaring he used to be a monster too, and it's time for some real combat. Meanwhile, Jaewa points at Jae-sung, furiously accusing him of being a sex offender and screaming kill him. Gammon's friend, the one who uses a pipe like a whip, strikes first against the muscle man. The weapon whistles through the air. The fight is on, but the muscle dude is on another level. He tanks the hit and retaliates with a punch that sends his opponent stumbling back. His raw power is terrifying. The muscle man's combo is flawless, fast, precise, and brutal, ending in a perfect grapple. It landed perfectly, he thinks, while his own allies look on with concern. The fight gets dirty, with flower pots and bricks being used as weapons. Gammon's friend is getting absolutely pummeled, completely on the defensive. This guy is reveling in the thrill of the fight. For him, this kind of excitement is something you can't feel from anything else in the world. He's a true battle junkie. After knocking out his opponent, the muscle man laughs maniacally, taunting the others. Now that your savior is down, what will you do? The blonde guy grits his teeth, deciding to grab the evidence and retreat. Jae-woo is injured, struggling to even crawl. He takes everyone down, then reveals Jae-sung's master plan. Have Sunchul turn himself in, wait for a reduced sentence, then get him out. This guy isn't just brawn, he's got brains too. A truly dangerous opponent. But just then, Gammon steps up, nunchucks in hand. He stands ready to face the muscle man. He heard how strong this guy was, so he came prepared. It's time for the main event. Gammon attacks, but the muscle man dodges and counters, knocking him down with a single punch. You persistent brat. He scoffs, but he's severely underestimating our boy's determination. Gammon quickly recovers and launches an even more ferocious assault with his nunchucks. This time, the muscle man can't dodge, and he takes a solid hit. Gammon's attacks are relentless, like a storm. The muscle man is forced back, unable to keep up. This is the true power of our protagonist. The muscle man is completely enraged now. Is this F***er toying with me? He roars. He starts analyzing the nunchucks' movements, looking for their weakness, searching for an opening. He finds it, a tiny opening, and he throws a jab. But it seems Gammon might have anticipated it. From the sidelines, Jae-woo and Han-kyung watch, worried. Did he run out of strength? Of course not. Gammon unleashes his uncle's prohibited technique number 4, the 0-inch punch, an explosive burst of power at point-blank range that sent the muscle man flying. That was sick. After the fight, Gammon reflects on how he just wants to study, but is constantly ridiculed for it. In this dog-eat-dog school for future criminals, his dream of going to college makes him a total outcast. Jae-sung watches everything unfold, his expression grim. His perfectly crafted plan has been completely shattered by this nerd who just wanted to study. Gammon's reputation is now legendary. The thugs who fought him before now tremble at the mere mention of his name. The stories of him defeating Jae-sung and crushing Seonho have become the stuff of myth at Yusung High. Gammon tells Sunchul to hurry back and start studying for midterms. Sunchul is just stunned. He's lived his whole life using violence to prove his worth. The idea of using his brain is completely foreign to him. Gammon kneels, tormented by his past. He remembers being forced into a gang, using his strength to maintain the school's twisted hierarchy. He questions if someone like him can ever go back to being a normal student. And just then the muscle man comes charging back, weapon in hand. Gammon is completely spent, without the strength to even stand up. He knows he can't fight anymore, but his friends refuse to give up, placing themselves between him and the danger. Jae-woo points at the muscle man, telling him he has to pay not just for this, but for all his past crimes too. She's not letting him get away with anything. And then she delivers the ultimate punishment, a swift, brutal kick, right where it hurts the most. The muscle man goes down instantly. You love to see it. Her friends are just staring in shocked silence. The red-haired member of the study group follows up, tackling the still-recovering muscle man and sending him crashing to the ground again. Teamwork makes the dream work. Jae-woo tells the blonde guy that if his dream is to be a teacher, then being nosy is a must-have skill. Her words seem to strike a chord with him, giving him a new sense of purpose. She keeps spitting facts, telling Sunchul not to care what others think about him studying, because people don't care about you as much as you think. The only time you should care is when you're doing bad things. She's on fire. After the battle, Gammon's friends carry their injured teammate, heading for the hospital. The bond they share goes way beyond just being classmates. Jae-sung, his goal achieved, gets in his car to leave. Meanwhile, Gammon is left to wonder if this is really the end of it all. The study group now has the key evidence, the knife. They discuss how to handle it to make sure Sunchul's fingerprints aren't on it. But just then, a group of men in black suits appears before them. The police arrive and arrest the masked Sunchul on suspicion of murder. But his friends scream that he isn't the culprit, that the evidence will become his despair. Gammon watches shocked as they take him away. Gammon seeks out Detective Tae-man-na, a man known as the rebel of the Central Police Station. He seems to be the only one they can trust. But in the shadows, a plot is brewing to attack the detective if he's ever alone. Gammon meets his uncle outside the station. The uncle jokes he's here to pick up a textbook, while Gammon is here to accept a confession. This guy's sense of humor is something else. It turns out the textbook was actually Gammon's pink study notebook. When Detective Na sees the name on it, freshman class 4, Yoon Gammon, he looks completely shocked. It seems he's finally putting the pieces together. And just as Detective Na is putting the pieces together, we're thrown into this intense flashback. An old geezer is yelling at this kid, calling him the culprit and a coward. Before the kid can even respond, wham, he gets clocked from the side. Brutal. Turns out this whole mess started with a staged accident. Our boy's uncle bumps into Detective Na, using it as an excuse to drop a bombshell. Sunchul Kim is the killer. But look at the detective's face. He's not buying it for a second, accusing them of using kids to frame people. The detective immediately calls their bluff. You got any proof? Of course, they don't. They just spin a story about how the evidence points to a rival gang member, but the real beneficiary? Detective Na himself. A classic frame-up job, and they're trying to pin it all on him. But Detective Na isn't one to sit still. He's already on the move, getting intel over the phone. They've located the suspect, Song Won-chu's office on the 4th floor, but damn it, they're one step behind. Chu already bolted, and Detective Na is pissed. He swears this time is different. He's going to show these pieces of trash who think they can get away with anything just because they have connections what real justice looks like. So he confronts Song Won-chu directly, decking him with a solid punch and telling him to spill the truth while he's still asking nicely. Meanwhile, Gammon's uncle is just standing there with the study notebook, probably thinking what a mess. Flashback over, back to the present. Gammon's uncle tries to hand him the answer, but in a shocking turn of events, he pushes him right into the path of an oncoming car. The crash is insane, and everyone is left stunned. Okay, seems like the timeline jumped a bit. Gammon is on the ground, but apparently fine. His friends are like, how did you do that? You just saw an opening? This isn't Dragon Ball Z. In the chaos, his phone drops, and someone picks it up right as a call is coming in. So it turns out the car crash was another setup, an attempt to frame Sunchul. But Detective Na, being the badass he is, uses Song Wang-Chu's phone as evidence to confront the dirty cops on the scene. Look at their faces, they're completely cornered. Gammon's uncle warns him to stay out of it, reminding him that sometimes things are just out of his control. Little do they know, the real villains are already making their move, likely surrounding Sunchul Kim as they speak. And, just as predicted, Sunchul is ambushed. The study group jumps in to protect him, turning the street into an all-out brawl. It's absolute chaos, and their only way out is to make a break for the police station. If they can get there, it's all over. His buddy yells from behind, "We'll stop making fun of you for carrying those lame flashcards. Just don't give up, you idiot." And then, bam, they both get slammed by a car. That impact looks absolutely brutal. In a life-or-death moment, a voice asks him, "You can escape. Is it that easy to give up on your life?" Those words hit him hard, forcing a difficult choice. The enemy is right there. They know if Sunchul makes it to the station as a witness, they're done for. But in this critical moment, Gammon steps up, telling Sunchul, "Don't worry. Our boy's about to do something crazy." With a determined look in his eyes and fists clenched, he declares, "I won't give up on him easily." His resolve is palpable, cutting through the smoke and tension. We find out later that, thankfully, the taser was a little off target. But even so, Sunchul took a nasty hit. Detective Nye uses this moment, presenting the phone as irrefutable evidence, and the mustache detective is completely rattled. He knows he's caught. With the incident seemingly resolved, it's getting late. Gammon heads back to school, but a new worry creeps in: Ms. Lee's safety. She's involved in this mess too, and he can't shake the feeling that she might be in danger. And speak of the devil, Gammon runs right into Ms. Lee in the hallway. Look at his face. He is completely shocked to see her here. Meanwhile, she looks thrilled, practically begging with her eyes, "Invite me to the study group already." The next day, over at Incheon Hospital, Sahayan gets a text from June saying he got injured on a mission and is staying the night. Considering Sahayan is currently crashing at June's place after running away from home, he's obviously worried sick and rushes over. As soon as he arrives, he sees the rest of the study group heading to visit the injured grandpa. Turns out, Jaewoo had contacted them, saying he almost got a concussion after taking a fall during a fight. Inside the hospital room, the patient is bragging about pulling off a killer backflip, only to get roasted by his friend for having feet that smell like chili paste. These guys are cracking jokes, even in the hospital. Never a dull moment. Meanwhile, Gammon's teacher, Ms. Han-Kyung Lee, has to temporarily move in with him due to some family trouble. Gammon's mom tasked him with taking care of her, especially since it's final season. You know, high schoolers need their support system. Ms. Lee offers to cook pasta for dinner, but Gammon immediately gets suspicious, asking what she was up to yesterday. She casually says she was studying, and Gammon gives her this guilty look before bolting, leaving her totally confused. He definitely knows something. Gammon can't shake the feeling that something's fishy. He knows she's hiding something. As the clock ticks away, the tension in the room starts to build. He pulls out his language arts textbook, finally relieved to have it back with all his precious notes. Still, he can't figure out how it ended up with Song Wang-Chu in the first place. But one thing's for sure, that guy needs to pay for what he did. Cutting over to Detective Na, he's reassuring Gammon's uncle, telling him not to worry and that he'll handle it from here. He even playfully calls him brat. It's a tense situation, but you can see the trust between them. Detective Na figures a kid with Gammon's fighting skills would be perfect as a cop, so he asks about his dream. Gammon's answer completely surprises him. "I want to go to college." The detective just laughs, saying he never took him for the rebellious type. For Gammon, getting into college has been his one and only dream since he was a kid. Just as he's lost in thought, he notices Ms. Lee has been eavesdropping the whole time. She's startled, and things get awkward real fast. Ms. Lee awkwardly comes in, and they start reminiscing about when he used to tutor her. Gammon sighs, saying that even though he's only been a teacher for a month, he already feels like he's been through the ringer. The life of a study group leader is tough. Gammon then asks Ms. Lee for advice about dreams, calling them a dilemma that tortures people their whole lives. This sparks a deep conversation, with her questioning whether being a college student is an identity or a profession. The conversation gets pretty philosophical, touching on Ms. Lee's personality and why jobs like doctor or chef aren't just simple dreams. But their deep talk is interrupted by a weird smell from the kitchen. Looks like Ms. Lee's cooking skills might be questionable. With a plate of pasta, Ms. Lee serves up some wisdom. She explains that a dream isn't about what you become, but what kind of person you want to be. It's not about being a teacher, but about being a certain kind of teacher. And that just clicked for Gammon. What kind of student do you want to be? The question hits Gammon like a bolt of lightning. The The camera flashes around him suggest that this is a pivotal moment, and the world is waiting for his answer. He gets flustered when asked about his father's legacy. But later, while eating with Ms. Lee, he finally figures it out. His goal wasn't just to get into college. He wants to become a teacher who can guide lost kids and show them the way. Ms. Lee is so moved by Gammon's newfound dream that she playfully throws a punch at him, which he barely dodges. You can tell she's genuinely happy that he's found his calling. The support is real. After dinner and dishes, Gammon is fired up and ready to hit the books again. He also encourages Ms. Lee, reminding her to keep her grades up for her special application. They're both motivating each other to chase their dreams. Teamwork. Midterm season has officially arrived at Yusung Tech. For our study group, this fight isn't about power or warring with criminals. This is a battle for their future. Meanwhile, the study group is still piecing together the case. They wonder how Dachel was so sure about Song Won Chu being the culprit. Turns out, he has a trustworthy source connected to an old photograph. The plot thickens, and that source points to a man named Gunya Park, standing alone on a pier at sunset. His silhouette is both lonely and mysterious. This guy definitely has a story. Time passes, and eventually, Gunyeb is summoned by someone named Hanwol. You just know a new storm is brewing. For our boy Gaiman, his real challenge is about to begin. And from the looks of it, a massive confrontation is imminent. And of course, Gammon is surrounded by a massive mob again. At the school of future criminals, the fighting never stops. Look at the rage on his face. He's ready to throw down. It's the last day of midterms. The easy days are over. The members of the study group are steeling themselves, ready to give it their all until the very end. The exam room is a circus. You've got students who think it's so easy they want to leave early, others who couldn't care less, and some who are absolutely losing their minds over the questions. Just another day at Yusung Tech. But Gammon knows this opponent isn't an easy one. With Ms. Lee supervising, the classroom is dead silent. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The second the exam ends, the classroom erupts. Everyone is screaming at each other over whether the answer to question 9 was 1 or 3. Meanwhile, Gammon calmly realizes that both options were intentionally confusing. It was a trick question. After the test, the crew chats about Sunchul studying in the hospital, calling him a superhuman for surviving a stun gun. Suddenly, Gammon spots someone running towards them. It's Jaiwoo, yelling for them to wait up so they can go together. The energy is real. In a parallel storyline, Jaiwoo's grandpa is in critical condition. The doctors say he might not make it through the afternoon. But the old man is determined to take his TOEIC exam, and nothing is going to stop him. Gammon is completely shocked by the news. The grandpa, with incredible strength, literally fights his way out of the hospital to get to the exam. His determination is both admirable and heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Sunchul seems to be in his own tough spot, hesitating as he faces a hostile crowd. People are yelling at him to keep his eyes open, reminding him that today is the day he's endured everything for. It's revealed that Sunchul was betrayed by his own crew. He was set up to be the fall guy, and now they have the audacity to blame him for endangering everyone. The rage is boiling over, and he's about to explode. Desperate to see his dying grandfather, Sunchul fights through the crowd, trying to hold him back. Back in a hospital room, his grandpa is on an oxygen mask, barely hanging on. The doctors are frantically waiting for Sunchul, saying his grandpa is running out of time. But the old man, ever defiant, mutters, "I'm still alive." At the same time, the announcement for the afternoon exam begins. The old man is filled with regret. He feels like he's studied his whole life, but will have to leave without ever getting to show what he's learned. What a pity, he thinks. Sunchul finally makes it. He rushes to the bedside, desperately asking, "You're fine, right?" With his last ounce of strength, the old man manages to respond. Back on the streets, the fight has taken its toll. Gammon is exhausted and injured, but he's still smiling, joking that if he wasn't hurt, he would have finished them off easily. That's our boy's spirit. The hospital corridor descends into chaos. People are panicking, someone is trying to get everyone to be quiet, and Sunchul's name is being screamed. The frantic energy suggests something terrible is about to happen. Sunchul is sprinting down the hall when he runs into two guys. He screams for his grandpa not to open the door, but it's too late. With a loud wham, the door bursts open. Inside the room, a man in sunglasses is casually discussing business figures, completely unfazed by the chaos outside. This guy's cold demeanor screams villain. It turns out this was all part of the deal. Someone asked Ms. Lee for a favor, on the condition that she would destroy everything. And she agreed without hesitation, excitedly promising to get the job done. What on earth is she planning? At the bedside, the old man is still writing. He knows this exam won't be officially recognized, but he believes the only way for a person to grow their worth is to keep learning. Watching him, Sunchul is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. In the end, his grandfather passes away. At the funeral, Sunchul is heartbroken, but the callousness of the suits in the background, talking about getting noodles, is just infuriating. The contrast is jarring. After everything he's been through, Sunchul decides to join the study group. Here, in the school of future criminals, they found each other in a new sense of hope. 2 months later, in an abandoned warehouse, a long-haired man is screaming at Gunya Park, demanding to know why he's being targeted. It looks like a new story of revenge is about to unfold. The long-haired man declares his next move isn't about power or fighting criminals. This is personal revenge. He's going to make the person who stole something precious from him feel the exact same despair. The vibe in the warehouse is tense. Someone calls Gunyeb Park the busiest guy in school, while another recognizes him as the rebel. It's revealed that Park has been secretly investigating a random murder case, and the trail leads to the White Lead Gang and Hanwell. Back in the present, Gammon is, of course, in trouble again. A couple of thugs corner him, demanding to know who the hell he is. A new fight is about to break out. The newcomers are from the White Lead Gang, and they mean business. But before they can make a move, a mysterious masked figure appears. He seems to know them and gets weirdly excited about being recognized. This dude is a total freak. The masked man starts by mocking the other guy's trench coat, which immediately pisses him off. A fight breaks out instantly, and damn, this mystery guy has moves. He's flowing through the combat like water. This guy's observation skills are off the charts. He claims he can detect even the smallest movements, reading his opponent from feet to legs, waist to shoulders. He perfectly predicts a left-handed counterpunch and meets it head-on. But he did not see this coming. The other guy grabs a freaking fluorescent light bulb and smashes it over him. The surprise attack leaves him completely stunned. It was all a feint, a fake move designed to counter the counter to his counter. This is some next-level psychological warfare. While he's reeling, the other guy pulls out his phone and starts scrolling. What is he looking for? The masked man takes down his opponent and says coolly, "It's obvious from your face." It seems he's seen through this guy's plan from the very beginning. Plot twist. This masked man is actually a spy working for Gunyeb Park. He certainly made an impactful first appearance. He has no pity for these guys, calling them trash that doesn't deserve mercy. Meanwhile, the study group is strategizing. They figure the only way to get an opening is to target the family-level members of the White Lead Gang. The only minors they know at that rank are the White Lead Quartet, and with the others missing, that only leaves Manhwa. Someone suggests targeting Manhwa, but another member reminds them that Manhwa actually stood with them during the last assembly. Just then, they see Gammon quietly sweeping, and a friend jokes that one of the guys is jealous because Gammon effortlessly achieved his lifelong dream, starting a study group. While Gammon is sweeping, a teacher questions him. But then, the chief administrator of the entire school walks out of the building. The teacher freaks out and makes a run for it, complaining that he should have been warned. This administrator is the same guy from before, the one who betrayed his crew. He warns Gammon, the inspector's son, that it's not a good look for them to be seen together. Then he cuts to the chase. "Why did you call me here?" The administrator is internally panicking, wondering if Gammon is about to blackmail him again. But Gammon, with a completely straight face, says, "Try barking for me, sir." The sheer audacity of that line completely shatters the guy's composure. Gammon calls out the administrator's bluff. He knows that all the teachers are secretly connected to the White Lead Gang, and this guy right here was the one who threatened them all into silence. He furiously questions him. Why was Hamill investigated? Why was there recruitment corruption? And why wouldn't a single teacher cooperate with the police? He lays all the blame on the administrator's cowardice and selfishness. Gammon pulls out the principal's phone and demands the administrator unlock it. He's done wasting time. He needs to find the evidence now. But just then, the construction site they're on begins to collapse. The massive crash and clouds of dust send everyone into a panic. New character alert. This kid in a cap is terrorizing Kong San's song, a punk from Gwanghwa High with a toy gun. He's just laughing at him, calling him lame for not even being able to tell it's fake. This kid introduces himself as Min Wanma, number 2 of the Yusung High White Lead Quartet. He gets his kicks from beating up bullies, acting like he's some kind of hero. Minwan and Kong San start fighting, and despite his size, Minwan is incredibly agile. He's running circles around the big guy, completely playing with his opponent. After getting caught by a surprise attack, Kong San gets up, absolutely furious and ready to end it. But Minwan is one step ahead, swinging his weapon with full force. Minwan shows off his custom-made bullets, smiling as he asks if they hurt. He loves the feeling of sniping from a distance, of being in total control. The way he orders Kong San to lower his eyes is pure intimidation. Turns out Minwon is an information broker whose clients are mostly bullying victims. He doesn't take money for his services. He does it just for fun. He exposed a professor for having an affair with a student, calling the whole situation disgusting. This guy's moral compass is seriously warped. He even sold out his own father and can laugh about it. This kid has no limits. When Kong San asks how he got a certain photo, Minwon just laughs and calls him a cute little bastard. The disrespect is insane. The incident clearly traumatized Kong San. Meanwhile, Minwon is in the bathroom, basking in the attention of his followers like he's some kind of celebrity. The contrast is sickening. Gunyeb Park's spy finds Minwon and give him a reality check. We're waging war with the devil. Get it together. Minwon takes on another case. He's standing on some thug outside a middle school, live streaming as he exposes the guy's heroic deeds of ambushing villains at a shooting range. The crowd is eating it up, calling the guy a hypocrite. He sees himself at the top of the school's food chain, viewing everyone else as his personal playthings. Meanwhile, back at the collapsed construction site, someone approaches Park's men, looking to hire them for a job. A client meets Minwon in a secluded spot. The guy holds a grudge, thinking Minwon sees him as a loser. But Minwon just smiles, saying he remembers all his clients because they're his precious toys, before easily taking him down. And then, out of nowhere, Gammon drops in. He snatches something from Minwon, triggering an explosion. The sudden chaos leaves everyone completely stunned. Jaiwoo sends an enemy flying with a single punch, while Gammon gets hit by falling bricks. But our boy just shakes it off and gets back up like it's nothing. He is built different. Minwon uses the chaos to escape. He's throwing everything he can find to slow down his pursuers. Gammon and the crew chase him through the smoke, determined to catch this slippery bastard. Over at the construction site, two workers are talking about a support pillar. They mention that this one pillar is holding up the entire upper floor. If anyone messes with it, the whole place will come crashing down. And it seems Minwon already knew that. He'd written a note asking, will it fall right away, believing that the one with the best preparation wins. He's found Gammon, and the final showdown is about to begin. The site starts to collapse, with metal pipes and machinery flying everywhere. Gammon is blinded by the dust and debris, and his first thought is to get out of there fast. Minwon hides behind a pillar, taunting Gammon that he's only hurting himself now. He's holding a gun, creating a tense standoff. It's clear now, this was his trap all along. While our boy Gammon is trapped in a collapsing death trap, let's cut back to the school. On the surface, it's just another night. The teachers at Yusung High are casually dealing with grades in the office, completely oblivious to the storm brewing right under their noses. One of the teachers is telling a wild story about how she almost brained a student, Gunyeb Park, with a bottle. And get this, he's the son of the inspector from the Board of Education. Look at her colleague. He's so shocked he chokes on his water. Yeah, this isn't just some random punk. He's got connections. She can't shake this ominous feeling, like she's missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, other teachers are gossiping about Mrs. O, whose husband is an inspector and whose son, Noah, is about to come to Korea. All these seemingly random conversations feel weirdly connected. And just like that, we flash back to the incident she was talking about. A mysterious guy in a cap and mask is pointing a gun straight at Gunyeb Park. The tension is insane. You could cut it with a knife. Turns out it's Minwon. He calls Gunyeb out by name and then just unleashes on him with a vicious kick. This dude is a certified psycho, going all out from the get-go. Minwon doesn't just fight. He mentally tortures his opponent, bringing up Gunyeb's deceased mother just to get under his skin. Look at that smug, evil grin. He's holding the gun, just playing with his prey. Shut your damn mouth. And there it is. Gunyeb is completely triggered. He loses all control and lunges forward like a wild animal. His own friend tries to stop him, but it's no use. This is exactly what Minwon wanted. Yep, it's confirmed. Any mention of his mom and Gunyeb goes berserk. His attacks are pure, unrestrained rage, completely devoid of technique, which just leaves him wide open. Minwon effortlessly dodges every attack, all while continuing his trash talk. It's ridiculous how you came here to fight me with this kind of skill. Did you think I was on the same level as those banished losers? This guy's mouth is as deadly as his fists. He goes on, explaining that the kids from high-ranking white lead gang families have a different level of experience, both in quality and quantity. Meanwhile, his own crew notices something's off. There's something different about Minwon today. Suddenly, the tall guy explodes, pointing at the bald dude and screaming, "I knew that you were a mole. Looks like we got some infighting." But Minwon? He just smirks, a calculated look in his eyes, as if this was all part of his grand plan. All right, flashback over. Let's get back to the present, back to Gammon versus Minwon at the construction site. The place is crashing down around them as our boy relentlessly chases after him, yelling, "Seems like you're pulling some tricks because you can't fight." Gammon is incredibly agile, weaving through the chaos. He's confident that as long as he keeps moving, he can't be hit. But Minwon anticipated his path, swinging a massive pipe right where he knew Gammon would be. Whack! Wait, that's not just a pipe, he's got a gun. He kicks Gammon away, a look of pure ecstasy on his face as he screams, "Deliciously spicy." This dude has completely lost his mind. Gammon is knocked back, and Minwon presses his advantage. It's like violence comes as naturally to him as breathing. He chases our boy all the way to the top of the building. Now, they're on the open rooftop. Minwon thinks he's got him cornered, that Gammon is just relying on his weapon. But he's dead wrong. Look at that sly look in our boy's eyes. He let Minwon chase him up here on purpose. Minwon looks completely stunned. He has no idea what's happening. The metal pipes around them suddenly start clanging together, and it's definitely not an accident. You won't even be able to run now. Minwon gloats, blocking the stairs, thinking he's won. But our boy just smiles. With a massive splash, the machinery around them explodes. This was Gammon's real trap all along. What was that just now? Minwon is in disbelief. Gammon finally reveals his master plan. "I have to deal with all of you in order to put pressure on Hanwol. I had to make you let your guard down against me." Turns out, our boy was playing 4D chess from the very beginning. And he explains how it all started a week ago. Gammon's been making preparations in secret this whole time. Even wearing that Yusung-hai uniform, which always looked like it didn't fit him, was all part of the plan. The key to his plan? That guy who was mentioned earlier, Noah, the bare-knuckle fighter. It seems Gammon has called in some heavy-duty backup. The real show is just getting started. So, what exactly is bare-knuckle fighting? Let's get a quick rundown. It's raw, it's brutal, no gloves, and the fight doesn't stop until there's a KO. The techniques are perfect for street fights, making it dangerously effective in a place like Yusung-hai. Back in the fight, Gammon disassembles the gun, ready to go hand-to-hand. Minwon's punch comes in with terrifying force. Gammon barely blocks it with the butt of the gun. He's so strong. Even our boy has to admit, if he hadn't blocked that, he'd be done for. Minwon's punches aren't just heavy, they're well-trained. And what's worse, he's got brass knuckles. Come on, dude, that's practically cheating. And there's the kick, sending our boy flying into a wall with a sickening thud. That had to hurt. The scene then cuts to an airport. Looks like Noah's arrival is imminent. Another flashback reveals just how desperate Noah was to learn bare-knuckle fighting, begging his uncle's friend to teach him. He knew he'd get hurt badly, but he was determined. This guy is a real deal. Noah's fighting philosophy is simple. I've nothing else to lose. When you fight with that kind of mindset, you become incredibly dangerous. The style he's learning incorporates elements of Eastern martial arts, like the vertical fist from Wing Chun, which is perfect for breaking through an opponent's guard. Even Mike Tyson used it. Back to Gammon's fight, and it seems he knows a similar technique. He lands a clean American hook, catching Minwon completely off guard. Look at the shock on his face. He never saw that coming. Minwon is furious. He feels like he's been played. He thought he had everything figured out, but now he's realizing Gammon has been reading his every move. Meanwhile, the bald guy who was outed as a mole suddenly remembers something crucial and takes off running. Looks like that internal conflict is about to escalate. Turns out, Minwon had a whole crew waiting as backup, a meticulous plan. But now his guys are getting taken down one by one. His plan is completely falling apart. The bald dude joins the fray, taking on Minhwan's goons. So that's the situation. Gammon's allies are clearing out the minions so he can focus on the final boss. During the fight, Gammon has figured out Minhwan's weak spot, his right side. A solid hit there, and it's all over. But Minhwan knows his own weakness and is protecting it carefully. I should have ended you earlier, Gammon thinks, knowing Minhwan will keep aiming for his weak spot. But he's using it to his advantage. When someone thinks they've attained victory, they're bound to let their guard down. Gammon intentionally leaves an opening. As expected, Minwon falls for it and goes in for the kill. In that split second, our boy seizes the opportunity. Seeing this unfold, the bald guy tearfully apologizes to Gunyeb, feeling responsible for this whole mess. And on the other side, the guy in the blue beanie makes up his mind, ready to jump in. So it was all a conspiracy against Minwon from the start. They plan to take him down right here, right now. Gammon's helper, the mysterious man in the cap, unleashes a powerful move, the Tiger's Fist. It lands a direct hit. This technique, the Eye of the Tiger, looks like a finishing move he's been saving. With a deafening crash, Minwon is sent flying, shattering the structures around him. The power of that single blow is absolutely devastating. After the battle, a bunch of weird supplies show up at school, all marked with the word rehabilitated. Turns out the bald guy, the former mole, bought all of it with the investigation budget. What on earth is he planning? He's starting a youth rehabilitation program with the slogan, "We can do it, Rehab Man." The goal is to stop the white lead gang from recruiting more kids. A noble cause, but man, that slogan is cheesy as hell. The first recruit for this program is the blonde kid from before. He's determined to change himself, but when he sees the official equipment is a shovel, he's just speechless. Is this a rehab program or a manual labor sentence? Word of the rehab man even reaches the police station, and they are completely baffled. They have no clue what these high school kids are up to. But this seemingly silly slogan really resonates with our boy Gammon. He remembers his time in Chinatown, thinking the only way to change was to become stronger. Now he's found a new path, shouting, "We can do it," with all his heart. This is a cry of true conviction. Just then, another loud crash echoes through the school. The blonde kid follows the sound and stumbles upon an unexpected scene. On the rooftop, the big guy from before is being pinned down by a new face. The blonde kid recognizes him immediately and is shocked. It's Do-hun Young. What's he doing here? Talk about bad timing. Do-hun's target is Gunyeb Park. He's here to settle an old score. But then, our new student council president steps in and issues a challenge. Looks like another big fight is unavoidable. And the blonde girl on the student council side is no pushover either. She unleashes a flying kick, using her family's signature tiger's fist. She's got the skills to back it up. The blonde kid joins the fight as well, launching his own attack. It's official. The student council is going to war with this new crew. But this new group is insanely strong. The blonde kid's broken rib is acting up, making things even worse. And his opponent also uses the tiger's fist. Looks like we've got a showdown between fellow disciples. Gammon teams up with the student council president, Kim Sunchul, to fight. Gammon is blown away by his strength. Sunchul's fighting style is a complete mismatch with his usually calm demeanor. The battle is intense. The gray-haired kid watches from the side, filled with regret, feeling like he should have created a better situation for his friends. Everyone is giving it their all. Our boy Gammon is filled with frustration. He feels like he couldn't even handle Manhwa on his own, and now he's getting help from someone else again. This feeling of powerlessness is driving him crazy. Suddenly, a phone starts ringing. The caller ID says ANTI. It's the enemy's phone. The blonde kid picks it up in the middle of the fight. This unexpected discovery could be the key to turning the tables. The message on the phone is a bombshell. Min Wan is in trouble, and someone named Sivan Chun is on his way. And Sivan is none other than the son of the white lead gang's boss, a total monster. The blonde kid confronts the enemy, calling him out for being Hanwell's lackey. But he just responds coldly, "I don't need those silly things." This guy clearly has his own agenda. He asks the blonde kid to take him with him, instead of abandoning him in Chinatown. It seems they share a complicated past. But words fail, and the fight reignites. The enemy unleashes a forbidden technique taught by his master. Number 1, the fuse. In an instant, the blonde kid is completely subdued. That move is totally overpowered. And the approaching Sivan Chun? He's only 17, but he's the heir to the white lead gang. He skipped class just to come and play with you. The real final boss is about to make his entrance. After the fight, the loser is left unable to move on the ground. The victor simply states it's kung fu, spoken with the calm confidence of the truly powerful. The blonde kid recalls the tiger's fist he learned back in Chinatown. The explosive power of that technique still sends a shiver down his spine. The world of kung fu is far deeper than he ever imagined. Sivan Chun's underlings start cleaning up the scene, mocking Gunyeb Park. How pitiful. He's stuck here before he dies. Sivan himself seems completely unfazed, acting like his opponents pose no threat at all. He casually tells his crew it's time to go, saying Hanwell has prepared something fun for them. Before Gunyeb leaves, the blonde kid quietly warns him that Song Wang Chu was the one who killed Dachel, telling him to be careful. In such a brutal world, this small act of camaraderie is incredibly precious. Meanwhile, Gammon seems to be haunted by thoughts of revenge, with visions of Noah flashing in his mind. He rushes up the stairs, completely ignoring a teacher trying to stop him. It turns out this was all a setup. Someone intentionally leaked the secret that Gunyeb was the student council's lackey. In the bathroom, Sunchul finds him. Seeing his bleeding hand, he doesn't scold him, but instead smiles and says, "You went as far as breaking a door to reach out to me. Don't worry. This president is something else." Scene change. The exam results are out. Our boy Gammon placed 199th out of 220, moving up 18 spots. He's still near the bottom, but look how thrilled he is. The pure joy of a struggling student. The rest of his study group improved too. Hard work pays off. Gammon remembers his vow to get first place. The result is a bit of a reality check, but he realizes how much fun he had studying with everyone. That's a kind of pure happiness he can't get from fighting. Meanwhile, the true academic god, the guy who's always ranked number one, looks at his own report card in the teacher's lab with absolute terror. Why would the top student be so scared? Something shady is definitely going on here. The study group is celebrating. Someone proposes a deal. If their group takes first place in the midterms, they'll push the disciplinary committee to take action against Hanwha Pi. They're trying to trade grades for justice. The vice principal agrees to this plan. He believes that to get rid of the bad apples in the school, they have to be prepared to suffer. This is a high-stakes gamble, but it's not that simple. The proposal needs approval from 2 of 3 key people: the principal, vice principal, and department head. The female teacher thought her plan was foolproof, but she seems to have overlooked a crucial detail in the school rules. It turns out there's a loophole. It's also possible to get special approval from the student council president. Upon hearing this, everyone springs into action, rushing to find Sunchul. However, when they arrive at the student council room, they're met with a horrifying sight. The entire student council has been taken down. The room is a total wreck. Something terrible has happened to Sunchul. Gammon looks seriously ticked off. Then, a new face with white hair appears. He seems to know Gammon and asks if he's looking for someone. This guy, he's probably the new student council president. And, no surprise, the new student council president is none other than the white lead gang's heir, Sivan Chun. Look at this display of power. All the students are completely subservient to him. He's even using the fact that the former president joined the study group as a point of ridicule. These traitors, so shameless. The study group members are all worried sick for Gammon. But look at our boy. His eyes are filled with determination, his hands already in a fighting stance. He's about to take on the entire student council by himself. Cutting over to Chinatown, a gangster in sunglasses is hosting a mysterious woman. He's mocking his own men, calling them useless because none of them could even touch her. This woman is the master of the Wing Chun Dojo. She single-handedly took down every thug they sent at her. The gangster boss is super respectful, lamenting how hard it is to find decent fighters these days. This boss is Chun Duk Ma, a managing director of the White Lead Gang. He's here today to propose a partnership with the Wing Chun Master. He presents a case full of cash as a gift and recalls a story from 7 years ago, when the White Lead Gang tried to take over Chinatown, but their martial arts experts were stopped by a single kid. And that kid was probably our boy Gammon. Back at school, the showdown between Gammon and Sivan Chun is about to begin. One of Sivan's lackeys scoffs. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Before he can finish, Gammon sends him flying with a single kick. Gammon's move is swift and decisive, taking down the guy in one hit, stunning everyone watching. That's the protagonist's aura for you. You just can't argue with it. The gangster, Chun Duk Ma, continues laying out his plan. With the Yakuza and triads expanding, the Korean underworld needs to grow, and for that, they need real fighters, not the flashy kind you see in movies. He has 2 prime candidates in mind: Manhwa Ma, with his obsession for power, and Sivan Chun, a natural-born fighting prodigy. He believes if things go according to plan, these 2 will become the White Lead Gang's ultimate weapons. However, he's overlooking the biggest variable of all, Yoon Jae-min. Our boy is watching everything unfold with cold eyes, and he's the one person who can shatter all their plans. On the field, Gammon and Sivan finally face off. Everyone thinks Gammon is insane for challenging a monster like Sivan, but our boy shows no fear. But what's truly bizarre is that they stand there, facing each other for a full 15 minutes without making a single move. The onlookers go from tense to surprised to just plain confused. What on earth are they doing? Meanwhile, the female teacher is shocked to learn the student council president has been replaced. She can't believe the school administration would appoint a murder suspect to the position. When she hears Gammon is fighting the new president, she frantically calls his mom. On the other end, Gammon's mother sounds weak, like she's still in hospital. Gammon's mom talks about his grades, saying he must be frustrated that he didn't do well, but that he's still determined to study harder. Hearing this, the teacher falls silent. The standoff on the field continues. It's been 30 minutes now. The teachers are bored, and the students are starting to yawn. Only a true expert would understand that this is the prelude to a master's duel. They're observing each other's tiniest movements. This isn't a brawl. It's a battle of minds, like a chess match where every move is extremely calculated. Both are searching for an opening, waiting for the perfect moment to land a decisive blow. They're both in a state of extreme concentration, completely deaf to the noise around them. The silence is only broken by the sound of the teacher's approaching footsteps. The teacher runs onto the field, desperately looking for Gammon. Meanwhile, his friends are cheering him on, creating a truly hype atmosphere. The teacher tells Gammon's mom that his grades are out. His mom explains that she never nags him about grades on the days they're released because she knows how incredibly frustrated he gets. And at that very moment, Gammon is indeed consumed by self-doubt over his grades. Why am I so bad at studying? His mind screams. This obsession with academics is the root of all his actions. So, study with me. His anger and frustration finally explode into this one desperate plea. He's determined to use his fist to carve out a place where he can finally just study in peace. Look at the expression on our boy's face. It's a mix of despair over his grades and a burning desire to fight. This dream of becoming a top student is really putting him through the ringer. So what was all that screaming about? Flashback to the classroom, where our boy's new obsession began. The teacher straight up announces Gammon's goal. First place in class. The whole room erupts in laughter, but hey, they're clapping for him. It's a wholesome moment, but we all know that's not how things work at Yusung High. Because meanwhile, this is the reality of his school. A brutal throwdown is happening on the grounds. And look at that, one guy's even pulling out a weapon. The onlookers are getting hyped, screaming that a hit finally landed. This place is a war zone. But here's where it gets weird. The guy who just got tagged starts crying out Gammon's name. His opponent is completely thrown off, like, wait, are you seriously crying right now? The confusion is real. The fight doesn't stop for emotional breakdowns, though. The chaos just escalates with a massive high kick that sends someone flying. It's pure, unadulterated violence, with bodies and sound effects flying everywhere. The tough guy act is strong with this one, demanding to be called boss. But wait, is that a flashback? Someone questioning his strength? And, hold on, is he crying now? The tough guy is literally sniffling in the middle of the fight. His opponent is absolutely losing it. Why are you crying? He screams. And our crying boss is having a full-on breakdown over how weak he is. This is getting weird, and the attacker is getting seriously pissed. The student council guy has clearly had enough. He doesn't care about the tears. He's just going in. Fists and feet are flying, and the sound effects tell you everything you need to know about the brutality of this beatdown. The assault is relentless. Punch after punch connects, sending the guy stumbling back. He's completely outmatched, just getting ragdolled across the field. This is a one-sided beatdown. But just when you think it's over, the guy on the ropes suddenly calls out a move. Uncle's forbidden tactic, fourth move. Oh, looks like he's pulling out a secret weapon. Is this the comeback we've been waiting for? Whoa, a 0-inch punch? And it looks like it's from a Wing Chun school. The impact is insane, creating a literal shockwave that sends his opponent flying. Turns out this crying boss had an ace up his sleeve. And we cut to a flashback. Turns out he learned about this move the hard way. His master used this final strike on him, and he was so blown away he literally begged to be taught. But the master just shut him down, saying a kid who doesn't even know the basics isn't ready. Rough, but also kind of hilarious. The memory continues, with his master dropping some harsh truths. The strongest person becomes the boss, and no one messes with the boss. That's how you survive when you have nothing. These words clearly became his life's motto. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. Back to the present. He's completely snapped. I have to be the strongest, he screams. There can't be anyone I can't defeat. I am first place. This obsession with being number one. Sound a lot like another guy we know, doesn't it? And speak of the devil. Here comes our boy Gammon. He bursts onto the scene using Master's forbidden tactic. First move, the fuse. Look at him go. The main character has entered the chat, and he's making an entrance. Gammon wastes no time, unleashing a devastating Wing Chun-style lariat that absolutely demolishes the boss, who was acting so tough just seconds ago. The guy didn't even have time to react. That's a one-hit KO right there. Pure, unadulterated badassery. But then we're hit with another harsh reality check. We're back in the classroom, and the teacher is announcing exam results. Some prodigy gets another perfect score, while our boy, Gammon Yun, comes in dead last. The contrast is just brutal. The ridicule from his classmates is immediate and harsh. After all his effort, this is the result he gets. Look at that pained and defiant expression on his face. It's heartbreaking. This academic dream of his is proving to be a tough road. Cutting back to the aftermath of the fight. The loser is on the ground, begging for it to stop. The crowd is silent. The winner has already been decided. Gammon proved, with his fists, who the real number one is. The defeated opponent is terrified, stammering that he could have died and admitting Gammon is stronger. At that moment, a familiar face, our girl Han-kyung, comes running onto the scene in a panic. Han-kyung immediately starts checking if Gammon's okay. But Gammon's mind is elsewhere, replaying the fight. He realizes he almost lost control and used the 10th move, the final forbidden tactic. He caught himself just in time, but it was a close call. Meanwhile, the mood is grim elsewhere. Gammon is down in the dumps over his test scores. And over in Chinatown, another key character, Siwon Chun, has also been completely destroyed in a fight and is hiding out. Looks like our boy isn't the only one having a bad day. Both of them are feeling like this is no different from before, as if all their efforts were for nothing. But on Gammon's phone, a message from Ms. Han-kyung offers a glimmer of hope, setting up their next study session. Her support is the one bright spot in all this. Gammon shows up at the study group's secret hideout, only to find the blonde kid, Siwon, already there. They're both completely surprised to see each other. At the same time, back in Chinatown, it seems some people are looking for Siwon. A new storm is definitely brewing. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. New chapter, new problems. Ms. Lee, aka Han-kyung, wants to start a student council to bring some order to the school. A noble goal, but this is Yusung High we're talking about. Rules are more like suggestions here. And she's hitting roadblocks everywhere. The other teachers want nothing to do with it, basically telling her to find someone else to bother. Even her last hope, the current student council president Sunchul Kim, seems to be a dead end. Her plan is falling apart before it even begins. To make matters worse, the veteran teachers are starting to give her a hard time, not so subtly reminding her she's just a contract worker. They're telling her to keep her head down or risk getting fired. This is straight-up workplace politics. And here's the kicker. The problem student she's targeting, Han Pai, has a very powerful father who's a massive donor to the school. A colleague warns her that going after him is basically career suicide. Ms. Lee is in a seriously tough spot now. But it seems there might be a new lead. Someone mentions that the student, Siwon Chun, hasn't been coming to school recently. Could he be the key to solving this? Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. Meanwhile, the student council president, Sunchul Kim, is also making moves. He sends someone to find out where Siwon is, and the trail leads directly to Chinatown. It seems all roads are leading to the same place. On another front, a team led by the red-haired guy is mobilizing. They're calling themselves soldiers and are even deploying a drone for reconnaissance. This is starting to look like a full-blown operation. When they find out Ms. Han-kyung went to the dangerous Chinatown area all by herself, the squad doesn't hesitate. They hop on their bikes and speed off to provide backup. The rescue mission is on. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. And just as they feared, Ms. Lee is already in trouble. She's been cornered by a group of thugs in Chinatown. They can tell she's not from around here, and they do not look friendly. She was trying to keep a low profile, but her identity as a teacher from Yusung High gets exposed. This just made things 10 times worse, since the Chinatown gangs and Yusung High have some serious bad blood. And so begins the chase. Ms. Lee and her companion are sprinting through the alleys with a whole mob of Yusung students hot on their heels. The situation is getting critical. Just in the nick of time, the drone comes in for a kamikaze attack, crashing right into one of the pursuers. Taking advantage of the chaos, the backup squad makes a dramatic entrance, leaping in for a surprise attack. Talk about perfect timing. The reinforcements finally arrive at the entrance to Chinatown. Looking at the familiar gate, they know what's coming. A huge battle is about to go down in a place that holds a lot of history for them. But they might be too late. They find Ms. Lee's dropped documents on the ground, because she and 2 other students have already been captured and tied up by the enemy. It turns out another gang from Chinatown is responsible. They've captured the Yusung students to try and force them to reveal the location of the Wing Chun Kwon. Looks like there's some intense internal conflict happening in Chinatown. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. A new day begins with disaster as a massive fire breaks out in Chinatown. Amidst the chaos, people suspect it's arson. And right into this mess walk our boy Gammon and Sunchul. Before they can even figure out what's going on, they run into another crew, the gatekeeper from the Tiger Fist Kwon. This guy is not here to make friends. He's talking about Kwon breaking, and the tension immediately skyrockets. Apparently, there's a rule in Chinatown. If you want to see the master of a Kwon, you have to get through the gatekeeper first. This crew clearly thinks Gammon and his friends are here to throw down. Sunchul is about to step up, but our boy Gammon takes the lead, volunteering for the fight. The other side is just laughing. You're sending this nerdy guy to fight us? They are completely underestimating him. The Tiger Fist crew has some serious beef with Yusung High students, thinking they're just here to cause trouble. They don't waste any time with words. They just start swinging. But they picked the wrong nerd to mess with. As the opponent rushes in with a furious scream, Gammon calmly gets into a defensive stance. The fight is on, and the battle immediately heats up. Gammon and the Tiger Fist gatekeeper are trading blows, a flurry of kicks and punches. It's an intense back and forth. Little do they know, the master of the Tiger Fist coin is watching from the shadows. He's annoyed, thinking this is a completely unexpected situation with Yusung High kids walking right into his turf while his own boys are watching. The gatekeeper unleashes his signature move. The fierce tiger pushes the mountain. What a name! He rains down a series of powerful blows on Gammon like a storm. He's talking trash while he attacks, saying this isn't a place for scum like them to mess around. But Gammon takes every single hit and seems completely unfazed. The opponent is shocked by Gammon's insane durability. Seizing the opportunity, our boy grabs the guy's head, ready to turn the tables. It's time for the counterattack. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. And the counterattack begins. Gammon launches into the air with a beautiful spinning kick, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. That was just plain epic. Seeing their chance, Sunchul and the others yell for Gammon to get out of there. The Tiger Fist crew scrambles to their feet and gives chase. But our boy isn't running. He's unleashing another one of Uncle's forbidden tactics. It's a lightning-fast combo that leaves his opponents completely bewildered. The fifth move. This combo is so fast all you can see are after images. The enemy has no chance to even react before he's completely overwhelmed and taken down. Meanwhile, in another part of Chinatown, a man in a sharp suit is giving a lecture to a young kid about how to make it in their world. The politics in this place run deeper than we thought. This guy is the troubleshooter for the Whitehead gang. He's the one who has Hank Young and the students tied up, and he's just mocking them, calling all Yusung students failures. The intel squad launches an emergency evacuation operation. They never expected to get into this much trouble just for being associated with Yusung High. The rules of Chinatown are brutal. After defeating the gatekeeper, Gammon finally comes face-to-face with the master of the Tiger Fist coin. This old man has an incredibly intimidating aura. The real boss has finally appeared. The master is furious with his disciples, berating them for their shameful defeat. His presence alone is suffocating, and you can just feel the pressure. He goes as far as to kick both of them out of the coin, declaring them unworthy of learning his martial arts because they judge their opponent with prejudice. This master is seriously strict. Then, he turns his attention to Gammon, seemingly intrigued by this kid from Yusung High. He starts talking about how martial arts has always been a battle of denying and being denied, getting real philosophical here. The master's intensity grows as he tells Gammon that to get what you want, you have to pay a price. Then, he gets into a fighting stance. Looks like he's going to test our boy himself. His disciples are stunned, wondering why their master is taking a Yusung High student so seriously. But the fight has already begun, and the master and Gammon are trading blows at lightning speed. Even the onlooking Whitehead gang members are impressed, saying Gammon's movements are like watching Bruce Lee come back to life. A true battle of masters is unfolding before our eyes. Even after being thrown to the ground, Gammon's eyes burn with a desire to win. He screams, "I want to win." This unbreakable will is his greatest weapon. The scene flashes between the fight and Gammon's inner thoughts. The master believes paying a price is natural to get what you want, and Gammon agrees. He's paid his price through hardship, and he expects his reward, getting into university. The fight intensifies. Blood is trickling from the corner of Gammon's mouth, but he refuses to back down. This isn't just a battle of skill, it's a battle of sheer willpower. Meanwhile, the captured students aren't just sitting around. The members of the intel squad are fighting back, working together to create an opening even while tied up. The red-haired guy lands a perfect kick, taking down one of the thugs and creating an opening for his friends. The power of teamwork is on full display here. And the girls are no damsels in distress. One of them pulls off a dropkick, shocking the thug who sneers, "I didn't know girls at Yusung High could do that." "Dude, you're about to get schooled." The orange-haired girl is on another level, untying her ropes in a split second. The thug is just stunned. Her skills are no joke. Cutting over to Sivon's storyline. It seems his brother caught him fighting and is now lecturing him about getting mixed up with Yusung High kids. He clearly has a low opinion of the school. And get this, the troubleshooter, Manager Park, was introduced by his own brother. He claims he's here to teach Sivon how to handle trouble. Yeah, right? This feels more like a recruitment pitch for the mob. Manager Park drops a name, Manhwa, revealing it's the reason Sivon transferred to Yusung High. The mention of this name sends Sivan into a panic, making him want to bolt. Clearly, there's a deep story there. Park continues his pitch, saying school is useless for a prodigy like Sivan, who apparently annihilated a gang at age 10. He's trying to lure him into a different, darker path. He's even dangling the ultimate prize. If Sivan plays his cards right, he could become the boss of the White Lead gang, or even higher. Can Sivan resist the temptation of that kind of power? Back with Gammon, the master suddenly says a name that leaves everyone in the room completely shocked. Wait, is there a secret to Gammon's identity that we don't know about? Sunchul tries to get Gammon out of there, but the master stops them dead in their tracks. He's not done with our boy yet. What could he possibly want now? The bloodlust coming off the master is intense, and everyone can feel it. He's looking at Gammon with this thrilled expression, like a predator who's just found the most exciting prey. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. The master asks Gammon about his future. A wrestler? A bodyguard? A soldier? He sees Gammon's talent and seems to think it's being wasted. But our boy has only one answer. I'm going to go to university. That unwavering dream is what fuels him. Faced with the master's attack, he doesn't flinch. He meets it head-on. They clash again, and this time, the master is clearly taking it more seriously. Every move is packed with power and precision, but Gammon is holding his own, countering everything thrown at him. The master unleashes his tiger's fist, a ferocious assault. It's almost like he's trying to prove a point that with Gammon's athletic ability, getting into a university through sports would be a piece of cake. His next move, Fierce Tiger Enters the Forest, is just as powerful. The master is amazed by Gammon's talent, but he still can't understand why our boy insists on taking the hardest path, studying. He screams at him, "Are you even good at studying?" as he snatches Gammon out of the air and slams him into the ground. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. Even while being pinned, Gammon finds an opening and lands a precision strike right on the master's Adam's apple. The old man recoils in pain. Gammon's fight IQ is off the charts. A flashback reveals someone once told the master that Gammon isn't fit for studying and that pushing him would be foolish. But for Gammon, maybe holding on to something you're not good at is the whole point. A strange smile creeps across the master's face. He seems to see a reflection of his past self in Gammon. Two stubborn fools, fighting for completely different dreams. His attacks get more vicious, aiming for vital spots. His disciples are freaking out, worried their master might actually kill him. He yells, "Halt!" and it seems the test is finally over. The master finally acknowledges Gammon's spirit. He understands now. It's the people who choose the hard road, who challenge what they're not good at, who are truly strong. Back in the classroom, we see Gammon's friends cheering him on. He's not alone in this. Something seems to click for the master. He remembers his own past, how people dismissed him. He gets it now. He's decided to stop judging Gammon by his own standards. He tells his disciple that taking on a Yusung student would be bad for the Kwon's reputation and dismisses Gammon. But the look on his face says something else entirely. What a foolish, prideful old man. But just as Gammon turns to leave, the master launches a surprise attack. A full Power Tiger's fist, meant to completely crush him. Image data corrupted, skipping this frame. Let's move on. The master scoffs, "You fool. Teachers exist to tell guys who think they've hit their limit, that they're not there yet." And as he says this, we see Hank Young, a true teacher, working on a guidance plan to help Gammon improve. Faced with the master's all-out attack, Gammon doesn't dodge. He meets it head-on. Two incredible forces collide, creating a massive shockwave. Everyone watching is left completely speechless. In this battle of dreams and pride, who will be the one left standing? But the story is far from over. Elsewhere, the man from the Whitehead gang pulls out a gun on Sivan. A new crisis is unfolding, and the road ahead for Gammon and his study group is still full of danger. All right, listen up, fam. This high school is basically a training camp for future criminals. We're talking sleeping in class, brawling the hallways, even the teachers are too scared to step in. Isn't this place a total nightmare for studying? But get a load of our boy. He looks like a total nerd with those glasses, but he's actually a top-tier fighter who settles arguments with his fists. And his ultimate goal for being here? To get into college. So the story kicks off 2 days ago. Some punks got themselves beat up, and just look at the shocked faces on these students. You could tell this wasn't just some random brawl. Meanwhile, the new teacher is completely out of the loop, trying to ask about the school's notorious gang, Pale White. Dude, everyone around her is freaking out, telling her to shut it. They're like, if you ask about that kid, Hamel Pie, you might actually die. And guess what? This teacher's got guts. She marches straight to the vice principal to confront him. The moment she mentions the gang, the VP totally loses his cool. He grabs her, yelling about how there are no bad kids here and telling her not to spread rumors. Yeah, not suspicious at all, buddy. Right then, we find this orange-haired kid, Hyena Lee, all beaten up and trembling with fear. This blonde girl immediately accuses him of doing Hamill's dirty work. He tries to bolt, but look who it is. Our boy Gammon steps in and stops him in his tracks. The problem with these delinquent kids is, even if you report them and they go to juvie, they come out the same. While everyone's hesitating, one of the teachers, Ms. Lee, makes up her mind. Look at her, marching straight to the police station. She's not letting this go. The teacher catches up to another student involved, Hoon Jae. The second she mentions reporting him, the kid just collapses, begging and pleading not to tell his father, who would apparently kill him. Man, it's a mix of pathetic and kind of sad. Gammon, meanwhile, is doing his own thing, striking a deal for info. And get this, it turns out Hyunu, the orange-haired kid, used to be the top student in his entire school. But with no parents around, he eventually gave up on his studies for his sister, Jaiwoo. There's way more to this story. That's right, Hyunu has a twin sister, and she's at Yusung too. They grew up in an orphanage, but it shut down, and they were kicked out with barely any money. They came to this school of future criminals just to survive. And his sister Jaiwoo? She's a firecracker, a reckless fighter. So that's the real reason Hyunu gave up studying. He started working odd jobs to make money so his sister could stay in school. My God, what a brother. He basically sacrificed his own future for hers, taking the hardest path possible. But life's not easy for an underage kid trying to make ends meet. He's delivering food, working at arcades, and constantly getting scammed out of his hard-earned cash. And then you get this greeting, "Welcome to hell." This place is brutal. And that's when the blue-haired dude, Hanwol, shows up and offers him friendship. The catch? To get into his crew, Hyunu had to fight in over 50 brawls in a single month. Just like that, a top student became a goon. The teacher finally puts the pieces together. Hyunu got scammed and had a huge fight with his sister over it. Gammon fills the blonde girl in on the whole tragic backstory, and she's floored. But while they're talking, things go from bad to worse. Someone, desperate to stop her from going to the cops, actually stabs her. Absolute chaos erupts in the hallway. The one with the knife is Hyunu. He's been pushed completely over the edge. But then, Ms. Lee, the teacher from before, appears on the scene. There's blood on her clothes, and she's giving Hanwol a death stare. Whoa, wait a minute. This teacher is way more involved than she let on. Before anyone can react, the police swarm the stairwell. Everyone's stunned. Who called them? Hanwol gets cornered by a mysterious guy. And it turns out Ms. Lee is actually Hankyong, the woman who's been helping Gammon all along. She orchestrated this whole thing. This was a setup. Image failed to load, skipping. With the cops here, it's game over. The lead detective calls out Hanwol by name. Clearly, they were expected. Hankyong Lee, aka the teacher, admits it. She planned all this to help create a better learning environment for Gammon. Damn, talk about having friends in high places. The school is in total chaos. Some student council goon is trying to drag someone away, but then the principal himself shows up. Look at the terror on everyone's faces. This principal is clearly not someone you mess with. Hyunu, the kid who did the stabbing, is in shock. He keeps mumbling, "I stabbed someone," his mind is completely blank. The other students see the blood and start to panic. This is the price of violence. One moment of rage ruins multiple lives. Flashback to a confrontation between Hyunu and some white-haired dude. He's accusing the guy of trying to scam him with a gambling site and involving his sister. Whoa, the plot thickens. It seems Hyunu was systematically pushed into a corner. Hyanu's inner monologue is just pure despair. He feels like he's been tainted, that his life is already over. And that masked figure, like a demon on his shoulder, keeps whispering, "You were destined to fail anyway." This is just heartbreaking. But in his darkest moment, Hankyong, the teacher, reaches out to him. She holds his face, reminding him of her promise to help him quit smoking. She's showing him that he's not alone, that someone still believes in him. But it's too late. Hyunu screams, "Change, my ass," completely convinced he's headed for juvie. But before he can even finish, a blur of motion slams into him, knocking him flat on his ass. That's right, it's our boy Gammon. He steps in and tells Hyunu, being defeated by another person isn't shameful. Classic Gammon, showing up at the perfect moment to drop some wisdom while literally knocking sense into people. And here we get a flashback revealing that Hankyong, the teacher, is an old acquaintance of Gammon's. Our boy is absolutely stunned to find out she's now a teacher at his school. What a small world. Turns out they knew each other back in the day. Her dream was always to become a teacher who could help kids who were going through a hard time. Gammon, being Gammon, promised he'd help her. Look at them now, meeting again in the one place she's needed most. The foreshadowing is real. Back in the present, Han-kyung is giving Gammon a pep talk about changing the school for the better. But mid-sentence, she gets sucker punched from behind and goes down. Gammon watches his friend get attacked, and that's it. He's officially pissed. Full protagonist mode activated. After the incident, Hyunwoo is on the ground, sobbing. The troublemakers are forced to apologize. Later at the hospital, Han-kyung wakes up, and the very first thing she asks about is the study group. Gammon reassures her, telling her not to worry. He's got this. The next day, everyone thinks Hamwell got arrested. But surprise, he strolls into the classroom like nothing ever happened. Gammon and his crew are absolutely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Look at him, all dressed up in a suit, cool as a cucumber. This guy's connections must be insane to just walk out of the police station like that. Gammon has just met his first real boss-level threat. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo's sister, Jaewoo, is on the warpath. She goes to the Citizens Division demanding answers about her brother, but they just tell her to go home and wait. Well, the hot-headed Jaewoo wasn't having any of that and immediately starts a fight. Like brother, like sister. Jaewoo makes a bold declaration. She's going to get a scholarship at this hellhole of a school to prove everyone wrong. Her friend, Hee-won, is right there cheering her on, telling her she can do it. Not gonna lie, their friendship is pretty wholesome. Jaewoo thought her best friend was transferring, but due to a mix-up with her dad's job, the transfer is off. Now they get to stick together and take on the school. Look at the confused look on Jaewoo's face. It's hilarious. Back with the study group, they're desperate for new members, even considering just grabbing random people in the hallway to sign up. At the same time, the news about Hamwell being released is spreading, and the tension is ramping up again. Just as Gammon is stressing about the group, Hamwell himself shows up and says he wants to join. Gammon is completely frozen. What kind of mind game is this? This is like a wolf asking to join the sheep's club. His friends are freaking out, begging Gammon not to let him in. But Hamwell just flips it around, telling Gammon he's making things difficult for himself, and then just leaves. Dude is a master manipulator, seriously. And, of course, trouble follows immediately. A brick comes flying through the window and hits one of the study group members. This is a clear warning. Stick with Gammon, and you're going to get hurt. The brick was thrown by an upperclassman. Turns out, the school has an unwritten rule. Different grades don't fight each other. Gammon's actions have broken that rule, and now the seniors are coming to collect. Gammon is now public enemy number one, with everyone calling him the monster. And to top it off, the official number one freshman, Tae Kong, has just challenged him to a fight. Our boy just wants to study, but he keeps ending up as the top fighter. You gotta love it. The entire school is hyped for the Gammon versus Tae Kong showdown to decide who's the true top dog of the freshmen. In the crowd, another kid, a redhead named Lee Jun, ranked 17th, looks conflicted. Is he going to be the next challenger? Unexpectedly, Lee Jun wasn't looking for a fight. He was trying to join the study group. But the moment he hands in his application, Taeo's cronies tear it to shreds and threaten anyone who even touches it. Just as they say that, a figure comes flying down from above. Judging by the shocked faces on all our main characters, you know this is big. Who just dropped from the sky? Are they here to save the day or to make things even worse? Cut to a fight scene. It's Lee Yun. He just won a tough battle, moving his rank up from 19th to 18th. He's panting, savoring the feeling of victory. This kid is definitely a battle junkie. His inner monologue reveals a past filled with defeat. That's why he's so obsessed with winning now. He's sworn to defeat everyone and become the strongest. And to get stronger, Lee Jun is willing to do some crazy stuff. Look at him, jumping straight off the second floor to ambush an opponent. The other students are stunned, calling him a wild bastard. It turns out this whole reckless display was to get Gammon's attention. He thinks the study group is some kind of elite fight club Gammon created to train his crew. The misunderstanding is hilarious. Everyone's analyzing Jun's fighting style, saying he's tough but reckless. They even found his application form where under future goals, he wrote, "We'll take over Yusung High." This kid has a serious case of Chinibyu. And, right on cue, the bully who tore up the application shows up. He sees Gammon holding the scraps and immediately picks a fight, knocking his glasses off. He's basically begging our boy to unleash. Glasses off, power level over 9,000. Gammon unleashes a flawless combo, taking the guy down with clean, efficient strikes. That's the difference in power. They're not even in the same league. But by making a move, Gammon has probably just triggered something much bigger. Jun witnessed the whole thing, and now he's even more in awe of Gammon's strength. Now, the whole school knows just how strong the number one freshman Gammon is. Jun follows him into the classroom like a lost puppy, and even the teacher just assumes Gammon's goal is to conquer the school with his fists. This misunderstanding is getting epic. Gammon tries to explain the study group isn't for fighting, but June is convinced it is and challenges him to a fight so he can learn. Gammon looks at him like he's crazy, but then slides the door open again, startling June. You want to learn? Fine. Gammon slams a huge stack of workbooks on the desk and tells him to finish them. June, completely misinterpreting, immediately declares Gammon his master and vows to train hard. Gammon's just like, dude, I just want you to do your homework. While June is actually studying, a man in a black suit walks in. He introduces himself as the head scout for the YB family, a major gang. He's here to recruit Gammon. Great, you get one disciple, and suddenly the mob comes knocking. The scout assumes Gammon became the #1 freshman as a trial to join their gang. Of course, Gammon has zero interest in fighting. His reputation as a fighting god is causing him nothing but trouble. At the critical moment, his new disciple, June, steps up to confront the gang members. Is he trying to protect his master, or is he just trying to prove himself? The tension skyrockets. Turns out, June actually went with the gang, thinking it was a shortcut to getting stronger. It doesn't take long for him to end up kneeling before one of their leaders. Kid, you chose the wrong path. Back at school, Gammon's friends realize June is missing. The messy desk with spilled cans and papers suggests something went down. Little do they know, June has just walked straight into the lion's den. Image failed to load, skipping. June faces his first test to join the gang, a 3-on-1 fight against other prospects. And the masked head scout, Django O, is watching from the sidelines. The test is simple, grab the car keys. But his opponents are no joke. One calls himself a genius villain, and the other is known for extreme violence. This recruitment test is basically set to hell mode. It's June's first time fighting 3 people at once, and he's totally overwhelmed. Meanwhile, a gang leader is feeding him a cynical speech about how studying is useless and only money and power matter. This is straight-up brainwashing, and the naive June seems to fall for it. He roars, believing this is his only path to success, and charges in recklessly. The result was predictable. June gets absolutely demolished by the trio. They mock him, saying kids from Yusung High are all talk. Beaten and exhausted, June gets his first real taste of the brutal world he tried to enter. The head scout approaches and reveals he knew Gammon's friends were eavesdropping the whole time. He lectures June, telling him you can't let emotions get the best of you in their line of work. Then the scout coldly announces you failed and brings his club down on him. The whole test was a sham. They were just toying with him from the start. Just as June is about to be beaten senseless, a familiar voice cuts through the air. It's our boy Gammon, flanked by his study group members. He scoffs at the gangsters. You call yourselves thugs? The king is here to clean house and bring his disciple back. And what's Gammon holding? Not a weapon, but June's test paper with a big fat 24 on it. He glares at the gang members as he approaches. He's not here for a turf war. He's here to drag his student back for extra lessons. Now, that is how our boy rolls. Meanwhile, the rest of the study group finally pulls up to the sketchy recruitment site. They're all freaking out, thinking our boy Gammon is about to willingly join a gang. But deep down, they know something else has to be going on. Manhwa pulls out the evidence, Gammon's test paper. A measly 24 points, but what matters is that he diligently tried to solve every question instead of guessing. There's no way he would just throw away his dream. As they piece it together, the head recruiter steps in, but our boy is already there to confront him, stick in hand. The recruiter scoffs, mocking their loyalty. You good-for-nothing sure are loyal to one another. But our girl Hank Young ain't having any of it. She claps back hard. You're a good-for-nothing thug too, mister. Aren't you embarrassed? The burn is real. But these gangsters are just amused, thinking these kids have no idea who they're messing with. Talk is cheap. The recruiter decides to make an example out of June, landing a brutal kick right to his gut. He's trying to use June as leverage to get Gammon to back down. Look at Hank Young's face. She's terrified. These guys are playing for keeps. The goons swarm in, try to overpower the entire study group. Our boys try to rush in to help, but they're immediately cut off. It's absolute chaos, and they're seriously outnumbered. Things are looking grim. Meanwhile, one of the blonde thugs starts running his mouth at Manhwa, talking trash about her in the school. But she stands her ground, not backing down an inch. He gets pissed and lashes out with a kick, sending them both tumbling to the ground. And that's the final straw. Gammon goes into full-on beast mode. He's no longer just the nerdy tutor. He's the apex predator of Yusung High. He takes down a guy with a single, clean kick, his eyes blazing as he asks, "Where are you going?" The guy with the pipe sees his chance, screaming, "Weapons are my specialty," as he swings wildly at Gammon. Our boy gets knocked down, but he's right back up, his focus sharpened. He knows if he takes a direct hit from that thing, it's game over. But Gammon is just too quick, too agile. He effortlessly dodges the heavy, clumsy swings. It's a total mismatch of speed, power, and technique. Every move the thug makes is like watching a slow-motion train wreck, completely predictable to our boy. After easily dispatching the lackey, Gammon's attention snaps back to the main recruiter. He picks up the test paper, his voice dripping with ice. Your punches seemed quite impressive earlier. The suit's expression darkens as he flicks open a switchblade. Uh-oh, he's bringing a knife to a Gammon fight. The red-headed recruiter is feeling confident, boasting. The one wielding a knife is the winner. But Gammon remains unfazed. Using the test paper as a shield, he calmly declares, knowledge is stronger than weapons. In the next instant, he uses the paper to block the guy's vision and lands a perfect strike. Is this what happens when a scholar gets serious? Gammon unleashes a fluid, devastating combo, leaving the thug completely helpless. Every punch is precise, powerful, and absolutely brutal, shattering his arrogant smirk into a million pieces. Gammon grabs the guy's face, throwing his own words back at him. What were you saying about knowledge? The sheer pressure is suffocating. The recruiter who was acting so tough just moments ago is now completely petrified. But just then, a higher-up arrives on the scene. He kicks Gammon away, sneering, we've been playing along with you high school twerps, but it seems like you're looking down on us. The vibe from this new guy is completely different. This is the real deal. Seeing Gammon get hit, his buddy loses it and charges in screaming. But the new suit effortlessly takes him down with a single, powerful kick. This guy's on another level. His movements are too fast to even track. The suit lights up a cigarette, fully entering his show-off mode. He casually dodges attacks while taunting them. That's why I'm quite fond of you Yusung high brats. But there's always a loser every time. He's just toying with them, treating this whole thing like a game. Gammon spots an opening while the guy is distracted by a cigarette and launches a surprise attack. But the suit saw it coming a mile away, countering with a swift kick. You're a trickster type, he remarks. It seems he's already figured out Gammon's fighting style. The tide of the battle turns drastically. One by one, the study group members are taken down. The suit stands over one of them, stepping on his leg and mocking their loyalty. That's the last straw. We're not a gang, he yells, throwing off his jacket, ready to go all out. The suit just laughs harder. A study group? How absurd. So, jackets off means we're getting serious now, does it? Meanwhile, back at the Incheon Central Police Station, an officer named Hwangdu Kyoan is having a massive headache over these very kids. He's in the Women and Juvenile Affairs Department, which means he's constantly cleaning up the messes of high schoolers. Turns out the police have had their eye on this white lead gang for a while. Their main target is the leader's son, but they can't make a move without solid evidence. And Officer Huang seems to have a particular interest in these students. And speak of the devil, who shows up at the police station, Jaiwoo and Hankyong. The moment Officer Huang sees their Yusung High uniforms, he knows exactly what this is about. Looks like the tides might be about to turn. Cutting back to the fight, Gammon is still locked in combat with the suit. Even though the guy calls his blows predictable, our boy isn't giving up. He's constantly searching for an opening, a chance to strike back. Back with June, he's drowning in resentment. He remembers a promise he made with his so-called friend to get stronger together so no one would look down on them. But the harsh reality is that his rival never once considered him an equal. That crushing feeling of being in a one-sided rivalry is eating June alive. And back on the battlefield, the rest of the study group is feeling that same sense of powerlessness against an overwhelmingly strong foe. June snaps back to reality. He was trying to get to Gammon, but got ambushed with an iron pipe. The attacker is none other than the suit, who mocks June's predictable moves before knocking him senseless with a single punch. The suit starts wailing on June, completely one-sided. He laughs at his confidence, toying with him using pure, overwhelming strength. June can't even land a hit. He's just a punching bag. In a quick flashback, the suit recalls a conversation with Gammon. He told him that what truly makes people stronger is passion, and that Gammon's motivation to get stronger was the desire to defeat him. He's trying to get inside our boy's head. Suddenly, a car comes screeching towards them, about to plow right into June and the suit. They both look up in absolute terror. This insane development catches everyone completely off guard. The driver is one of the thugs Gammon beat earlier, back for revenge. But he's stopped by a mysterious new character who calls Gammon a man-child. This guy claims he's the one who brought Gammon here, using him as bait to draw out someone from the White League gang. It looks like Gammon and this mysterious newcomer know each other, and they immediately start throwing hands. Their fight is on a whole different level, a blur of speed and power that leaves everyone else stunned. The mysterious guy grabs Gammon's collar, trying to toss him, but our boy reacts in a flash. They end up grappling and tumbling to the ground together. This fight feels less like a death match and more like a rough reunion between old acquaintances. The car screeches to a halt just in time. The passengers are furious, thinking the driver went crazy. The study group members are just relieved to be alive. Turns out, this whole near-death experience was part of the mysterious guy's plan. This long-haired dude is also part of the White League gang. He not only knows Gammon, but is actively trying to recruit him, even taunting him 4 eyes. Do you want to try out lag life? Look at Gammon, he's just so done with all of this drama. And the plot thickens. Turns out this long-haired guy was once a member of the study group. Hank Young doesn't hesitate to call him out. As he leaves, he ominously says, "I'll remember you." There's clearly some hidden history between him and the crew. But he's not done dropping bombshells. He turns to another member of the study group and exposes a dark secret. Your mom was brutally murdered, and it's okay for you to stay put and study like that. The scene then cuts to Gammon, who calmly states, "My mom died." The person whose past was just dragged into the light was Gammon himself. The long-haired guy's words cut deep, and you can see the pain on Gammon's face as he struggles to breathe. Revenge or studying? He's being forced to confront an impossible choice. Meanwhile, Jaiwoo's instincts kick in. He senses something is wrong and immediately hops on his motorcycle, speeding off. He's chasing a taxi that just left, suspecting the passenger might be connected to Gammon's mother's death. A thrilling chase scene unfolds across the city. Jaiwoo is hot on their tail, but the heavy traffic makes it nearly impossible to keep up. In the end, despite his best efforts, he loses them. But just when he thinks it's over, he runs into a new problem. A massive, muscular dude blocks his path. He's here for revenge on behalf of someone Jaiwoo apparently beat up earlier. Looks like Jaiwoo's got his own can of worms to deal with now. Back with Gammon, he watches his friends leave, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, the musclehead's buddy is threatening another student with a weapon. The nights at Yusung High are never, ever quiet. Flashing back, we learn this muscle-bound guy has his own backstory. He was ostracized and betrayed by his friends after a fight, which made him completely cynical about things like friendship and loyalty. He seems to be connected to the White Lead gang and is searching for the son of a dead teacher, who is almost certainly Gammon. His friends try to calm him down, but he's too consumed by his quest for revenge to listen. His past is filled with violence and betrayal, getting beaten to a pulp, being cut off by his friends. These experiences warped him into the person he is today. He lives by a simple, brutal philosophy. The one who gets hit is the fool. And now, he's facing off against Jaiwoo, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. The musclehead sees the nervousness in Jaiwoo's eyes and starts taunting him. A big fight is about to go down. Jaiwoo makes the first move, throwing a punch, but the big guy blocks it with ease, casually critiquing him. "Good posture, and you have good strength. You just need to bulk up a little more." This dude isn't just strong, he's a skilled and experienced fighter. The musclehead slips on some brass knuckles and sends Jaiwoo flying with a single punch. Jaiwoo hits the ground hard. He's completely outmatched, but the big guy is surprised. He can't believe Jaiwoo is even trying to get up after a hit like that. He might have underestimated these Yusung kids. And just then, Gammon appears. He looks down on the musclehead from above, his voice ice cold. "Are you looking for the person who killed my mother?" The big guy finally realizes that the very person he's been hunting has just walked right up to him. Gammon is absolutely enraged, charging in and grappling with the big guy. He screams, demanding to know what the hell he's doing, but the musclehead just mocks him, saying he's gone mad now that his back is against the wall. Thinking on his feet, Gammon uses a lid as a makeshift weapon, managing to cut the guy. He follows up with a kick to the head, taunting, "At least your head isn't filled with muscles." He tries to make a getaway on his bike, but his keys are gone. It turns out this entire confrontation was a setup. A mysterious figure has been watching from the shadows. It seems he's an undercover agent who has been working as a spy for a month, all to investigate the White Lead gang. This spy grabs a Yusung High student, pressing him for information about a secret organization called a Fraxia. It's clear that there's way more going on inside this school than anyone realizes. Meanwhile, the chaos our boy Gammon stirred up has attracted the cops. The vibe is a little tense, with one of the girls immediately complaining about cigarette smoke. But things get serious quick as they start talking about chasing people off campus and driving without a license. This could get messy. Back on campus, the rumor mill is in full swing. Everyone's talking about it. Did a bunch of high school kids really take down a professional gangster? It sounds impossible, and nobody can quite believe it. The study group is officially famous, even if it's for all the wrong reasons. Cut to the scene of the crime, and the guy Gammon took down is getting cuffed. Turns out he's one of the most vicious members of the White League gang. And there's that undercover cop again, having a chat with our crew. He even calls one of them red pepper paste. Seems like he's been watching them for a while. But this cop isn't here to make friends. He lays down the law, telling Gammon and Jaiwoo he has every right to arrest them. Our hot-headed Jaiwoo immediately tries to throw hands, but gets held back. The cop is trying to make a point. Violence isn't always the answer. Instead of cuffing them, though, he does something unexpected. He gives them a lecture, then pulls out his badge and contact info, telling them to call him if they're ever in real trouble. It looks like he sees something special in Gammon, maybe a potential asset. As the police drive off, the cop leaves them with a cryptic piece of advice. One day, you'll need the harsh fist of a civil servant. Then, in the car, he makes a mysterious phone call, asking about a kid named Hisu and his mother. A new plot thread just unraveled. And it turns out, he's reporting to a woman on the other end of the line. He informs her that Gammon caught a white lead gang member and that his new study group might actually be the catalyst for change this rotten school needs. It seems our boy has some powerful, unseen allies. But just as things seem to be looking up, reality hits hard. Back at school, our boy gets tied up and tossed into the hallway like a sack of potatoes. Everyone is shocked. What the hell is going on? Even tied up, Gammon is cool as a cucumber, telling them he was just trying to study. The sheer nerve of this guy. Meanwhile, the masterminds behind this little ambush seem to be having a heated discussion. At the same time, over at the Incheon Police Department, things are just as chaotic. The detectives are swamped with cases related to the white lead gang, and one detective, Gwanghai Park, is clearly fed up with Yusung Hai's problems. Their night takes a dark turn when they discover a young man tied to a bed, leading to a look of pure shock on Park's face. Cutting back to the streets, another fight is just wrapping up. A couple of guys are making a run for it, complaining about leaving some dude named Gunyao Park behind. The underworld connected to this school is way bigger than we thought. And what were they fighting over? This, Hamill's blacklist of opponents. It's a list that rates fighters, and get this, it even has a picture of an Incheon police detective on it. This isn't just high school drama anymore. This is a direct challenge to the law. Everyone's on edge, wondering who this Hamill guy is and what his blacklist means. To make things even more confusing, someone mentions that a gray-haired jerk actually saved someone's life. The lines between good and bad are getting seriously blurred. Inside a hideout, the paranoia is thick. They're interrogating someone, convinced there's a spy in their midst. And then, a bombshell drops. One of their own used to be a cop. A painful flashback reveals why he quit. He witnessed a kid get stabbed and was powerless to stop it. The look of pure hatred in that child's eyes became a memory he could never escape, the moment that made him turn his back on the force. Back in the present, this gray-haired ex-cop confronts the blonde kid he just saved. He's limping, clearly injured himself. But the kid wants nothing to do with him, his past trauma making him deeply distrustful of anyone associated with the police. All right, after all that heavy drama, let's lighten the mood. The study group chat is officially live. The banter is already top tier as they poke fun at Red Pepper Paste for not joining yet. Look at Gammon's reaction to the notifications, pure gold. The dynamic of the group is really starting to solidify. They're friends, but they're also rivals, pushing each other to be better. It's that classic shonen mix of camaraderie and competition, and we're here for it. But Gammon's actions aren't going unnoticed. A mysterious silver-haired guy is watching from the sidelines, amused by the chaos. He seems to be enjoying the idea that this school for future criminals might actually become a place for studying. Of course, for every person who wants change, there's someone who profits from the chaos. Our main villain finally steps out of the shadows, vowing to keep Yusung High the crappiest school of this generation. And his new plan seems to revolve around this girl, Han-kyung Lee. The next day, it's back to the daily grind for our boy Gammon. He's rushing to school, juggling study schedules in the group chat, and dealing with penalty fees. Being the leader of a study group full of delinquents is a full-time job. He can't even get through the school gates without the student council trying to pull a power trip on him over the uniform code. Just when it seems he's stuck, a hero arrives. It's Han-kyung Lee, the girl from the photo, and she shuts them down with cold, hard fact from the rulebook. Turns out, she's Ms. Lee, and she is not having any of their nonsense. Look at her, literally shielding our boy from the bullies. We love a queen who protects her students. This is the kind of support Gammon needs. And she's not just smart, she's a total badass. She casually tells Gammon how she got stabbed a few days ago while catching a white lead gangster who was recruiting on campus. Then she pats his head like an encouraging aunt. The duality of this woman is incredible. Ms. Lee tries to get official support for the study group, but the other teacher is shocked that any student here actually wants to study. The real drama starts, however, when she shows him something that makes him completely lose his cool. The faculty politics in this school are a minefield, and it seems the principal himself is freaking out about Ms. Lee's hiring. He's one of the people who wants the school to stay a cesspool, and she's a massive wrench in his plans. He is absolutely losing his mind. The faculty is a complete mess. The principal is having a meltdown. Another teacher is screaming about expelling students. Seeing this chaos, Ms. Lee decides to go over their heads and seek help from the Educational Research Department. This woman plays chess, not checkers. Back in the classroom, Gammon's reputation precedes him. He's the top fighter who acts like a total nerd. This contradiction makes him an outcast, and the other members of his study group are feeling the social pressure of being associated with him. And right on cue, a fight breaks out in class. Meanwhile, Ms. Lee is making a bold play in the vice principal's office. She wants to use a trial committee to take down Hanwha Pi, and her leverage is the potential success of the study group. She's betting it all on our boys. The war for Yusung High is being fought on two fronts. In the offices, it's a battle of wits and politics. In the hallways, it's a battle of fists and fury. The contrast shows just how broken this entire system is. Just when you think the study group can't get any more stacked, in walks this guy. A purple-haired dude who is literally ranked #1 on the freshman fighter totem pole. My man Gammon is basically assembling the Avengers of this school, and you can just feel the energy between them. The #1 fighter is ready to show what he can do, and Gammon clenches his fist, ready for the challenges ahead. This isn't just a study group anymore, it's a movement. But with great power comes great trouble. This dude, Hyunu, shows up to challenge Gammon, trying to label him as the top fighter. Gammon sticks to his "I'm just a model student" script, but the guy crosses a line when he starts spreading nasty rumors about Jaiwoo. A teacher breaks up the fight before it gets too serious, but the damage is done. And amidst all this physical conflict, a different kind of battle is looming on the horizon: midterms. For the study group, this is the real final boss. It's time for the first official meeting of the study group, and the vibes are interesting. The other members have literally started a betting pool on Gammon finishing in last place. Our boy is internally screaming, but has to maintain his composure as the leader. The struggle is hilarious. Gammon makes a bold declaration. He's going to get first place on the midterms, no matter what. And Ms. Lee reveals her master plan. If the study group can produce a top student, she can use that as leverage to start a trial against Hanwha Pi. Suddenly, studying has some very high stakes. But first, a reality check. To get them grounded, Ms. Lee whips out their previous test scores for everyone to see. The immediate panic is both relatable and hilarious. They've got a long way to go. The results are in, and it's a public execution. June gets a solid 94 and is loving it. Hee-won gets a 56 and is devastated. And our boy Gammon, an average of 8. My man's glasses literally shatter from the shock. The disrespect from his classmates is absolutely brutal. Just when all hope seems lost, a dark horse emerges. Spiky Head, the quiet one, is actually ranked 3rd in the entire school. He's the real deal. The secret weapon the study group needs to actually pull this off. The fangirling is real. Ms. Lee lays out the harsh reality. Going from an 8 to #1 in 20 days is basically a miracle. But look at Gammon's clenched fist and the fire in his eyes. He believes he can do it. For him, results are everything, and he's ready to create his own miracle. As the school day ends, Ms. Lee watches her students leave, her expression a mix of hope and worry. She's taught them everything she can. Now it's up to them to put in the work. It's that classic teacher moment of letting go and trusting the process. Then we get a really touching moment. Spiky Head, their academic ace, reveals that his family doesn't support his dream to study. Without hesitation, Gammon steps up like a true leader and says, "Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on studying. We got your back." This is what teamwork is all about. And we see just how tough his situation is. His dad is constantly calling him to work at a construction site, completely dismissing his academic ambitions. He's desperately trying to prove himself with his 3rd-place ranking, but the family pressure is immense. Meanwhile, Gammon is facing his own battles. He gets cornered by another group of bullies who mock his dream of getting into college through special admission. In this school, simply having a dream makes you a target. If you want to study, you have to be ready to fight for it. The taunts get personal. They claim Gammon is nothing without the principal's backing, trying to undermine his strength. The tension is palpable, and you just know a fight is about to break out. And this isn't just a boys' fight club. The girls from the study group are getting into it too, fighting back against the bullies. Everyone is putting it all on the line to protect their friends and their right to study. After the dust settles, Gammon walks Sean home. We get a bit of shipper fuel as Jaiwoo yells from a distance, teasing him not to hit on her. Our boy gets all flustered and awkward. It's a cute, sweet moment after all the violence. During their walk, they have a heart-to-heart. Cian admits he feels like a sidekick, just explaining things from the sidelines. But Gammon reassures him, reminding him of his own badass moment when he threw a computer out the window. It's a great scene of mutual respect and budding friendship. Their conversation triggers a flashback to just how brutal the bullying in this school is. A kid gets targeted simply because his shoes are popular on social media. It's a raw depiction of the dog-eat-dog world they live in. The bully doesn't just want his shoes, he wants to break his spirit. He taunts him for being bad at studying and even threatens to take his girlfriend. That's the final straw, and the kid just snaps, exploding with rage. The ensuing fight is raw and desperate. In Yusung High, dignity is something you have to defend with your fists. Every punch is fueled by frustration and anger. Unfortunately, rage isn't always enough. He's quickly overpowered, and the bully rubs it in, taunting him for being weaker while his girlfriend is dragged away. It's a scene of pure helplessness. But just as despair sets in, our boy Gammon arrives on the scene, and he doesn't throw a single punch. Instead, he challenges the head bully to a flicking game, and then rock, paper, scissors. This is his signature move, de-escalating with sheer, unadulterated weirdness. And of course, Gammon wins. He completely humiliates the bully, not by beating him up, but by outsmarting him in a childish game. He flips the script with a final, savage question. Who's the real loser here? A total mic drop moment. He won the fight without even starting one. Just after Gammon's big-brain victory with kids' games, the story slams the accelerator. We get a rapid-fire montage, a gamer girl in shock, a sniper scope locking on, and another brutal schoolyard beatdown. It looks like our boy just put out one fire, but a whole new storm is already brewing. Back in the hallways, Gammon's luck has run out. He's caught in another confrontation, and instead of helping, everyone's got their phones out, ready to film. The long-haired punk is trying to frame him, painting our boy as the bully. Seeing the tables turn, Gammon just goes for it and lands a solid kick. Well, so much for de-escalation. And that one kick sends things spiraling out of control. The phone goes flying, screen shattering on the floor. That's it, the point of no return. The bullies are absolutely furious now. You can mess with a lot of things, but you do not mess with a man's phone. Just as a full-blown brawl is about to break out, one of the school's top dogs, Teo Kong, steps in. He just casually grabs the guy causing trouble, and you can feel the pressure through the screen. The loudmouth punk immediately deflates, realizing, oh crap, the rumors were true. This dude's the real deal. Completely intimidated by the top dog, the instigator makes a run for it, shouting threats over his shoulder about getting Gammon expelled. Typical. When you can't win the fight, you snitch. But hey, at least his retreat gets our boy out of a tight spot for now. But then, the story cuts away and gives us a glimpse into this guy's life. It flashes back to a scene where he gets slapped clean across the face by his own father. Turns out, the loudmouth bully is just another kid struggling under the weight of family pressure. The argument is brutal, all about money and debt. You can see the father's helpless rage clashing with his son's desperate screams. Suddenly, this character isn't just a one-dimensional bully anymore. His aggression at school is clearly a front for the misery he faces at home. The family drama is just heartbreaking. It's a vicious cycle of accusations and defiance. Every family has its problems, but this kid's problems look like they're about to crush him entirely. Back in the present, Gammon sees how dejected the guy is and actually shows concern, asking if he wants to run away from home. That's our boy for you. Even to an antagonist, he can't help but be kind. A rare quality in a school this savage. But Gammon's kindness can't stop what's already in motion. Meanwhile, the bully he humiliated with rock, paper, scissors is plotting his revenge. He's got his minions trying to find Gammon's home address. A much bigger threat is closing in, and our boy has no idea. Later that night, Gammon's just trying to get some homework done when his sister bursts in, immediately starting trouble and making fun of the one mark on his forehead. Typical sibling stuff. But the bickering is interrupted by a phone call from an unexpected person, Minwon. And who is Minwon? Oh, just the son of the leader of the White League gang. A literal gangster prince. Right now, he's chilling, smoking, and scheming with some silver-haired dude. His introduction means the stakes are about to be raised from high school scuffles to full-on gang warfare. And guess who their target is? Our boy Gammon. That text message, "Get me Gammon's address," pops up again. It's official. The gangster prince has sent his crew, and they're coming for our hero. The storm is about to hit. Back on the streets, Gammon is hanging out with Cian, the bully from earlier. It seems they've called a truce, and Gammon even offers to pay for his taxi home. But this moment of peace is shattered by an angry shout from off-screen. It's Cian's father. Confronted by him, Cian shrinks back into that lonely, helpless kid. He tells Gammon they're from different worlds that he wouldn't understand. But Gammon, bless his heart, gets choked up and says that's what friends are for, to help each other out. A genuinely touching moment between these two. After Cian leaves, Gammon checks his phone and his heart drops. 25 minutes until his 10 p.m. curfew. His mom's threat was clear: be late and you're getting transferred. He knows he's in deep trouble, but as the clock strikes 10, it's official. He's screwed. Now effectively homeless for the night, Gammon wanders the streets with nowhere to go. And just when he thinks it can't get worse, he runs into the last person he wants to see, his dad. Instead of compassion, he gets a face full of sarcasm. This family is just broken. Meanwhile, back at school, the hunt for Gammon is on. A rival crew is panicking because they lost him. Gammon's worried they'll trash his house, but before he can even process that, he's ambushed from behind and slammed to the ground. In another part of town, Manhwa's blonde-haired goon has cornered another student in an alley, demanding to know Gammon's address. The poor kid makes a break for it, and a terrifying chase through the dark alleyways begins. But the alley is a total maze, and the bully quickly gets lost. Just as he's cursing his luck, a much tougher-looking guy appears, and the bully knows he's in trouble. Turns out, the kid he was chasing wasn't running away. He was leading him into a trap. We see a flashback revealing this student has been bullied by the same crew all day long. This isn't just a random encounter. It's payback. The look in his eyes says it all. This is personal. Cutting back to Gammon, his ambusher is none other than the guy he faced off against earlier. He gets right in Gammon's face, taunting him. What's with that look? You think you can take me? All while Gammon is still awkwardly holding his phone, mid-call. And who's on the other end of that call? The study group's resident genius. He starts giving Gammon real-time fight instructions over the phone. Put your right foot and right fist out. This is insane. It's not a fight. It's a real-life fighting game with a remote coach. We see the strategist in a taxi, turning back from his ride home just to help our boy. He looks at Gammon's failed test paper, a reminder of what this is all for. This is true friendship, people. He's all in. A quick flashback shows us that our brilliant strategist has been in this exact situation before, hunted and chased by bullies. He knows what that helplessness feels like, which is exactly why he's so determined to help Gammon now. Over the phone, the strategist is calmly breaking down the opponent's weaknesses, a true master of analysis. He declares the bully has zero chance of winning. Gammon is sweating bullets, but hearing his friend's confident voice is giving him the courage he needs. Don't talk back, just listen to me. And the fight is on. Gammon moves like a puppet on a string, following every single command from the phone. Dodge, move, sidestep. The bully can't land a single hit. Pretend there's a wall on your left. Now, break that wall with all your might. Gammon follows the bizarre instruction, throws a punch at nothing, and perfectly blocks the bully's incoming fist. The attacker is stunned. What the? How'd he block that? An absolutely epic moment. Gammon himself is amazed. He realizes his friend isn't telling him to kick or punch, just giving simple orders like turn left or duck. And it's working. But just as he's getting the hang of it, his MOM calls. Are you kidding me? The timing could not be worse. Luckily, our strategist knows more than just fight choreography. He knows psychological warfare. He tells Gammon exactly what to say to provoke the bully, to make him angry and reckless. And it works like a charm. The bully is completely enraged, his attacks getting sloppy. Mind games for the win. The bully is completely unhinged now, chasing Gammon relentlessly, but whiffing every single time. The frustration is palpable. He just can't land a hit, and it's driving him absolutely insane. His spirit is breaking. The strategist knows he can't teach complex moves over the phone, so he gives the simplest, most brutal command he can think of. A headbutt. It's not pretty, but damn, is it effective. A solid, no-frills headbutt in the rain brings the fight to a decisive end. The fight is over, and both guys are exhausted. But this small victory feels huge. It's like getting just one question right on a failed test. It's a sign of hope. It proves that as long as they don't give up, they have a chance. Little do they know, a much larger, more monstrous threat is looming in the shadows. After the battle, our strategist and Gammon finally meet up. He tosses Gammon a drink, asking him how it feels to win. It's a real bonding moment, which is immediately ruined by their teacher, Ms. Lee, showing up out of nowhere. Busted. They instantly bow in apology. But an even bigger problem arrives. Gammon's mom appears, and she is furious. She emotionally confronts him, bringing up the divorce and demanding he quit the study group immediately. The weight of his family problems comes crashing back down on him. After that explosive encounter with his mom, Gammon is completely devastated. He regrets ever meeting up with his friends, feeling like he's just causing trouble for everyone. His mom's words, "You think I divorced your dad to see you like this?" are echoing in his mind, cutting him deep. The study group friends try to do some damage control with Gammon's mom, hilariously trying to impress her by saying her son is friends with the top student in school, only to be corrected that he's actually third. Awkward, but you can't fault them for trying. The crew heads over to the strategist's house, and they are floored. Turns out the brainiac is also rich. While they're admiring his amazing apartment, they also come to a chilling realization. Gammon's mom is way more intense and formidable than they ever imagined. The strategist pulls Gammon aside and tells him straight up, his mom isn't bluffing. He lists off several examples of her insane, hardcore personality, proving that she absolutely does what she says she'll do. Gammon's heart sinks. The transfer is really happening. Gammon flashes back to when his parents got divorced. His mom was so gentle back then, telling him that studying isn't everything and it was okay if his grades weren't perfect. The contrast between that supportive mother and the uncompromising woman forcing him to transfer now is just devastating. He remembers begging his mom to let him attend Yusung, promising he'd obey curfew and study hard. He fought for this chance, and now it's all being ripped away. The moment his sister barges in with a list of potential transfer schools is the moment his dream dies. News of the transfer spreads like wildfire through the study group, and everyone panics. They sneak up to the principal's office and see the worst. Gammon and his mom are inside, actually going through with the paperwork. The mood is grim. This is really happening. Refusing to give up, his friends make a last-ditch effort. They burst into the office and argue with the teacher, claiming Gammon is an invaluable asset to the school and they can't afford to lose him. It's a long shot, but you have to admire their loyalty. And somehow, it actually works. Their desperate plea manages to stall the process. But Gammon's sister isn't playing games. She's outside with a taxi, ready to force the issue and get her mom and brother out of there. The battle isn't over yet. Amidst the chaos, we flash back to where it all began. His former tutor, now his teacher, Ms. Lee, was horrified when he announced he wanted to go to Yusung, the school for future criminals. But even back then, Gammon was resolute in his dream of going to college. And the school is even more chaotic than anyone could have imagined. Fights break out constantly, and it's this violent environment that has solidified his mom's decision. She's determined to get him out, no matter what. Even Ms. Lee was terrified on her first day. She got knocked to the ground in the middle of a hallway brawl. And it was Gammon who helped her up, a small act of kindness in a sea of chaos. Perhaps that was the moment their bond was forged. Back in the present, Gammon's mom delivers the final blow. We're moving. Tomorrow. Our boy is stunned into silence. As the news reaches Ms. Lee and the rest of the group, a wave of shock and helplessness washes over them. The school descends into chaos as everyone frantically searches for Gammon. And right on cue, the gangster Prince Manhwa makes his grand entrance, dramatically vaulting the school fence. His arrival signals that things are about to get a whole lot more complicated. Outside, Gammon's mom has the car waiting, ready to pull him out of school for good. She tries a gentle approach, but for the first time, Gammon stands his ground. He screams that he has to go to college, that it's his only way out. He knows his mom regrets letting him come here. He knows he's been a handful, but he can't give up now. Not when Ms. Lee just gave him the secret strategy to ace the midterms. He refuses to transfer, not when his dream is finally within reach. The study group members are running around the school, desperate to find Gammon. They refuse to believe he would just leave. They know how much this means to him, how badly he wants to go to college. Their faith in him is the only thing driving them forward. Even if there's no way, we'll just have to make one. Out of desperation, a new resolve is born. The group rallies together, determined to help Gammon stay, no matter the odds. This is the power of friendship. Mission: Save Gammon Yoon is officially a go. Ms. Lee gets behind the wheel, and the entire study group piles in for a high-speed chase. Their strategy is simple. If his mom won't listen to reason, they'll just have to fight fire with fire. At the same time, Manhwa and his biker gang are also en route, declaring their intention to get Yusung High back in order. Two different crews, two different missions, all converging on the same location. A massive storm is about to break, and the shady figure pulling the strings thinks he's already won, that getting Gammon transferred solves all his problems. But he is seriously underestimating these kids and the bond they share. The real show is just about to begin. All right, Operation Save Gammon is a go. But hold up, what's with the vibe in here? Just look at Ms. Lee's face. She's gripping that steering wheel for dear life. Total novice driver alert. The kids in the back are trying to hype her up while secretly praying they make it out alive. This fast and furious mission might turn into Final Destination real quick. Okay, kidding aside, they're dead serious. Gammon's not picking up, and his mom's phone is unreachable. It's crunch time. Their only lead is the real estate agency where his mom signed the papers. GPS is locked and loaded. Thank God there's only one with that name in the city. Look at the determination in their eyes. They're getting their boy back, no matter what. Meanwhile, in the other car, the mood is icy. Gammon's mom is going on and on about how this move is for the best, laying out her grand plans. Then she drops the bomb. Why do you even need college? Look at me. I'm doing just fine with a high school diploma. Oof. You can just feel Gammon's spirit getting crushed with every word. Our boy just sits there, taking it all in silence. Just as Gammon is checking his phone, probably seeing all the missed calls from his friends, chaos erupts. His mom suddenly screams behind the wheel. And just as we suspected, the other crew has arrived. It's Manhwa and his biker gang, and they are here to cause trouble. And they are not here to play nice. They immediately start swerving and harassing the car. And then BM, a helmet smashes right into the window. The blonde girl in the back is terrified. Things just went from 0 to 100 real quick. And there it is. Ms. Lee's car goes flying and flips over in a spectacular crash. The study group inside is completely stunned. Outside, the thugs who caused this are pissed, while the biker gang looks on, surrounding the wreckage. This is bad. Really bad. While all that chaos is happening on the road, let's jump back to Yusung High, where things are just as heated. The news of Gammon's transfer is spreading like wildfire. And our fiery redhead, Jun Lee, is not having it. He's confronting the guys responsible, and you can feel the tension crackling. He's ready to throw down for his friend. This whole situation is a wake-up call for Teo Kong, reminding him of his defeat and fueling his desire to get stronger. Meanwhile, Jun is getting taunted by his rival, who mocks him for using dirty tricks. The air is thick with hostility, and you just know a fight is about to break out. And here comes the flashback. Turns out, after getting his butt kicked by Gammon, Jun actually went to him for training. Gammon offers to teach him Uncle's forbidden tactics, which sound both ridiculous and awesome. Faced with a list of legendary moves, which one will Jun choose? No surprise there. He picks the most badass-sounding one on the list. And we snap back to the present. Look at that fire in Jun's eyes. His power level is off the charts. He's about to unleash his newly learned ultimate move on this unsuspecting fool. Here he comes. Jun charges forward, screaming, "Make way!" He's going all out, and the sheer force of his presence stuns the onlookers. One of the girls even screams his nickname, Red Pepper Paste. Wait, is that seriously his nickname? LMAO. But his cool entrance lasts all of 3 seconds. He got so hyped up that he completely missed his jump timing and face plants. His opponent doesn't miss a beat, landing a solid punch. To add insult to injury, he brings up the rankings, mocking Jun for being a lowly number 17. That's gotta sting. The tables have turned completely. Jun is getting absolutely pummeled, and the trash talk is relentless. The girls in the car are freaking out. Is this it? Is the ultimate move he just learned going to fizzle out before he even gets to use it? Teo is still laying into him, giving him no room to breathe. He tries to intervene, but Jun stops her, saying calling the cops would take too long. He's got this. As Teo taunts him, claiming he's not worthy, Jun just smiles. Oh, he's got something up his sleeve. Seeing that confident smirk, it's Teo's turn to be confused. Why the hell are you laughing? He yells. This unexpected reaction throws everyone off. It's the calm before the storm. And in a flash, Jun flips the script. He launches a powerful kick, sending one of the goons flying. At the same time, the fight inside the car kicks off, and Hee-won gets sucker punched. The situation is critical on all fronts. Inside the car, the study group is trapped. One of the thugs threatens to smash the windows, but their leader seems completely unfazed. Hee-won covers her ears, terrified, as the helmeted goon makes his move. Meanwhile, the guys pulling the strings are discussing their grand plan. Turns out, they were planning on recruiting new members for their White League gang from Yusung High, but Ms. Lee's interference is starting to crack their ironclad system. Yusung's iron-like system, which even the teachers couldn't penetrate, is finally starting to show cracks thanks to one teacher in her study group. The scene cuts to a pool table, and as the ball is struck with violent force, we see a face filled with rage. A much bigger storm is brewing. Back on the highway, Gammon's mom swerves in panic and crashes into the guardrail, sending Gammon flying out of the car. These biker thugs are completely out of control. But you think it's over? You sweet summer child. You don't know the power of our godly teacher, Ms. Lee. Crashing into the guardrail wasn't a mistake. It was a tactic. She uses the impact to drift the car around, taking out the entire biker squad in one clean sweep. That's how it's done. After the epic crash, the study group gets out, ready for a direct confrontation. They decide to split up, One team will go after Gammon, while the other stays behind to hold off Teo Kong. Look at their expressions, pure resolve. They're putting it all on the line for their friend. Jun and Teo, the ones who stayed behind, begin their fated showdown. Even though Teo is landing heavy hits, Jun refuses to back down, spitting defiant words. This isn't just a fight, it's a battle for pride. If you keep acting so cocky, I think I can handle this much responsibility. Jun is completely fired up now, launching a furious counterattack. The two trade blows, a brutal back and forth. The fight has reached its boiling point. Teo, using his signature kicks, sends Jun flying. He taunts him, reminding him that he's keeping his promise to only use his feet. Jun is down, looking battered, but the fighting spirit in his eyes hasn't faded one bit. Another flashback. In a hellhole like Yusung, a studious kid like Gammon is an outcast, constantly ridiculed. We see a past version of Jun, frustrated and blaming himself for being weak. It was Gammon's arrival that gave him a chance to change. So, the reason Jun wanted to get stronger was because he realized his weakness. He barely used his legs. Gammon, being the observant guy he is, noticed this and offered to train him, inviting him over for a special session the next morning. And thus, their bromance leveled up. The special training? None other than Uncle's forbidden tactic number 6, the Dragon Kick of Fury. Gammon demonstrates the move, and the sheer power makes the entire tree shake. Jun is completely blown away and decides right then and there, this is the move he needs to learn. The reason Jun is so obsessed with the words Fury and Dragon is because they remind him of a childhood friend who used to protect him. That friend always wondered why he was so weak, and that feeling of frustration and the burning desire to become stronger became deeply ingrained in Jun's heart. Gammon totally gets it. Jun wants to get strong to repay his friend's trust, just like how Gammon studies hard to achieve his own goals. He agrees to teach him the Dragon Kick of Fury and begins guiding him through the grueling practice. Back in the present, Jun is down but not out. His friends have arrived as backup. Seeing them fight for him ignites a fire inside him. He slowly gets back on his feet, his eyes burning with a newfound determination. You can be the dragon of Incheon City. These were the words his friend once told him. And those words act like a switch, fully unleashing Jun's fighting spirit. He's about to prove he is anything but weak. Here it is, the Dragon Kick of Fury. A phantom red dragon coils around him as Jun unleashes the full power of his kick, aiming it straight at Teo Kong. This single blow is about to shake the very ground they stand on. The kick is so powerful it sends Teo and his entire crew flying off the side of the hill. And right down on the road below, Gammon's mom comes face to face with none other than Ms. Lee. Oh boy, the two most important women in his life have finally met. This is going to be dramatic. The study group is still in hot pursuit, and inside Gammon's mom's car, the tension is mounting. She seems to have a gut feeling about the car chasing them. A full-blown highway chase is about to unfold. The two cars finally stop, and Ms. Lee and Gammon's mom meet formally. The rest of the study group gets out too, ready to face his mom's questions with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Teo Kong, the guy who got knocked out by the Dragon Kick, finally comes to. He can't believe it. He, the #1 fighter at Yusung, lost to Jun Lee, ranked a measly 17th. The humiliation is unbearable, and he swears he's going to find that bastard Jun Lee and demand answers. And where is our hero, Jun Lee? Oh, he's currently getting jumped by a bunch of thugs who are sadistically discussing the best way to humiliate him. But just as they're about to go too far, a figure drops in from above. It's Manhwa. Even with a gash on his forehead, his combat skills are off the charts. He makes short work of these small fry thugs. The unspoken rule of Yusung High. Only we get to mess with our own. With the enemies dispatched, Manhwa and Jun, former rivals, now stand together. It seems this chaotic battle has forged a strange kind of camaraderie between them. After a brief exchange, Manhwa hops on his bike and rides off like a total badass. Cut to the Board of Education, where a mysterious old man learns about Ms. Lee's actions. His expression is intriguing. It looks like her petition has shaken things up at the highest level, and the plot is getting thicker. Back at a cafe, Ms. Lee and Gammon's mom finally sit down to talk. And get this twist. Ms. Lee isn't just Gammon's homeroom teacher. She's the new homeroom teacher. The dramatic coincidence leaves everyone stunned. Can they possibly convince his mom to change her mind? The study group members join the conversation, explaining how much Gammon has done for them and sharing their collective dream. Faced with such sincere kids, it looks like Gammon's mom might actually be starting to waver. But Gammon's mom remains firm. She believes Yusung is too dangerous for her son. Hee-won, our fiery blonde, can't hold back anymore and confronts her directly, escalating the tension in the room. In the end, it's Ms. Lee's words that finally break through. She confesses that she came to this school specifically to change it, and that it was Gammon and his study group who gave her the courage to do so. This heartfelt confession leaves Gammon's mom deep in thought. Just when it seems like they're making progress, a new crisis arrives. A gang from another high school shows up, outnumbering them and surrounding the study group, clearly looking for a fight. And these guys are brutal, beating their opponents until they're begging for mercy. It seems they're prospective members of the White League gang, and this is their twisted version of an initiation test. Meanwhile, the young master of the White League gang, a sophisticated-looking white-haired boy named Hanwol, is having a secret meeting in a park. On the surface, he seems to be following his father's orders, but deep down, he harbors much greater ambitions. His father wants him to study hard, go to college, and live a normal life. But for Hanwol, who grew up surrounded by darkness, his path was sealed from the moment he was born. He plans to use the path his father laid out for him to build his own power, to surpass even his old man. He sends his underlings to stir up chaos at various schools, a show of force to intimidate his future recruits. However, Ms. Lee's actions have thrown a wrench in his plans. The Board of Education is sending an investigation team to Yusung, forcing him to freeze all recruitment activities. This has seriously angered the higher-ups in the White League gang. Minwon uses the dirt he has on the principal to keep him in line. Meanwhile, Hanwol decides that if he can't recruit in secret, he'll just go big. His new targets, Gammon and Ms. Lee. A massive wave of delinquents from other schools floods into Yusung High, throwing the entire campus into chaos. And their target is clear, the girls of the study group. The study group members meet the invaders, but it turns out they're not the primary target. The thugs walk right past them and head straight for Hee-won, their words dripping with menace and harassment. Amid the chaos, a mysterious masked man makes his entrance. He introduces himself as Tae-hwan, and a family member of the White League gang, a high school dropout known as Anti. His presence instantly freezes the atmosphere. This anti-guy is clearly bad news. Gammon recognizes the danger, but he has too many people to protect now. During the tense standoff, disaster strikes. Someone gets hurt and is bleeding badly on the ground. At that very moment, June and Minwon are racing towards the school on their bikes. They got the address from Hee-won and are going full throttle, completely unaware of the catastrophe unfolding on campus. By the time they arrive, the scene is a total disaster zone, with sirens from police cars and ambulances wailing. Ms. Lee and Gammon are gone, leaving only a terrified Hee-won behind. The situation has taken a dark turn, and everyone is now in grave danger. And the mastermind behind it all, the man pulling the strings, watches coldly from a distance. He adjusts his tie, his expression unreadable, as if everything is going exactly according to his plan. The story has just entered its darkest chapter yet. Meanwhile, across town, another storm is brewing. The streets are a mess, and locals are gossiping about a bunch of high schoolers who completely wrecked a cafe. But the real drama involves some familiar faces. Hee-won and June look at him. He's completely losing it, screaming his friend's name. Something serious has definitely gone down here too. So what happened? Let's rewind 30 minutes. Back in the school hallway, Ms. Lee is being cornered by some seriously shady-looking guys. They're trying to intimidate her into coming with them, but she's not having any of it. Cool as a cucumber, she tells them she's in a parent-teacher meeting and they'll just have to wait. The absolute nerve. The tension escalates as another woman steps forward, standing her ground alongside Ms. Lee. And just in the nick of time, Han-kyung arrives. It quickly becomes clear this isn't a friendly visit. These guys are here because of that petition. This is a straight-up warning. The guy in charge knows these kids are just pawns in Hamilpie's game. The tension is palpable. But then, the scene shifts, flashing back to a conversation between Han-kyung and a woman named Younghwa. It's a much calmer, almost nostalgic moment. And the flashback continues, this time with a lighter tone. Han-kyung whips out an embarrassing old photo of Younghwa zoning out during an exam, and the teasing is relentless. Look at her reaction. She's totally flustered. Classic best friend behavior. Their conversation gets deeper. Younghwa opens up about her current teaching job at the notorious Yusung Technical High. You can hear the exhaustion in her voice, but there's a fire in her eyes. She's frustrated, but absolutely determined to make a difference. The nostalgia trip is in full swing. Ms. O is completely floored, reminiscing about a time Han-kyung apparently came to school for 3 days straight without showering. Now that's dedication. They chat about tutoring and gammon, just two friends catching up, completely unaware of the tragedy about to unfold. They part ways with jokes and promises to meet up after exams. But then, a chilling voiceover hits us. I didn't know that would be the last time I saw her. The mood plummets as we cut to a memorial. The gentle Ms. O is gone. The devastating truth is confirmed by a news report. Ms. O's death was ruled a random stabbing. We see a broken Han Ki-young, vowing to carry on her friend's dream for Yu-sung. And just like that, we snap back to the present, where the hallway confrontation has escalated. One of the thugs actually dares to lay a hand on Ms. Lee. And boom, before anyone can even blink, a vicious kick connects squarely with the guy's face, sending him flying. No more talk. The fight is officially on. The entire hallway is stunned into silence. All the students are just staring in awe like, who is this woman? And her response? I'm a student's mother. The absolute power move. The moms at this school are just built different. And get this, it's Gamon's mom. Not only that, she's the director of the Korean Taekwondo Association. The plot thickens. She even knows Ms. Lee personally, revealing that Ms. Lee was a student of her late friend, Ms. O. Everything is connected, and you can see Ms. Lee is completely floored by this revelation. But of course, there's always one. Another dad starts complaining about his son being exposed to violence. Seriously, dude? Read the room. Gamon's mom, however, is unfazed. She steps forward, an icy glare on her face, and declares, "It looks like I need to teach you children a lesson." Oh, it is on. Our boy Gamon is watching all this unfold, a mix of fear and awe on his face. He knows how dangerous these guys are and tries to warn his mom to stay out of it. But she just gives him a look that says, "Don't worry, I got this." These punks have no idea who they're messing with. Meanwhile, some of Hamwell Pie's goons are starting to get cold feet, feeling like this whole operation has crossed a line. But the higher-ups don't care. Their new target is Chang Hee-hwang, and they're playing dirty, looking up pictures of his little sister with the creepiest smile. This is low even for them. These morons actually think that all they need to do is rough up one teacher and they'll be golden, bragging about how the white lead gang has their back. They're so clueless about the world of hurt that's coming their way. The battle lines are drawn, and the fight begins. Gamon's mom unleashes a powerful kick, sending a thug flying. At the same time, another member of the study group, Jaewa Lee, the girl who dreams of being a teacher and hates fighting, is forced into the fray. With a wave of goons rushing her, she has no choice but to defend herself. Seeing his friends and his own mother in danger, something inside our boy Gamon finally snaps. He's done cowering. Until when will I keep doing this? He thinks, at this rate, I'll do nothing but lose. In that moment, you can see the look in his eyes completely change. His mind flashes back to why he started the study group in the first place, to create a safe space for his friends to learn and grow. Sahayan, the hot-tempered but kind genius. Hee-won, the loyal friend. Jun, the hard worker. These are the people he fights for. And seeing Sahayan get hit is the last straw. Gamon is about to go off. It's because of this study group, because of these friends, that his grades jumped 30 points, finally giving his parents hope. He even brought them home to study. He fought so hard to build this little slice of peace, and he's not about to let anyone destroy it. Meanwhile, Jaewu is holding her own, and then some. While casually complaining that she should have cut up some fruit for her friends, she absolutely demolishes a guy twice her size. Your body's so huge, but your punches are weaker than Hyena Lee's. The trash talk is legendary, but in the chaos, disaster strikes. Han Ki-young is attacked from behind. It's a terrifying moment, and her companion urges her to stay calm while trying to call the police. But they both know a phone call won't be enough to stop these psychos. It's clear this was a coordinated attack, and Han Ki-young was the primary target. As one of the thugs raises a flower pot to smash her head in, someone rushes to protect her at the last possible second. It's Gamon's mom. She shoves Han Ki-young out of the way, but takes the hit herself. Glass shatters, and blood starts pouring from a wound on her head. Gamon is frozen in shock, his glasses falling to the floor. The scene descends into panic as everyone scrambles to call an ambulance. Back in the present, Jun and Hee-won are getting the full story of what happened. Jun is overwhelmed with regret, blaming himself for not being there to protect everyone. This all happened because those bastards crossed a line they never should have. And on another side of town, Gamon, having witnessed his mother's injury, has completely snapped. He's gone feral, hunting down the perpetrators with a murderous look in his eyes. People on the street are stunned. Is this really the same nerdy kid they know? There's no stopping a rampaging Gamon. He storms right into the enemy's den, unleashing a spectacular flip kick that clears a path instantly. Anyone who dares to stand in his way is getting taken down. He marches straight up to one of the leaders, completely ignoring his taunts. "You were rude to me last time. Gammon says, his voice dangerously low, and it was unsettling. If you cross the line again, I don't care if you're Hamel Pie's successor. I will. He doesn't even need to finish the sentence. The raw killing intent says it all. But instead of backing down, the guy takes Gammon's threat as a personal insult and completely loses it. The rage on his face is terrifying. A brutal fight is about to break out. Sirens wail as Gammon's mom is rushed away in an ambulance. In the car, Gammon stares at her head injury, his face a mask of shock and guilt. He swears in that moment that he will make the people who did this pay. We learn that Han Kyung was actually a student of Gammon's mom. The first time she met Gammon at Yusung High, she felt a duty to her former teacher to help him escape that hellhole of school. She never imagined things would get this violent. Back at school, news of the attack has spread like wildfire. The students are all talking about it, shocked and worried. They know Ms. Lee was trying to change the school by petitioning the Board of Education, but everyone agrees that trying to fix Yusung High is a fool's errand. Gammon's path of revenge leads him to his first major obstacle. This guy is built like a tank and clearly a serious fighter, backed by someone named Sanjin Bang. And he's been waiting for this. He's heard all about Gammon and is eager to test his skills. The muscle-bound thug attacks without warning, but our boy isn't going down easy. Even when he's caught, there's no panic in his eyes. His friends watch from a distance, terrified, screaming for him to run. Run? Not a chance. Gammon unleashes his uncle's forbidden tactic, the fifth move, and completely turns the tables. Wham! His opponent is stunned, completely unprepared for the explosive power hidden behind those glasses. The fight intensifies. The enemy unleashes a Way of the Dragon, 5 consecutive blows combo, but Gammon counters with his uncle's forbidden tactic, first move. He meets the assault head-on, matching him blow for blow. This isn't just a brawl, it's a battle of martial artists. After a fierce exchange, a victor emerges. Gammon lands a devastating kick, knocking his opponent out cold. The surrounding thugs are in disbelief. Their big shot leader just got one shot by nobody. With that obstacle out of the way, Gammon continues his pursuit of the real culprit, Gunyeb Park. The guy tries to escape in a car, but Gammon launches himself through the air, yanks the driver out of the window, and stops the vehicle cold. This is straight out of an action movie. Faced with this absolute madman, the thugs in the car are freaking out, screaming at him to get lost. But nothing can stop Gammon now. He's on a mission. After a night of chaos, the atmosphere at school the next day is tense. The upperclassmen delinquents are already on the prowl, harassing younger students for dress code violations. It feels like a new storm is about to hit Yusung High. The third-year bosses are gathered, discussing yesterday's incident which apparently made the news. They mention someone called Anti who really stirred things up. Suddenly, a figure rushes into their circle and is immediately sent flying with a single kick. The next morning, the weather forecast warns of a cold snap. As a student walks down the hall, someone calls out, telling him to dress warm. He turns, surprised, completely unaware of what lies ahead. The study group is worried sick. They can't get in touch with Gammon. They finally hear from the hospital that his mom has been admitted. The news hits Hee-won like a ton of bricks, and you can see the guilt written all over her face. Hee-won is spiraling, blaming herself completely. If she hadn't been distracted, the glass wouldn't have broken, and Gammon's mom wouldn't be in the hospital. Yun tries to comfort her. Since Hee-won is still on the run, she's staying at Jun's place. They're really sticking together through this crisis. Meanwhile, another faction of the school makes their debut, the 3 presidents of the third years. These guys are prospective members of the White Lead Gang, and they all look like major trouble. These delinquents are casually discussing joining gangs to make a living, completely out of control. Just then, someone runs up to them, panting, and yells, "Found you." It looks like their target has finally shown up. And who is their target? None other than Hamel Pie himself. One of the blonde guys sees him and immediately gets agitated. You can feel in the air, a massive showdown is about to begin. Turns out, Hamel Pie has been trying to recruit these guys, but they're not interested. They mock him, warning that calling the cops is useless. They believe police alone could never take down Hamel. But Hamel just smirks. He wasn't talking about ordinary police. And before they can react, he moves like lightning, sending one of them flying with a single punch. The power gap is immense. Hamel Pie is well protected. He's got the White Lead Gang outside school and a legion of loyal followers inside. These third-year presidents stood no chance. They were subdued in an instant. And, right on cue, Gammon shows up. After everything that happened yesterday, he still has the guts to charge in. Hamel Pie is actually surprised to see him, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Hamel pats Gammon on the head, condescendingly telling him not to be so eager for revenge. His lackeys then grab our boy. Hamill just watches, and with a chilling smile says, Gammon, good luck. What the hell is this guy planning? After Hamill leaves, the third-year presidents turn their attention to Gammon. Humiliated by their defeat, they decide to take out their frustration on him, to make him feel their presence and re-establish their authority. Gammon now faces the legendary 3 presidents of Yonsei. He knows these guys are on a completely different level from anyone he's fought before. The most dangerous of them, Sunchul Kim, is the one Hamill wants most. But even against these odds, Gammon roars, come at me. The presidents are furious at Gammon's audacity, laughing at the idea that he could take on all 3 of them at once. But our boy is unfazed. The battle is about to begin. Gammon's rage has reached its boiling point. You're the ones who caused my mom to end up like that. He screams, every punch fueled by the fire of vengeance. He unleashes a new technique. Fist of the Tiger. A spectral tiger materializes behind him, lunging at his enemies with ferocious power. This one punch contains all of his anger and determination. The onlookers are stunned. They can't believe their eyes. One of the legendary presidents was just knocked to the ground by Gammon. How is that even possible? Even Gammon himself is a bit surprised, his heart pounding in his chest. Turns out, Gammon was also the one who took down Sanjin Bang earlier. This revelation shocks the other presidents even more. They witnessed how tough these guys were 3 years ago, and now they're getting beaten one by the same kid. Meanwhile, Gammon's friends aren't just sitting around. They've tracked down the operations leader of the White League gang and started a fight of their own. He won as a total badass, immediately attacking the guy for his disrespectful comments. Sahayan joins the fray as well. Even though they're outnumbered, he uses his sharp intellect and precise strikes to take down multiple opponents, finishing the fight with a decisive kick. Back with Gammon, the remaining presidents are analyzing the situation. They mock him, saying he has no chance of beating all 3 of them. But one of them notices something crucial. Gammon's heart is pounding. He's shaken, and that, he claims, is his greatest weakness. Just then, Jun and Minwon arrive on the scene, eager to show off their newly practiced Jeet Kune Do. These guys always manage to bring some comic relief to the most intense situations. You gotta love him. Gammon admits his heart is racing, but it's because of his rage towards Hamill Pie. He compares his opponents to 3 glasses. The first one is already empty. Now it's time to deal with the second and third. He recalls his uncle's teachings, combining all that knowledge to create his own unique technique. He's no longer just a nerdy kid who takes a beating. Pointing at the remaining 2, he issues his final challenge. I told you to come at me all at once. Gammon's bold challenge completely throws the blonde leader, Hamill Pie. You can just see him thinking, are you for real? He scoffs, tells his goons to back off, deciding to handle our boy himself. The ego on this guy. He dared to say he'd end the 3 of us in one blow. But while the big boss is busy monologuing, Gammon's backup crew doesn't waste a second. Jun and Minwon dive right into the fray, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the underlings. It's an all-out brawl. And look at them go. They are absolutely cleaning house. Their newly practiced Jeet Kune Do is seriously paying off, sending these thugs flying left and right. This side of the fight is already a done deal. Meanwhile, back at the main event, our boy Gammon pulls the ultimate power move. He hits his opponent not with a fist, but with a vocabulary question. Delusional? The look on Hamill's face is priceless. You can see the gears turning, and then smoke. He remembers the word from a flashcard, but can't recall the meaning, and the sheer frustration sends him into a rage. And it is on. Hamill comes in hot, but our boy is more than ready. Gammon unleashes the fist of the tiger. He's not messing around anymore and declares, let's end this quick. Hamill is really feeling himself, shouting that he's got Gammon cornered and that victory is his. He's getting way too cocky, but wait, who's that crying out in pain? Doesn't sound like our boy. Plot twist. It's Hamill who's taking the hit. He looks completely baffled, like he can't process what just happened. And Gammon, cool as ever, just warns him this punch is going to hurt. Oh, the chills. Our boy is in his element. But hold on. Just as Gammon is about to land the finisher, the other 2 bosses jump in to intervene. The eye patch dude yells, not so fast. You need to get beat up by us first. They're not about to let their leader go down that easily. So now, it's a 3-on-1, just like he wanted from the start. Gammon finds himself facing down all 3 presidents of Yunsu at once. This is the real test. Our boy's mind is racing. He was hoping to wrap this all up before morning class. He even considers using some dirty tricks like eye poking, but before he can decide, Hamill is back on his feet and comes in with a massive stomp. And this is the climax. Gammon's Fist of a Tiger clashes with Hamill's ultimate move, the Dragon Kick. A giant freaking dragon aura appears behind him. Turns out this guy is the big boss from Tangshan. It's tiger versus dragon in an epic mid-air collision. And the dust settles, with Hanwell eating dirt. As Gammon catches his breath, he notices the guy drop something, some study notes, and a phone. Just then, the phone rings. It's an overseas number. Gammon hesitates, then picks up, and the look on his face says it all. He recognizes the voice. Who could it possibly be? The plot thickens. All right, listen up, fam. This high school is basically a training camp for future criminals. We're talking sleeping in class, brawling the hallways, even the teachers are too scared to step in. Isn't this place a total nightmare for studying? But get a load of her boy. He looks like a total nerd with those glasses, but he's actually a top-tier fighter who settles arguments with his fists. And his ultimate goal for being here? To get into college. So here's our boy, Gammon, trying his best to hit the books in this chaotic classroom. But of course, nobody gives a damn. The cold shoulder is real. But then, a familiar face pops up in the hallway. It's his tutor, Han-kyung Lee. Look at that surprised face. He was not expecting to see her here. And we get a little flashback. Turns out, Han-kyung was his private tutor. Look at them, working through math problems. She's super encouraging, and our boy is actually getting it. She saw the potential in him from the start. Fast forward 2 years, and her encouragement has clearly paid off. But back in the present, reality hits hard. The problem wasn't just the difficult subjects. It was the school itself. He's trying to focus, but this place is a zoo. And just like that, a fight breaks out, and our boy gets dragged right into it. Slam. Wham. This is how he ended up in a technical high school with the worst reputation imaginable. So what's his game plan in this viper's nest? Simple. He has a brilliant, if not risky, idea. Since none of these delinquents care about grades, he can easily shoot to the top of the rankings and get into a university through special admission. All he has to do is survive. And that's when the light bulb goes off. He'll create a study group. But this school is a literal war zone. You can get jumped at any moment. As he's figuring out how to just blend in and survive, the new homeroom teacher is introduced. Our boy looks up and freezes. The new Ms. Lee is none other than his old tutor, Han-kyung. What are the odds? Gammon's mind drifts back again. He remembers her asking about his dream, and he shyly answers college. And her dream? To become a teacher who helps kids grow in the right direction. Little did she know she'd end up at the final boss level of all high schools to make that dream come true. And just as you'd expect, her first day is a total disaster. These punks have zero respect for her. Morning meeting? Not happening. Someone actually chucks a water bottle right at her head. Wham! These kids are completely out of control. Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, things are even crazier. They're literally throwing a guy out of a second-story window, and the other students? They're not stopping it. They're placing bets on how many fights he'll get into this month. This isn't a school, it's a gladiator arena. Just when a full-blown brawl is about to erupt, the local enforcer, Tom Kench, shows up and everyone scatters. But instead of helping, he blames the new teacher for not controlling her class and makes her clean up the broken glass. Talk about a warm welcome. So she's left to clean up the mess all by herself. And, of course, she cuts her hand on the sharp glass. Ouch. You could just see the shock and pain on her face. This poor woman. Let's just rewind a bit to fully appreciate this moment. Yes, his former private tutor is now his homeroom teacher. The shock on Gammon's face is priceless. You can practically hear him thinking, "You've got to be kidding me." And you can't blame him for being shocked. After all, 2 years ago, she was the only one who believed in him. His memories are filled with her patient tutoring and constant encouragement. She's the reason he hasn't given up. But back to the harsh reality of Yusung High, where brawling is just another Tuesday. He just wants to study, but trouble always finds him. Look at the crowd's reaction. Some are angry, but others are cheering. Wow, what a player. What a twisted place. Despite the madness, our boy's resolve only gets stronger. He sees the chaos not as a roadblock, but as an opportunity. His master plan to create a study group and conquer this school from the inside is taking shape. And, right on cue, the principal introduces the new homeroom teacher. The moment of truth arrives. Gammon looks up, and who does he see? None other than Ms. Lee, his tutor Han-kyung. The look on his face says it all. He's once again reminded of her dream. To be a teacher who guides kids onto the right path. He probably never imagined she'd choose to start her career on nightmare difficulty mode to achieve it. A new teacher ready to make her mark? Not a chance. On her very first day, Han-kyung gets a water bottle smashed against her head. The disrespect from these students is off the charts. What a brutal welcome. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The daily routine in this classroom is so insane, they throw students out of windows for fun. They're even placing bets on it. This school is a lost cause. The school's big shot steps in to break up the fight, only to pin all the blame on the innocent new teacher. forcing her to clean up their mess. Talk about workplace harassment. Poor Han-kyung can't catch a break. While cleaning, she cuts her hand on the broken glass. Ouch. But just then, a hand reaches out, offering a Band-Aid. It's our boy, Gammon. A small moment of kindness in this hellhole. He's her only ally here. Gammon confronts her, unable to believe she'd willingly come here. But Han-kyung explains it was a strategic choice to get her certificate since no one else wanted the job. She genuinely believes she can help these kids. You gotta admire her naive optimism. Her first mission, stop the smokers. She walks right up to them, giving a heartfelt speech about health. But these kids just look at her like she's from another planet. They literally have school-provided ashtrays. Mission failed, but she doesn't back down. She stamps out a cigarette to make a point, and the punk's reaction is to straight up slap her across the face. Whack. He just assaulted a teacher, and the other students are just watching, some even mocking her. And now the whole pack closes in on her, like sharks smelling blood. They mock her, calling her a mere contract teacher who needs to be taught a lesson. You can see the fear in her eyes. She's completely alone and cornered. In this desperate moment, her own words flash back to her. Her dream of helping kids choose the right path. The contrast between her noble goal and this ugly reality is heartbreaking. All her hope is crumbling. But just when all hope seems lost, a voice cuts through. It's our boy, Gammon. He casually walks up, asks someone to hold his jacket, and then BAM. He effortlessly dodges a kick and sends the attacker flying. The hero has arrived. Look at the fury in his eyes. He's not the nerdy kid anymore. And someone in the crowd spots a book in his bag. Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do. Oh, so that's his style. Our boy isn't just a brawler. He's a martial artist. The game has officially changed. The main bully is shook. Crash. Gammon sends another one flying. The orange-haired punk tries to act tough, shouting, "Bring it on." But our boy just looks at him like, "You must be out of your mind." And it's over just like that. Whack. A final kick sends the leader to the ground, foaming at the mouth. His crew tucks tail and runs, shouting empty threats. Gammon just stands there, brushing himself off. Absolute domination. With the trash taken out, Gammon turns his attention back to Han-kyung. She's still on the ground, completely stunned. He walks up to her, not to be praised, but to tell her, "You quit tutoring me, but you're not quitting this job." He needs her to stay. The other delinquents are already plotting how to get rid of her, but they don't know who they're dealing with now. Gammon extends his hand to his shocked teacher. This isn't just him helping her up. This is the official formation of the study group. Let the games begin.